We are now live on the
You're
tube.
good.
Welcome in tube. Welcome in tube. Now that we have the show going, welcome in. Make sure you like the stream over there. Defend the indefensible. I am of the firm belief that Donald Trump is quite literally an indefensible president with an indefensible administration. So the goal of this live here is to talk to Trump supporters who feel the same. Do you regret your vote? What got you to that point? So on and so forth. Better yet, there's a large portion of people who don't regret their vote, and we're talking to them as well. So make sure we do all the good things, guys. Tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 5K and beyond. Send your heart me's if you haven't already to you fan club members. There is also in the top left corner, those of you who don't know, or team members should know, we are trying to knock out the gallery this week. So let's see what we can do about that. I'm going to continue to set these little one set gift goals until we get that knocked out, boost us out in the FYP. And let's get this conversation going. What's your name here?
Weird thoughts.
Okay. Thought, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And do you regret your vote?
No.
Not at all. Not a little
No.
bit. Okay.
I don't like the AI sanctions being lifted. That's kind of a dangerous territory to go into because it can be weaponized into propaganda. But other than that, I'm liking it.
What AI sanctions are you referencing specifically?
Well, the ones that they put in that congressional bill. I mean, Palantir got a hold of a lot of stuff. They're doing a lot of data farming, which, I mean, Google's been doing it since Obama, so big whoop-de-woo. But I mean, AI is going to deal with a lot of jobs, manufacturing, but also with media influence. It's kind of a dangerous thing.
You're
We're even seeing
referencing,
it on our FYP now.
I guess you're referencing some of the spearheading that came in the big, beautiful bill.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be one of the ones I don't really agree with. I'm not a big fan of.
That was a huge portion of that bill. Most Republicans said yes to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not an institutionalist. I don't like the majority of Republicans.
Fair enough. All right. I would say that's a good reason. But you said other than that, you don't regret your vote at all.
No.
I don't know. I feel like Donald Trump has given us several reasons to. I think he's doing quite the opposite of a lot of things that he ran off of. And the things he did run off of, he's doing it inefficiently.
I like which one?
Well, such as immigration, we could start with that. The last 3 months of his administration, we've quite literally had more encounters than the entirety of the 9 months beforehand. I don't know if he just decided to get lax on the border or he realized not much people
How
were
many
paying
encounters
attention
was
to it. Roughly about 400,000 per CBP.
Okay, 2024 was 2.1 million at the southwest border, according to CBP.
Yeah, sure.
2.5 was 2023.
Yeah.
So is that a smaller number than that?
I mean, math is math. That is a smaller number.
Significantly smaller under Trump, yeah.
Well, again,
Okay.
my argument wasn't what was happening in 2022. We know the factors that played into it and how they're under control by 2024. My argument would be more so, how did he become so lax at the border, even though he started off strong?
He's not relaxed. He literally took it down over 2 million.
Well,
The
again,
last number I gave you was 2024 and 2023.
2000. I'm sorry. How much did we have in 2024? Because you mentioned 2022 or 2023 beforehand.
2024 was 2.1 million encounters at the southwest border, and then 2023 was 2.5 million.
Right. So those numbers were controlled, and I'm sure you're already aware of the majority of people that did come to the country would be turned away, particularly through asylum claims. So there's that. When we cite these numbers of 2.2, 2.4, so on and so forth, we know not all of them got into the country. Regardless, I'm going off of encounters, in which case, again, 3 months, the last 3 months of 2025
I
had
am
more
too.
encounters than the first 9 months of his administration. So why did he go lax at the border?
You can't stop people from coming up. You can stop them from getting in, though.
I would argue you can't really do both.
No, you really can't stop people in a southern Mexican territory to come up to a border that we don't control on that end. We
On
can stop them
on
from
that
coming into
end.
our end.
Yeah, again, we can't stop them from coming in on our end if they're sneaking in, right? Thank you guys for knocking out the one cent gift
Yes.
goal. I'll go ahead and reset it.
Either or.
Yeah. So with that being said,
So
regardless,
your
the fear,
first talking point of you criticizing the other MAGA guy was wrong. There was a significant decrease in border encounters, which was the whole basis of your argument against that guy.
no, The basis of my argument was that
I even let you publicly state the amount before I corrected you.
I mentioned, I've said this now, this is going to be the third time or about fourth that I mentioned this. The last 3 months of encounters beat the first 9 months of Trump's administration. He is lax on the border per those numbers. You can compare it to the Biden administration, which you guys so often do, but we weren't talking about Biden. Biden's not the president of the United States. We're talking about the one who's enforcing these laws.
Yeah. Is encounter able to be enforced by law? Or is entry able to be enforced by law?
Are encounters able to be enforced by law? What? Why would you enforce an encounter?
There's like an immigrant coming from the side of Mexico walking towards a CBP agent. Don't do that. That would be the only way they can enforce it.
God bless you.
Do it.
That still wouldn't force the encounter.
They can come up and talk to them.
Per the definition of the encounter, that would still count as one. I think you're missing the point here.
Point is
you're missing the point. The Border Patrol agents, the military, whoever's there doing what they're doing, have very much become lax. And I can say, based off the 400,000 that we had in the last 3 months, and that being more than what we've had for the first 9, that they're not quite doing their job efficiently. Better yet, it could be one of two things. One, they've actively chosen not to do as much in regards to the border because Republicans aren't really talking about it anymore. They're just going off of the quote-unquote 95% decrease from February 2024. Or B, you just straight up failing. I'm just saying, if you were able to consistently keep it up for the first 9 months, what happened over the holidays? And then how does that...
United States Customs and Border Patrol officers do not have the authority to operate in Mexican soil to unilaterally stop immigrants from approaching
I'm sorry,
the border.
did I ever say that they do?
You're arguing encounters are bad. Encounters.
No,
can't
I'm not
be
arguing
controlled by
encounters are
American
bad. I
government
actually
on
don't
Mexican
give a
soil.
shit about encounters. You're completely missing the point of my argument.
That's literally what your argument was, dude.
No, not at all.
Oh, well, what was it? What was it? Reframe it. Go ahead. I'll give you a chance.
You want me to give you my argument for the 4th time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it
no problem.
asylum statuses? Was
So
it?
let me make it even clearer. I don't give a shit about encounters because encounters do not reflect people who actually were allowed to come into the country. I am arguing from the Republican perspective of the encounters that you even cited, such as in 2024, with the number being so high. Donald Trump was able to get the numbers about 30% lower than the end of 2024. That is cited now as the 95% decrease from February 2024 to February 2025, correct? We can look from January to September and see that the encounters were roughly between 20 to 30,000 a month. We're missing 1 month, if I'm not mistaken. And then October, November, December, it spikes up to 142,000, about 6 times more, then 120 something, and then 120 something else. So what I'm saying is, how does this amazing border president have such a spike in 3 months that undoes all of his progress that he made the 9 months before? This is, again, my Republican argument. I don't give a shit about encounters.
Okay, can I answer? So you just stated your whole argument wasn't encounters, and everything you just cited was encounter statistics.
I said I'm not the one arguing against encounters being high. I said I'm using the Republican argument
are we moving
saying,
the goalpost again?
No, we're literally on the same thing. Are you not following?
No, once again, does American federal entities have jurisdiction
If the
on
Trump
Mexican
administration,
soil, other side of the border?
Okay, so they didn't have didn't have jurisdiction from January to September when we were able to keep a 20 to 30,000 average. The same jurisdiction we had in those 9 months is the same jurisdiction we had in the last 3 months. Yet the numbers spiked up. So that's what I'm asking you about. I don't know why you're talking about Mexico and jurisdiction and what we can stop. I'm aware of the fact that we just can't stop things like that, hence why the numbers were so high after the pandemic. But that's the argument you guys make against the Biden administration and quote unquote letting people in. So why did the Trump administration let 400,000 migrants into the country?
He let 400,000 migrants into the country.
Mm-hmm. By Republican arguments, yes.
Okay, so what countries were they from?
I'm unaware of that specific information. I only looked at the encounters and not the regions.
Okay, so you basically just found a CNN talking point and ran with it. Let me see if I can find it
No,
for you.
I went to cbp.gov and I checked the monthly encounter rate.
Mm-hmm.
You can pull it up. Thank you, Shauna. Guys, continue to tap the screen. Send your little finger hearts if you
You're
can.
using the word encounter.
I know what words I'm
You're
using.
using the data of encounters.
I know what words I'm using.
But your argument wasn't encounters.
Do I need to repeat myself? Actually, I won't. Let's try this. What has Donald Trump done to secure the border?
Yeah, please don't. You're not winning.
What has Donald Trump done to secure the border?
By
Because again, based off the last 3 months of numbers, it's not looking good.
deportation.
How does deportation secure the southern border?
By deportation.
How does deportation secure the southern
people
border?
from coming up. We clearly saw that by border encounters.
You mean the ones that I've been going over this whole time that went up for the last 3 months?
God bless you.
As deportations continue to ramp up?
There were completely 2 million less than Joe Biden, his predecessor.
Yeah, I don't know why
Yes.
we're talking about Biden. We're talking
Those.
about the Trump administration and its failures compared to the first 9 months. I don't know why you have to keep going back to Biden to like make Trump look good. Biden has nothing to do with Trump's failures in 2025. Biden wasn't the president, at least not for 20 of those days.
He's not failing.
He quite literally is.
He's not failing.
I've went over this with you.
Really? How is that? Encounters aren't a failure. He doesn't control that.
Really? So if the counters go up, that's not a failure of the
We've
president.
always allowed legal immigration.
So
on
if the
both sides.
no, that's not counting legal immigration. We would have a different thing for that. So again, do encounters reflect a president doing poorly? Yes or no?
I would say they do. They kind of like make it look like they're letting people relaxed in. The more they are coming to the border, they're being encouraged.
Okay.
So Trump is doing better.
So, by your logic, higher encounters shows a lax of the president in doing his job,
Oh my God.
right? So now can we get back to the
Make
point?
your false equivalency.
No, it's not false at all. You said the encounters could reflect the president not doing his job. And then I've been spending the last 10 minutes going over with you how the encounters spiked for the last 3 months compared to his first 9. I'm unaware of any other worldly factors that caused a bunch of people to go here because by your logic, the deportation and stuff was discouraging people from coming, but apparently not.
How many people came to the border in the last 3 months that you said?
I quite literally said about 400,000.
Okay, 444,000 is the total number for the fiscal year of 2025, and that was in October.
That would be
So
incorrect.
Congratulations, you
That would
choked
literally
down
be
a generalized
incorrect.
statistic and fell for it.
No, that would be incorrect.
Migration policies, cbp.gov, cbp.gov.
Are you looking at the monthly? Actually, let me help you out. Let me help you out.
Oh my gosh.
Let me help you out. Oh, you guys are
In
funny,
May
man.
2025, U.S. Border Patrol released 0 illegal aliens into our country, staggering drop more than 62,000.
What are you reading? I'm sorry. What are you reading?
Christy, no.
What month is that?
cbp.gov.
Actually, what month was that?
2025 monthly update of May.
Okay, got
Monthly
you.
update of May.
No problem. Monthly update of May.
And I cited the other sources from October.
And this was Christy Noam, correct? Right?
Whoever the hell it was, I don't know.
Well, you literally just
That's
said
what I
Christy
thought it
Noam.
was,
So you
but
didn't read it.
whatever.
So you're just talking out your ass. Got you. So, let's go over the month of May because according to whatever he read, there was 0. All right. Here in the month of
Did I
May,
just pull that number out of my ass?
we have a number of 29,470. That's super fascinating. 29,000.
17,905
470.
aliens May 2024 total. As
So
of
now,
that.
do you see these
Decrease.
numbers over here? Do you see October, November, and December?
Yeah, like I'm actually reading the words they
Got
type,
you.
like, I
So
know British
so
pictures are good
let's
for you
let's
guys,
do
they
some
help.
let's do some quick
Go ahead.
math. Let's do some quick math. Because you said 400,000 for the year of 2025, correct? 440 something thousand. That was your number,
They
correct?
said up until October, according to CBP report.
Up until
They said
October.
CBP report.
Up
which is
until
supposed to-
October. Thank you. And then in October, we got about
Yeah.
400,000 more. So about 900 to a mil, right? 900,000 to a mil. Cool, great. So, explain to me the last 3 months.
Mexican don't like Mexico. Venezuela shit. They want to come here.
Oh, they didn't like it in
That
the
help?
first. They didn't like it January through September though.
They don't like it at all because cartel bad,
Sure,
fascist
sure,
bad,
but I'm saying
socialist bad.
January to
Poverty
September they
bad.
didn't like it, but that didn't change the numbers, the average monthly, right? What's not tracking for you here?
Oh my gosh. You
Or
and
do you
your
are you just not wanting to address the point here? Is that what it is? Is it that hard for you to say that Trump is failing and what you voted
address
for
the
him for?
point. He said immigration would be better, less encounters, less approved asylees, less approved immigration than the predecessor. How'd he fail? Answer that.
Yeah, I don't remember him making that specific claim. He said he was going to do mass deportation. He said he was going to close the border, and apparently he was unable to keep up
He
his
did.
own numbers in the last 3 months of 2025. Regardless of that, we still have an immigration problem, and they're still flooding
numbers
in,
did he say?
especially considering
What
what I
numbers did
just
he
went
say?
over. So why did you vote for a man who can't even
numbers
keep
did he
his own
say?
promises? Oh, I'm unaware of him making a specific
What
promise,
number did he say?
of a specific number promise.
Oh,
Did he?
okay.
Do you
Okay,
know
so you
of a
blanket
specific
statement
number?
in mine, which was correct. And he
I'm
did
sorry, do
say
you
that,
remember a
and you were
specific
saying
number
there
that he
was a, what,
gave?
a theoretical number of satisfaction.
I'm sorry, I never mentioned a theoretical
don't.
number promise that he made.
He said it
That
was
is
going
just
to
words you're now
improve
putting in my mouth. He
border
said he would
security
close
would
the border and
improve.
it's not closed.
Are there people getting let through by the hundreds of thousands going into asylee sanctuaries? No.
I'm sorry, who was being let through under the Biden administration?
Oh, that's simple. That would be Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, Nicaragua. All
You're
through
talking
the
about
parolee program of
temporary
rapists,
protected
criminals,
status?
and everybody. They got a 2-year
You're talking about
temporary
legal
asylum.
processes? Right?
Yeah, child molesters, rapists, drug traffickers.
Yeah.
Yeah, those got
Okay.
temporary
I know
status.
you have to watch. I know you have to watch the words that you use on this app. So let's not do that.
Oh,
Let's
sorry,
not
my
do
bad.
that. Okay, cool. Can you give
Sorry, I
me
get-
one
I get
case?
kinda mad
Can you
when
give
I
me
talk about
one
people
case
promoting
of?
that stuff.
I'm sure. Can you give me one case of one of those violent criminals that were given protected status by Biden? Because last I checked, we just had an Afghan national who just went ahead and
You can
shot
literally go
2
to
National Guard
ICE.gov.
members. One of them are now dead because the Trump administration approved his asylum claim. Or did you not know
That
about
happens. People turn into bad people when they
Oh.
get here. Wow, we're going to go for one when you let
So when
12
they get
million
here, they
rapists
turn
in.
into bad people.
We're
Got
going
you.
for one with
So
12 million.
when Biden let him in, it's super bad. When Trump let him in, it just happens. Is that the argument we're making now? W Jordan's for the Galaxy. I appreciate you. W Jordan for the Galaxy. Guys, continue to tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 50K. If you haven't sent your heart me, make sure you do so.
one
Keep doing
bad
all of the
person,
things.
Worse than 12 million possible.
I'm sorry. I'm unaware of 12 million convictions that we got from undocumented migrant crime in the 4 years of the Biden administration.
Well,
In fact, what I
1.2
am aware
million
of is
Venezuelans
150
showed up
years
over
of
3
data to
years after
show
that
that
parolee
undocumented
program was
migrants are
approved.
less likely to commit all the crimes that you're talking about. Are you aware of the murder rate of undocumented migrants year after year?
Are you aware that you're citing a University of Wisconsin-Madison study done under Barack Obama, and you're
I don't
still
know
using
what
it?
what
Not
study
all
did I
50 states are
what study
required
did I
to
say?
report criminal
I'm sorry.
status.
What study did I cite?
The basis of that is the University.
What
of
study did I
Wisconsin-Madison.
cite?
That was done under Barack Obama to justify his illegal.
I don't even know
short-term
what you're
acceptance.
talking about. What study am I citing?
Look at the. I know. University of Wisconsin-Madison did the
And
same
what does that
study
say? Because that
under
has
Obama.
nothing to do with my argument.
Illegal immigrants commit less crime than American citizens.
That's correct.
Was that what you said?
Uh-huh. And you think whatever
Oh,
you just
shit,
cited
it's like I
was
already knew
the
what you were gonna
only
say.
study that has assessed this? Is that the only one?
No.
Better
No,
yet,
because
if
not
you
all
want to
50
cite the
states are required
Wisconsin
to
Madison
provide
study,
illegal immigrant
sure.
criminal
But if you
activity.
want to nitpick at that study, one that I quite literally never mentioned, then I'm sure you would have a counter to show the opposite, right? They're out here just killing people left and right.
God bless you.
I can look
W
at
is Jordan. Thank you,
Department
Soda
of
Gifts.
Homeland Security and look at a bunch of rapists and child traffickers and smugglers
Yeah, so
and women abusers
more than Americans, right?
being deported.
God bless you.
You can't deport Americans, Einstein.
I don't
It
know.
doesn't work that way.
I don't know when did I did I ever say you can? Why are you
God bless
responding
you.
to things that I never said?
You-
Can you
you
actually
said
make an
compared to
argument
America.
based
You
off the
said
words that
compared
I'm
to
saying?
Americans.
Or do you have to make up other ones? Better yet, bring up Biden. I think that's easier for you guys to do.
Can you not be Tim Waltz full Tylenol?
I don't know what that means.
Tim Waltz knows what it means.
I'm sure. So again, your president is failing at
So you're
immigration.
citing
We don't actually
outdated,
have a solution to the
puked-out
problem.
Obama
He's deporting a bunch of
propaganda.
people who
God
can
bless you.
apparently just come on right back in, and there's not a single thing that he's actually showing to fix the issue. So you voted for a guy who just ran off of wasting taxpayer dollars to deport everybody and their mama as he proceeds to allocate more money from your pockets into ICE, who is now shooting American citizens in the face. So congratulations. I think that's a very
was
good
that-
reason to
Was
regret
that
your
money
vote.
already allocated through the continuing resolution? Was that the money that was already allocated through the continuing resolution?
I'm
God
sorry, I'm
bless you.
talking about an increase specifically. W's, Mel, for the whale diving. W's, Mel, I appreciate you. W's in the chat to Mel. I'm talking about the allocation, the additional
that sperm
allocation
whale
in
all
the
over
big,
his
beautiful
face.
bill. I don't know. Listen, man, if you can just focus on Trump instead of your kinks, I would appreciate it.
I did. His numbers were less, and you're equating them as more. That means you're a failure.
His numbers are
Your
less
last
of
4
what?
years into this argument.
His numbers are less of what?
Encounters overall, accepted approvals.
I'm
of
talking about
immigration.
2025. I'm talking about his administration. Can you go like a couple seconds without talking about Biden? Biden is not on the background. Biden is currently
Oh,
battling
oh.
stage 4 cancer.
Here,
so
here.
why can't you keep his dick out
Here,
your
let me
mouth?
let me do this. Let me do this. Well, you're shucking and jiving for the DNC, dude. I find that really weird that the old 1800s.
I don't know what
farm
anything
workers
I had
coming
to.
out,
I don't know what
defending
anything I said had to do with the DNC. But nice pivot. Again,
Oh, you're-
do you
you're
want to
totally-
address
you're
the
totally
fact that
sucking
your
their dick.
president is failing at immigration and then he's justifying murder of American citizens by lying again?
Which American citizen?
Which American citizen? Renee Nicole Good.
Yeah.
And then the
Oh,
30
shit, she hit
others.
the gas pedal. Fuck around and find out.
Oh, are you unaware of the 30 others?
No, I'm aware of, what is it? ICE.gov policy 2.15 of necessary response threat.
Oh. What does it say?
Oh, shit. It's up to the discretion of the ICE agent to respond in a manner they seem fit to protect the environment around them.
Oh, okay.
Innocent
No,
citizens and their
no.
lives.
Give me that number again. Go ahead and give me that number again.
2.15 detainment, and I think it's 2.15. I'll have to Google it.
Let's see, guys.
There's like 2000.
Let's see, guys.
2016 it was approved.
Let me pull this up for you. Because according to this individual, actually, let me give you another chance to make your claim clear. I'm going to go ahead and give you a chance to cite your claim, and we'll go ahead and read it.
Hmm?
Cite your claim, and then I'll go ahead and read what you're talking about.
2.15 use of force and restraints pertains particularly to
That's
detention
that
facilities
study.
and
That's
open-
is
and
your
open
claim
accessibility.
that the unaliving of Renee Nicole Good was justified by ICE policy. Is that your claim? Yes or no?
This detention standard authorizes staff to use
Is that
necessary
your
reasonable
claim?
force after
Yes
all
or no?
reasonable efforts and otherwise result.
Okay. Somebody do me a favor and keep him on mute until he decides to answer the question as I read it over. So currently, we are looking at 2.15 use of force and restraints. This would be ICE, U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement.gov. This is a 14-page document.
Yeah.
Do I have it up on my screen here? No, I do not. Put that up here. Perfect. Oh, this is the wrong tab.
It's a long read.
I'm sure it is. Did you have a specific page that you wanted to cite? Let's do copy.
No, go ahead. I already educated you enough. Let's see you find it. Go ahead. Show us your skills.
Yeah, with the arguments you made up. So, this is detention, purposes, scope. Section 2, expected outcomes. Let's see. The expected outcomes of this detention standard are as follows. Wait, this is detention, so that doesn't matter. Where's the use of force? Standards affected, references, expected practices, principles governing the use of force and application of restraints. Instruments restraints can be only used as a precaution. Under no circumstances shall staff use force or apply restraints to punish a detainee. So these are talking about detainees. Use of force continuum. The use of force continuum is a 5-level model used to illustrate the levels of force staff may use to gain control of a detainee. The levels are staff presence without action, verbal commands, soft techniques, techniques from which there is a minimal chance of injury, hard techniques, techniques with which there is a greater possibility of injury, like getting shot in the face, or that would be more so deadly force. The use of any force that is reasonably likely to cause death or serious physical injury. Deadly force does not exclude force that is not reasonably likely to cause death or serious physical injury, but unexpectedly results in such death or injury. Staff are trained and required to use only a level of force that is necessary and reasonable to gain control of a detainee. However, the totality of the circumstances may necessitate use of a higher level of force. Staff may have to rapidly escalate or de-escalate through the use of force continuum, depending on the totality of circumstances present. And let's go. Whole new offices, subfish, and minimum training. This is training. This is specialized training. This is prohibited force acts and techniques. Chokeholds, baton, intentional baton strikes to the face. Following acts and techniques are generally prohibited. Striking a detainee when grasping, use of force against a detainee, restraining detainee, so on and so forth. So is there any of these portions that have nothing to do with detainment? Used at detention standard.
Oh no, because when they gave her a verbal
weapons,
command and she refused,
calculated
she was
use of force and or application of restraints. All of these are within the context of detainment. All of these are within the context of individuals who are in a facility. None of these are policies in regards to streets, in regards to operations. This would all be when they're in your custody.
It is part of the detainment process. It's a universal standard inside and outside of the
This is in
jail.
regards to detainment. And it doesn't change the fact that we just went over the 5 levels of force and only matching it when it's necessary, in which case that would not apply. That would not apply to the circumstance that you're talking about, because it wasn't about detainment.
Yeah, it would.
Especially considering that she was asked to remove herself from the area. She was asked to leave. She was asked to move her vehicle. And then the second guy said to get out of the car.
Axed. She had a deadly weapon. She was axing people.
So, would you like to find something that actually substantiates your claim? Because this wouldn't be it. This wouldn't be it here. Can you tell me where in this 14-page document does it say refusal of detainment is constitutes deadly force? Can you tell me what portion? No, I didn't.
Agent's discretion.
Oh, where did you read that? Where did you read that?
I don't know. You got to read it again.
No. Where did you read that?
You read it.
No, I didn't.
Oh, dude, I'm playing Minesweeper right now.
Oh, so you don't know what you're talking about?
No, you did. Everybody heard it.
Literally didn't.
Oh no, you literally read it, Helen Keller.
No, I did not.
Not even listen to yourself talk.
Hey, chat, really quickly.
That makes sense.
Let's do a really quick assessment, right? Really quick assessment. Where in this document did I read that it is up to the agent to shoot someone in the face when they're not following an order of detainment? Where did I read that it was up to that person's discretion to use deadly force in a circumstance that did not require it? And the reason why you can't cite it specifically is because you don't know where it is or what you're talking about. In fact, we quite literally just read the 5 levels of force. I remember reading that. And we quite literally read the portion where it's up to the wait, no, not up. Hold on. All written materials. This was principle governing the use of force. We scroll down. Absent 1. Staff may use immediate restraints. Use of force continuum. 5-level model. Soft techniques, hard techniques, deadly force. I will read this again. The use of any force that is reasonably likely to cause death or serious physical injury. Deadly force does not include force that is not reasonably likely to cause death or serious physical injury, but unexpectedly results in such death or injury. Staff are trained and required to use only a level of force that is necessary and reasonable to gain control of a detainee. However, the totality of the circumstances may necessitate use of a higher level of force. Higher levels than equate to deadly. Staff may have to rapidly escalate or de-escalate through the use of force continuum, depending on the totality of circumstances present. So I did not read what you just said, and you just lied for the umpteenth time.
You literally read it.
Not me reading it again, and you're still putting words in my mouth.
God, this is why you guys get popped at traffic stops.
I'm sure.
You guys don't know how 101
I'm
law
sure.
works.
Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. Maybe you have a smarter brain than this guy. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Can you go ahead and tell me the page number now? Go ahead and tell me the page number where you read what you read. Where it is up to the officer's discretion to use deadly force.
I didn't need to. I literally let you dog walk yourself and read it.
Oh, well, no. But you just read. No. You just read something. You just read something. And now you're going, you don't need to. So what did you just read? And where is it on this document?
Oh, I actually had the document up in the beginning of it, and then I started playing Minesweeper.
That's literally why I said, what did you just read?
I let you do your
own. And what
legwork.
page did you find it on?
It was the introduction.
It was the introduction. Purpose and scope?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This detention standard
And
authorizes staff to use necessary and reasonable force after all reasonable efforts to otherwise resolve a situation have failed, for protection of all persons, to minimize injury to self, detainees, staff, and others, to prevent escape or serious property damage, or to maintain the security and orderly operation of the facility. This literally goes over what was taking place or what should take place upon detention. But I'm going to broadly apply it to the circumstances that you're attempting to. Based off this paragraph, once again, this is after all reasonable efforts to otherwise resolve a situation have failed, which would mean all other reasonable efforts would have had to been exhausted, and you would have went up the ladder of the 5 levels of force. The force continuum that I just read. So per your source, which you inadequately applied to the circumstances that took place in Minneapolis, this would disprove your claim. And nowhere in that paragraph that I just read there, or the rest of this paragraph in the purpose and scope, does it cite what you're saying. So can you tell me once again what you were reading from a couple minutes ago? What page, what pocket? Don't mute him. I got it now. Thank you, Amanda. I know what I'm talking to, guys. I'm just waiting for him to embarrass himself some more. No, you quite literally didn't. Or better yet, I didn't ask you to read it again. I asked you to cite it, so I can go ahead and read it.
I want you to embarrass yourself.
Did I ask you to read it again? Did I ask you to read it again? Did I ask you to cite it? Did I ask you to read it again? Did I ask you to cite it?
Did you ask me?
Did I ask you to read it again, or did I ask you to cite it?
You know what the difference is between you and me?
I'll tell you the difference between you and me. The difference is I know what I'm talking about, and everything that I say I can stand on with policies, and I can cite it. You ramble off of random pages, including when you mentioned earlier that May had 0 illegal immigration into the U.S., and I showed you for the month of May that we had 29,000 people encounters specifically. So I find that hysterical. So I'm going to try this one more time. And I'm going to give you one more time to actually substantiate your claim instead of sitting up here looking like a fool. Tell me what page of this document did you just read from that shows that the officer was well within his right and protected under ICE policy and federal law to shoot Renee Nicole Good in the face? Guys, those crickets are the sounds of I don't know. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. That's 737-295-5321. Not to mention, I'll go over this again, detention facilities would not have the same circumstances and exact same rules as to operations in the street, which according to Kristen Noam, they were in an operation on the ground when this stop took place. Not because of Renee Nicole Good blocking their way, but because of them being stuck in the snow. To add on to that, hold on. Did I move that? I sure didn't. Give me a second. I didn't realize I still had this up on the screen. To add on to that, There was video footage showing all the other cars who was able to go down that road. For some reason, was able to go to the left and was able to go to the right of her. But for some reason, ICE agents weren't. And ICE agents, one of them particularly, had to get pissy and tried to drag her out of the car after an order was given that she should move. So that's funny. What we got here? Guys, continue to tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to over 50K. If you haven't sent your daily heart means, make sure you continue to do so. Do all of the things. I greatly appreciate y'all. W's in the chat to Erica for the $10 Venmo. He's insufferable. You're the best to ever do it. Will you take a half-eaten piece of garlic bread plus $50 more to boot him? No, I will not. I will do that for free. When the conversation is exhausted, they can go. He wasn't going to go anywhere. He wasn't going to cite anything. I don't, that's one thing I don't do. Like, if I go over enough points with you and you don't acknowledge literally anything and then you respond with stuff that you can't substantiate, I'm not wasting my time. I'm not wasting my time. Trump supporters request up in the box. Shauna, did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't. I'm so sorry, Hector. Thank you so much for bringing me up. I just wanted to tell the Trump supporters, so they want to talk about how these people need to come in here legally. But guess what? So in my city last week, everybody that was standing...
I appreciate you coming up. Guys, we're just looking for Trump supporters. Please respect my boundaries. We are just looking for Trump supporters right now. I appreciate every last one of you. We're aware of what ICE is doing. We're aware of the conversations of J.D. Vance and everyone going door to door. We're aware of the defense, but we are just looking for Trump supporters. I am looking for one person, to actually defend their vote against Trump. Or, better yet, again, I am looking for people who regret it. And I don't know what it is about the ones that do. They'll often stay in the comments and they'll just like kind of put stuff around. It's okay to say it with your full chest. It's okay to regret something. If anything, it's a compliment. It's good. It means you finally decided to use the remaining 5% of your brain that is your human being is capable of using. Those of you who don't know, you can access to about 10% of your brain on average, right? Trump supporters use about less than 1, to be completely honest with you. When you say you regret your vote, when you go forward outside of willful ignorance, you're getting closer and closer to accessing more of that brain power. I promise you. It's okay to say it out loud. We will support you. You're going to get ousted by your family members, probably going to get called a hard R lover, several other factors. But I promise you it's relieving. What's going on, Chew? Make sure you guys like the stream over there on that side. Make sure you like the stream. Hit that subscribe button, turn on notification bells, and you'll know every single time that I am live. Those of you over on the TikTok side, continue to tap the screen, share out the live, do all the good things. It's all right, Shauna. Just try to keep a flow here. Just got to try to keep a flow here. Do all the good things, guys. Do all of the good things. And I owe Erica $5. It's actually a myth. You always use 100% of your brain. Yep, I would argue that's not true, because we know 77 million people that don't. We know 77 million people that don't. I'm still stuck on the fact that I had to repeat myself 4 times over, and then all he had was Biden. Kristi Noem's statements over actual numbers. Why do you guys do this? They will literally tell you this happened. The numbers will say, the video evidence will say, the documents will say it didn't happen. And then they'll go, but they said it. And this is coming from the party who consistently is telling us, some of the most critical individuals of our political system, of our government, they're continually telling us that we got to stop worshiping politicians. We got to stop listening to politicians. Politicians lie. When you cite the fact that Donald Trump has the most recorded lies out of any president in U.S. history in his first term alone, what will they then say? Every politician lies. Sure, maybe every politician does lie, but not everybody believes it the way you guys do. Every politician lies. Not everyone believes it the way you guys do. That's the difference between us and them. If Donald Trump says something, if Joe Biden says something, if Barack Obama says something, if Bush says something, the reason why I believe it is because I can substantiate it. The reason why I don't believe it is if I can't. It's as simple as that. You guys are out here taking Donald Trump's words as law. I am still waiting. What's up, Joey? We were literally just talking about you earlier, and that guy we was talking to on your live. I am still waiting on this 30 to 50 million barrel oil commitment that Donald Trump talked about when it comes to Venezuela. Speaking of, did we all see the post that he made? Did we all see the post that he made on Truth Social? President of Venezuela? Not to mention, I just actually got wind of the fact that TPS status for Somalians has been canceled. Completely stopped. So, more racism. Go figure. I'm looking for the post. I think it was literally just his it was like an AI post, right? Of a Wikipedia thing. Yes, here it is. This is it right here. So embarrassing. Imagine having to AI yourself into all these positions. This is it. Posted this photo on Truth Social. Him in Wikipedia, acting president. It's kind of blurry, I think. Acting president of Venezuela. That sounds very America first, chat. That sounds extremely America first. I couldn't think of a better way to show that I will prioritize American citizens, American values, American oil, everything else, than hyper focusing on everything Venezuela has versus us. With that being said, we're also having I was also in a live, it was Santana's live earlier, where he was talking about racism and the 14 tenets. And this guy came up and he said, Bubs missed it. Okay, hold on. We were talking about racism. And I love it when Trump supporters come up and they say, you need to show me evidence of Donald Trump being a racist. Like, where the fuck have you been for the last 50 years? But I digress. Here it is. Where is this evidence of Donald Trump being a racist? And then we'll proceed to give them the evidence and then they'll nitpick it. This guy got up. And when the example was given of the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, this Trump supporter said with his full chest, Haitian isn't a race. No shit, Sherlock. No shit, Sherlock. But the reason why he said that was Haitian isn't a race. So you can't say that Donald Trump is racist when he said that about Haitians. I said, oh, okay. Okay. You're right. Haitian isn't a race. Haitian is a region. Where 95% of the people there are a particular race. It's like the Jamaican argument. Did you guys know that 93%, about 93 or a little, we'll just say over 90%, over 90% of Jamaicans are black? Fun fact. So if someone says Jamaicans, they are most definitely 93% of the time talking about black people. So now to spin yourself out of an argument of Trump being a racist by now focusing on, let's say in the example of Haitians, 5%, the 5% of Haitian people that would be other to excuse his racism is pathetic. Actually pathetic. I've heard better arguments than that. It correlates with his conversations about Somalians and the Somalians that he talks about. Up to now, we're still waiting on the Trump administration to actually say Amy Bach's name. What Republican has ever said Amy Bach's name? You know, the white woman who orchestrated the fraud, the head of Feeding Our Futures. Some of those Somalians then flipped on her, and then that's the reason why we got the prosecution we did under the Biden-Harris administration in 2022. You guys remember that? What Republican will ever say her name? You know whose name they can't get out of their mouth? Somali, got you. You know what name they can't get out of their mouth? Ilhan Omar. I'm still waiting on the evidence that she is some type of traitorous, whatever the fuck they say. And now they're trying to tie her directly to the Minnesota fraud. Hysterical. All right, guys, continue to tap the screens. Get the likes up to 100K. Do all of the things. Zach, we already know you voted for Trump, and I'm taking a wild guess as to the fact that you don't regret your vote.
No, I'm happier with it every day.
Yeah, give me one reason why.
Because he's enacting policies that Bernie would have just dreamed of enacting.
Cool. You want to get specific?
Sure. Tariff, sovereign wealth fund, Trump RX, putting, like buying shares of Intel and rare earth minerals. Like, I mean, we could keep going on. He just put a cap on credit card interest rates. Like, he's trying to get like the end of federal income taxes for everybody under 150,000. He's literally the most populist president we've ever had in our entire life.
So, can you give me an example of Bernie Sanders supporting Donald Trump's tariffs? Because last I checked, he talked about how it would hurt America.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, he has to sort of like toe this line of like.
Oh, I don't need your speculation. You specifically said that he's doing everything that Bernie Sanders would have dreamed of, and the first thing you mentioned was tariffs, despite the fact that Bernie Sanders has been open and outwardly criticizing Trump's usage of them.
Oh, I mean, again, everybody has something to say. Of course, Bernie's going to have something to say, but the end result is that if you go back and you look at the tapes, Bernie's talking about how America needs to rebalance the global trade, how we need to bring our manufacturing capabilities back. These are like just like
you can say that, and
things.
we can talk about tariff and trade. But what's funny is that you're having trouble making the correlation between Bernie Sanders, who you cited off the bat, and tariffs, and then supporting the ones that Donald Trump has been instituting today.
What tariff specifically do you have a problem with?
I'm not citing any tariffs that I have a problem with. You mentioned tariffs and that Bernie Sanders, it was his dream. So
can you tell me which specific tariff Bernie has a problem with?
Bernie never cited them specifically to my knowledge. Unless you're aware of something that he cited
someone
specifically.
On the left said that Donald Trump wasn't doing what he wanted to do quite right. And for that, you think that
no, that's not what Bernie Sanders said.
I mean, it is. If you read between the lines, do you not speak politics?
I'm sorry. I don't like politic talk, no. Politics talks is just a bunch of non-answering questions and pivoting. So no, I don't appreciate political talk. But that's the best Trump supporters have, because they can't actually answer direct questions or substantiate the nonsense that they spit.
I can. My dad worked in 2 White Houses. I was born in Washington, D.C. Like,
yeah, I don't really give a fuck about any of that.
And then I voted for Obama twice. I voted for Bernie.
Do you know what Bernie Sanders' criticism of Trump's tariffs are?
Yeah, of course.
What are they?
So he would have said, if
would
he
have
elaborated on that point.
Would have said. No. I ask you to tell me what Bernie Sanders says. I don't need would have. I'm tired of your opinion. You're citing specific people and actions. So I only need what they said and actually did, and not your conjecture.
Cool. What he said was they were essentially like applied too unevenly, and in some places to our allies. Basically, he said you applied them in a way that I wouldn't have.
Thank you guys for the follows. And why wouldn't he have done that?
Well, honestly, I think Bernie would have been less effective.
That's not answering the question.
It is. So how about this? Bernie would have been nicer to Europe. Bernie would have been, less bombastic. He wouldn't have, applied it to every country to start. There's a bunch of things he would have done that would have been the polite liberal way to enact policies, which is the reason why, hypothetically, historically, they failed.
It's a long-winded way of not answering my question. You just like to talk.
Again,
I remember why I don't like you now. On top of the fact that you're a fucking weirdo, you do this thing where you just ramble off. And I think you should start a podcast. Trust me, men in podcasts saying stupid shit is very popular. But I'm asking very specific questions, and you seem to not be able to answer any of it. And it's really not looking good for you. Not that this is a debate. Not that I have to school you. I think you're doing it yourself when you come up here and say the things that you say.
Do you think the system is powerful?
The system? What system are we talking about, Zach?
The since the 1970s the sort of like total and complete corporate influence on our governance, the system?
Do I think corporate influence on our government is powerful? Yes.
Okay. Let's imagine, and I'm not talking about anyone specific, but let's imagine that someone came to Washington and their goal was to dismantle that system that you know exists, right? That we both agree exists. What do you think would be the response?
Not giving them the largest tax cuts in U.S. presidential history.
You're avoiding the
don't-
question. You're avoiding
I
the question.
don't care.
What do you think would
Hector, I just came up here as like the mod to just let you know to please check your text messages. Thank you very much.
Text or Discord?
Both.
Hi, Karen. Is that what we're about to discuss?
Yes, you can call me Karen. You disgusting piece of shit. And I'm trying to respect Hector's space, so I think you'd be best not to talk to me.
So, Hector, she has some quotes. Excuse me.
Yeah, yeah. All right, Zach, finish your point. I see you, Erica.
About what you just got sent, or about
What you were
talking about?
literally saying.
Okay. If someone came to Washington and their goal was to dismantle that system, to destroy the influence that that system has on this country, that is keeping us poor, sick, uneducated, at each other's throats, and in forever wars. If someone actually was trying to dismantle that system, I'm just going to tell you how it would go. The first thing they would try to do is isolate them and sort of turn them to their side, turn them to the dark side. If that didn't work,
Okay. Tube, you already know what just happened. That's why we muted. You already know what just happened. Yeah, I know who he is, guys. I don't know. There's certain people that I have a thing about, such as you guys know the video on my Tube, Two Pedals, One Live. Obviously, I would never
God
platform
bless
him
you.
again. W Becca for the under control. I appreciate you. W's Becca for the under control. So obviously there's certain people I won't platform, but he just made stupid tweets. Like the reason why I don't necessarily just say, oh, I'm not going to platform this person anymore is because they're all fucking disgusting. By that logic, we would never platform any Trump supporter. But I was already over him and I was going to drop him anyway because I can't do I just come up here to share my big brain. And then he couldn't substantiate the first fucking point that he made, trying to unjustly correlate Bernie Sanders with supporting Donald Trump's policies. That was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my entire life. By Bernie Sanders' own words. Like, no, absolutely not. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're on the Tube side, you may call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. There's about 298 of you in here. Make sure we're doing all of the good things. I owe Erica $5 more. I'm going to find my own new fucking saying. Give me a second. We're going to find a new saying. I'll figure it out. Let's get the likes up to over 100K. Let's get the likes up to over 100K. Show the algorithm want to be here. I'm not sure where the shares are at, but let's go ahead and get those shares up as well. Get them up to 100. I know you know someone who needs to hear this information. Friends, family, that drunk uncle all the time who likes to wear his MAGA hat to every family gathering, knowing damn well they all voted for Kamala Harris. That one person who said that E. Jean Carroll wasn't great. Your auntie who believes for some reason that the transgender woman in the bathroom is going to lead to her losing her pool of strong men who support it. I don't fucking know. It's just stupid arguments that they keep making. Share it out to them. Send your heartbeats if you haven't already. Look in the top left corner if you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. You also may check the links in the bio for the best ways to support the platform, guys. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo to do what we do. You may do so. If you're over on the tube side, you can send a super chat or a super sticker. And the guy I had up in the box is gone. Where are the Trump supporters tonight? The ones who can actually have an argument. The first guy was not answering anything. The second guy was someone who just wanted to hear himself fucking talk. I don't know what is happening tonight. I was about to say what are the reasonable Trump supporters? I apologize for lying. Where are the Trump supporters that consider themselves to be reasonable and can actually articulate some form of a conversation? That's the better point. They're enlisting in ICE. Yeah, they've been enlisting in ICE. They've been enlisting in ICE. Absolutely not. I love Trump. Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't care what you love in the comments. What's funny is that you guys love Trump and he's such this amazing person. It's kind of like some of you guys are Christian. A lot of you guys are Christian. It's kind of like the words of Jesus, right? Go tell the good news. Jesus tells you that when you get saved and all these different things that you're supposed to go spread it, right? You're supposed to go share it with other people because that's what happened when you get good things. You'd want to share it to other people. But I love how Trump supporters are so fucking GOP and so anti-Jesus, anti-God, that they will get the good news, which is Trump and his amazing accomplishments, and keep it to themselves. Isn't that crazy?
God bless you.
Isn't that crazy? Several Bible verses to talk about going and spreading the good news. And the good news is Trump in this scenario, but they keep it to themselves. So not only are you being like anti-God, anti-Jesus, but you're also just being a selfish bastard. I don't know what to tell you. Come, share the good news with me. Request up in the box, call in the number on screen. Share the good news with me of Donald Trump. Share with me one thing that he's doing exceptionally well that is a net benefit to the vast majority of Americans in the U.S. Because I can give you a couple from Sleepy Joe. It's actually light work for me to give you a couple for Sleepy Joe. I love that insult personally because to me, it's a compliment. To me, it's a compliment. They said, oh, he's falling asleep. He can't do this. He's so incompetent. I'm of the firm belief that if Joe Biden was so damn incompetent and he was sleeping at the wheel and he was able to bring us down from 9%, 9.2% inflation. He was able to fix child poverty by about 50%. He was able to forgive the student loan debt of about 5 million Americans until the Supreme Court Republicans blocked him. I think that's a compliment to a man who can do all of that in his sleep. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. Y'all's insults do not land the way you think they do. Y'all's insults do not land the way you think they do. MAGA loves Bubba. Oh my goodness. Yeah, exactly. Just send out the invites. I know you guys are already. Just send out the invites and we'll hear what they have to say. We'll hear what they have to say. Until then, I'm going to find Trump's Truth Social. And let's see what he had to say on there. I forgot what his most recent post was. I read it earlier. Well, there was one in regards to Somalia, of course. There was one in regards to Somalia. And then there was this other one. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, let's see. Yay. I've never once said yay and Trump in the same sentence. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I'm just saying that's kind of crazy. Let's see here. Under my stewardship, the economy is booming. A manufacturing renaissance and soaring household incomes are powering GDP gains that have not been seen in decades. Excuse me. And we are undergoing a disflationary boom. What the fuck is a disflationary boom? What the fuck is that? The private sector is growing by over 5% thanks to the most business investment we have ever seen. Duh, you just gave them some of the largest tax cuts ever. We're aware of their growth. Maybe in history, he always says that, and inflation trends are looking good. Not quite. If inflation trends are looking so good, Why are you now having the DOJ investigate Jerome Powell? Why have you been antagonizing him for so long? Why did Jerome Powell say the person over inflation, not over inflation, over the numbers for inflation, reducing those interest rates? Why did he say that it was your tariffs that are mostly inflationary and that is controlling the majority of what we were seeing? It's kind of crazy, don't you think? Let's see what else. Minnesota is Trump country. What? Wait. I won 78 out of 87 counties. The election was swung by corrupt counties around Minneapolis and St. Paul, represented by disgusting Ian Omar. Why? Moronic Tim Walz has allowed Minnesota to become overrun by Somali fraudsters who steal from American taxpayers. Like, this was 3 years ago. And bowing out of re-election is the only good decision he has ever made. On top of calling you weird, I have instructed Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent to follow the money and put an end to this abuse once and for all. First in Minnesota and then all around the country. I'm curious to see something really quickly. What was election map 2024 Minnesota? 2021 election map. Here we go. Geographical elections. Move this here. 2024 Minnesota. So this is actually, can I zoom in for that? Make it as big for y'all. There we go. There we go. We are blue, have been for years. Yeah, we know. We know. But this is the map for 2024. This is the map for 2024. All of that, and you still couldn't quite do what you think you did. Percent victory, 47.28. Kamala Harris-Tim was 55. Oh, this is going off of the regions here. And then Donald Trump had the rest of this. So you couldn't get all the counties that matter. So we'll say the Minnesota Electoral College kicked your ass. We'll say the Minnesota Electoral College cooked your ass. That's funny. That's absolutely funny. You won all these counties, but there's all that fraud there. I don't think that's the flex that he says it is. Why do Trump supporters flex on the most, ridiculous stuff? Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. Oh, yeah, I was reading the rest of this post. Let me go back to it. We read that one. Sadly, the great influencer Scott Adams has passed away. He's a fantastic guy who liked and respected me when it wasn't fashionable to do so. Sure. Iranian patriots. Ooh, this is what we're going to get into in a second. Keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Save the names. Thank you for the gifts. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless unaliving, I need to start saying that, of protesters stops. Help is on its way. I'm putting this back on the screen. I'm going to put this back on the screen. Let's read with me the last two lines. Iranian officials until the senseless killings of protesters stops. I'm sorry. Until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. Mega. Mega. Well, chat, there you have it. There you have it. Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America. Time and time again, as we just read, doesn't give a fuck about making America great again. He doesn't give a fuck about America first. He is now on Iran. He is now on Venezuela. He's the president of Venezuela. He wants to make Iran great again. Meanwhile, we still have homeless people on the streets here, currently having their homes destroyed, and then them being put in detention centers. But we're worried about Iran. We're worried about Venezuela. How is this America first? Someone explain to me how this is America first. Thank you guys for the follows. And mind you, one of the funniest things to me is watching Trump supporters come up on the panel and other panels, and they will make arguments for the humanitarian aspect of it. Trump supporters will now go, they've been under the the boot of this aggressive, violent, anti-Christian regime for all this time, and Trump's going to do something about it. So now we care about being the world police? I thought one of the issues of the Biden-Harris administration, specifically through USAID, was that we weren't the world police, that we were putting too much money and time and resources into foreign countries and entities over American citizens. I'm going to tell you guys exactly what this is. I'm going to tell you guys exactly what this is. And W's to you all for hitting 100K likes. Let's get us up to 200K. Continue to tap the screen, do all the things. 2025, his first year of presidency, we saw failure after failure after failure. The numbers weren't looking good in his favor to the point where he started firing people who didn't show what was actually happening. He started attacking Jerome Powell because based off of his metrics, the economy was doing fine. And Jerome Powell said, no, we need to wait. We already got the decrease of interest rates. Was it September? No, it wasn't September. Fuck it. The last half of 2025. But Donald Trump says that's not enough. I need to make myself look better. So bring it down some more. Powell says no. Now they're attacking him. We saw him go after Lisa Cook, Letitia James, James Comey. Consistent attack on Jack Smith. Failures. All failures. The Epstein files really damned him. The shutdown that they thought they had control over when the media coverage really failed him. So come January 1st, 2025, Donald Trump decided that he's going to have to change strategy. Donald Trump decided to give you guys a new reason to like him because he was failing on the previous ones before. And that reason is saving people. Under the guise of saving Venezuela from Maduro, a dictator, I can get my support back for midterms. Under the guise of freeing Iranians from the boots on their neck, I can get back my support. And then everyone who was going America first last year completely forgot. And now we're pro-Iran. And now we're pro-Venezuela. And let's see where else he tries to raid next, which is most likely going to be Mexico. Just a thought. Trump supporters request up in the box here the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with, or call the number on screen. Guys, continue to do all the good things. Let's knock out these little journey goals. Best way to support the platform, you may check out the links in the bio. If you want to send a thank you or send a message or just donate for my face, I don't know, you may hit up the links. Son,
Yeah, how's it going?
what is your name?
Sun will rise again. It's a just provocative, get people talking.
We're going to call you Bill. Bill, did you vote for Trump?
Actually, I didn't vote in the 2024 election, but I did want to just argue a couple points that I'd heard you made. But first,
Why didn't you
if you
vote
don't mind
in
me
the
asking,
2024
just
election?
do what now?
Why didn't you vote in the... Actually, I don't care. Did you vote in 2020?
Yes, I voted in 2020. I'll
Who'd you
tell you
vote for
why.
in
I know you don't
2020?
care. Trump.
And
But
who'd you
I know
vote for
you
in
don't care.
2016?
Hey, hold on a second.
No.
Are you gonna,
Who did you vote for
we
in
gonna have a
2016?
discussion,
We
or-
absolutely are. Once you answer my question, who do you vote for
Okay,
in
yeah,
2016?
Trump. 2016
Okay, go
Trump.
ahead.
I just was curious. I just want to see where you stand politically. I want to understand before we get off into a conversation.
Take a wild guess.
I guess, well, I mean, I would assume you're a Democrat. Okay. I tend to agree with some of the points that you make, but I also tend to disagree with some of them as well. I don't think the reason why I didn't vote for Trump in 2024 or Kamala Harris in 2024 is because I don't think that, well, whatever. I don't think that either one of them had Americans' best interest at heart. Trump, as we all know, I don't know where you stand on the whole Israel pact. that Trump's made with Miriam Adelson and Netanyahu and all those guys. But I don't stand for that, not necessarily because I'm anti-Semitic, but just because I believe in America first and not Israel first. So
W's
I
in the
tend to
chat
agree
to
with you there.
Sean for the $5 super chat. Others in the chat may agree. Ari is in contention for the dumbest callers of the night. Crossing fingers for you. How are mouth breathers here? Sean, we're not doing that much better off. We are not doing that much better off. W's in the chat to Sean for the super chat. W's in the chat to Sean. I appreciate your support. Go ahead.
Well, I just, I'm trying to be respectful here. And it just feels like maybe you're being a little contentious. I don't think that that's productive.
I don't know what I said that was contentious.
Well, it's just maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I'm mistaken.
I can
But,
get contentious. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure you can, so can I, but that's not productive.
Yeah.
And I didn't join this live to be contentious. Like I said, I agree with you on several points. I disagree where, you think that Trump is invading Venezuela in order to save face for midterms. I don't think that's the truth at all. I think that Trump understands that we have a doctrine that came about in 1823 called the Monroe Doctrine, which basically
Don Roe
means
Doctrine.
Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah, that's what I said. The Don Roe Doctrine.
No, it's not the Don Roe Doctrine.
That's what he
It's
said.
been around since
That's what he called it.
1823. That's what he called it?
Maybe
Well,
we call
actually,
it that.
he can interpret it however he wants to because he's the leader of the executive branch, but it was written in 1823, and it was further expressed on in like 1901, 1902 by a man with the last name of Onley. You can fact check that if you want to. But basically, the Monroe Doctrine says that the United States has interest in controlling the Western Hemisphere of the Earth. Because we're separated by oceans from Europe, it means that we should not go looking for, monsters where they can't affect us. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so if you have a Venezuelan dictator who's aligned with, communist powers in the East, aka China and Russia. Well, Russia's not communist anymore, but China very much so is. The Monroe Doctrine dictates that we intervene in those nations to secure our interest in the United States. Now, I do agree with that, and I think that that is in our best interest because we don't need China or Russia building military bases in South America or Central America because they'll be at our doorstep. Now, do you agree that that could be an issue for the United States, considering that China, for one, is our economic enemy, our number one economic enemy? And, I mean, we all think Russia's bad. Or do you believe that?
I believe that Democratic presidents have for several decades now acknowledged exactly what you said. And we
Okay.
try to institute our will through soft powers and diplomacy. And we're typically a lot more successful doing it that way than Republicans and their warmongering.
Okay, well, I agree that some diplomacy can warrant peace, but I don't think that it's necessarily Republicans. See, now there is a class of
I
Republicans
mean, Democrats
called
are
neocons.
very much have their fun with War II. They all profit off of it, but one
Well,
wears
no,
it on their
and-
sleeve.
You and I can agree that they both do profit on that. The neocons are the ones in the Republican Party that really, really warmonger. I would consider, Lindsey Graham, who's filth of the earth, and I don't think that a lot of Democrats and Republicans are really that far apart in certain aspects of the argument. But I think fundamentally there's some beliefs that obviously separate us, like immigration. A lot of Trump supporters get labeled as racist. Black, white, Asian, doesn't matter. If they voted Trump, they're labeled as racist, which I simply think,
That's incorrect.
personally,
We do not call every single Trump supporter racist, but we do say every single Trump supporter voted for racism.
I don't think that everybody voted for racism.
They absolutely
I think
did.
that, and this is going to be a controversial take on this, and you can choose to disagree. That's your free and unprecedented right to do so. But I think that the people that truly matter the most in the United States are Black Americans and white Americans, and we have a birthright. I do. You think that's funny? I mean, let me elaborate on this. So white Europeans settled this country regardless of if you think it's stolen land or not, it's not. And Black Americans, although late to the party at the hands of white people, which we can all agree that slavery was wrong.
We need
You know,
to fix
it is-
what was broken the last 4 years.
Shit. Go ahead.
You don't have to mute him. I mean, I can stand by this statement, and a lot of people aren't going to like it, and I don't really care. You know, you have just as much of a birthright to economic success and growth in this country as I, as a white man, do, and I'm not a racist in that fact. But what I disagree with is people coming over here, exploiting our systems, our welfare systems, our economy.
You
to send
just
that money
did
back
this
to
long-winded fucking trip all the way back to immigration. So let's go ahead and go back to what I said. 6,000%.
Okay.
Every single Trump supporter, all 77 million of you, voted for racism. You voted for racism because you voted for a racist. And you voted for the racists who align themselves with the head racist and the racist policies.
Hold on. Time out. Who's the head
6,000%.
racist?
And then
Who's the
you're
head
trying to
racist?
bring all of this back to
I'm
immigration
truly
is
I'm truly trying to
really
understand
proving a
your
point in.
here.
Yes.
Who is
Donald
the head racist?
Trump.
Okay, and so if I voted for a racist who aligned with the head racist, who did I vote for that was racist?
What?
Well, that's what you said. You said that I voted for a racist who aligned themselves.
Yes.
Where you
The
so
Republican
who-
Party, members of the Republican Party who are alongside Trump are attacking many policies, institutions,
Okay.
and civil laws
Let
that
me
were
stop you
for
right
the
there.
betterment and protection of black people. 6,000%.
Do you know who Robert Byrd is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so who aligned with Robert Byrd and spoke at his funeral and provided a eulogy for his funeral?
Joseph Robinette Biden.
Okay, so Robert Byrd was a grand wizard in the Ku Klux Klan, correct?
No, he was not.
Yes, he absolutely was.
Nope.
It's documented.
It's documented?
It's well documented.
It's well
Absolutely.
documented.
It is. You can.
I want to
absolutely
ask
look it
you
up.
an honest question because I'm really
Okay, go ahead.
trying to fast track this.
Okay.
And I want you to answer as honestly as you possibly can.
Okay.
I've seen you in the comments for a while, so I know I do this for a living. Okay? If I so confidently tell you that you're wrong, what
Yes.
leads you to believe that I'm wrong?
Well, I asked you a question about why I thought you might be wrong, and you refused to answer it.
We were talking over each other. I guess I didn't hear that.
If I have seen documentation stating that Robert Byrd was a grand wizard in the Ku Klux Klan, and Joe Biden is guilty of saying he didn't want his children growing up in a racial jungle, aka public schools, and integration, and all this other stuff, and that's documented, visually documented. How are you not wrong?
If it's documented
Ooh,
on
can I get
record,
in on this?
yes. 1 second, Erica.
It is.
That
it is 100% on
Robert Byrd was the grand wizard of the Triple K.
Okay, even if
And
he's
that
not
Joe
the grand
Biden
wizard of
said,
the Triple
I
K,
don't
he
want
was
my
involved in the
children
Triple K.
growing up in a racial jungle, then you would be correct. Joe Biden aligned himself with a racist and then would be racist himself via that statement. Fun fact, you're not going to get an argument from me that Joe Biden was a racist. It's a tendency for white people. In fact, there's an inherent argument
How's
that
that
I
a fact?
really don't want to get into. But what I need
Okay,
you to
let
do,
me stop you there.
based
Let
off,
me stop
no,
you
no,
there.
no, you will not.
Is it-
What I need you to
is it,
do is based off
is
of
it
what
a
you just
tendency for
said,
black people to
what
be
you just
racist as
said,
well?
with your argument there, I need you to show me this document of Robert Byrd being a Triple K member.
How can I show you this
Not
document?
a Triple K member, but a Grand, Wizard.
Thank you. You can show it to me
Okay.
via the
Okay.
green screen
Regardless,
option
does it
on your
matter
app.
if he's a grand wizard
Yes, it
or
does.
if he's just a member?
It
No, no, no,
matters.
because you said Grand Wizard, and I wanted
Yeah,
to
he
come bet
definitely was
some
the
money
Grand
on
Wizard.
it.
And if I misspoke, then I stand corrected. But I'm telling you,
You misspoke
what is
3
the
times
difference?
now then.
But what is
You
the
just
difference?
said it again.
No, what is the difference?
You just
The
said it
difference
again.
is
Prove it.
you would be lying.
What is the difference
That would
between
be
a
the
grand
difference.
wizard and a clan member?
The difference is one headed it and one was a member. That's the difference.
And one participated. And do you think that the one that heads it So if Donald Trump heads the
So
United States, and
notice how you're doing all of this
ICE
dancing
no.
around. Notice how
If
you're doing
ICE is an
all this
arm of
dancing around
racism-
over actually
No,
substantiating
you're
your
just
claim.
refusing. You're just refusing to answer.
I'm
the
literally
question.
not refusing. I'm asking you to
Because-
simply substantiate
Okay,
the claim
let me
that
give
you
you- let me
made.
give you a
You
scenario.
want us to
I
move
tried to
on?
answer
No.
your question.
You want us to move on from your point and move on to degrees when we don't even know if your first point was correct. I have no problem having a conversation with you about the degrees of racism in the Triple K. We can talk about that. But as it sits right now, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know if he was actually a grand wizard of the Triple K. So this is your opportunity to substantiate said claim so I can go, oh, fuck me, stupid black person. My fault, I was wrong. So that's what I need you to do. And then we can talk about the degrees all you want, which, to be clear, is you trying to dance around the point. Here on this platform, we substantiate everything that we say. We prove things. That's how it works. So you have the opportunity, and you can stay on mute
Listen.
for it. That's up to you. To go and
No,
find
I'm
me
not
this
muted.
document
I
because you
unmuted myself.
got you. You said you have documentation. You've seen documentation of this claim. I'm
Yeah, I
simply
can't-
asking you to show it.
I can't pull it up for you to cite your source.
You quite
for
literally
that-
can.
because I'm on. No, I'm on my phone. I don't
Okay,
have access.
you have
to
two
a
options.
computer.
You have two options. Let me help you out. Option number one, all TikTok panelists have an option to a green screen. Via said green screen, you'd then be able to put up a screenshot of said source that you'd be referencing. Or option B, you can teacup, you can go to Google, you can find your source. And when you find it for yourself, you come back, you tell me. I put it up on the big screen for all 378 people to see. So it's up to you.
Okay. So if I teacup, can I?
As long as you're
I'm
not
on
gone
iPhone.
longer than 5 minutes, you will not kick you from the panel.
Listen. Instead of just doing all this, I'll go ahead and cede to you that he was not a grand wizard. Now, I'm not ceding that is an incorrect point. I just don't want to lose my spot in this debate.
You wouldn't.
Uh-uh.
You literally
Uh-uh.
wouldn't. You
No,
don't
I'm
get
just
to
gonna
do
go ahead
that.
and say
You don't get to do
incorrect
that.
stuff.
No.
Yeah,
Why
that's
can't I
not,
do
that's
that?
not how any of this works.
Why can't I do that?
That's
If I
not how
cede to
any of
you,
this works, bro.
if I cede
No,
to you
you
that
don't get
you're
to be
correct.
quiet. You don't get to make a claim such as that. Then, when asked to prove it, say, you know what? I'm not going to say that he was that, but I'm not going to say that I'm wrong either. So let's just try to move on. No, you don't get to do that. I'm going to need you.
No, I'm not trying to
All
move
right.
on.
No, you're not. You're trying to stop this part of the discussion, the argument, whatever it is that you're having with Hector. But I'm just going to need you to go ahead and concede that you're wrong.
Sure,
Then
fine. There you
we
go.
can
Sure.
move on.
Sure,
Go
we can
ahead.
move on
Nah,
now.
I don't know. I don't
just
know
did.
what sure means. Sure
Yeah,
what?
sure, I'm wrong. There you go. I did it.
Yeah, sure you are
Hey,
wrong.
no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And next time you try to stand on something, make sure you have the facts
Listen,
to back it up.
whenever I exit this panel, I'll go find it, and then I will DM each one of you.
Yeah, you
proof.
please
So you're
don't
not
DM me. I don't
conceding.
read them.
So, no, I just want to ask a question.
He's
though.
wrong.
So,
My guy. You were given a
Listen.
simple request. The
Jesus
request
Christ.
was substantiate your
Typical.
claim. I told
Typical.
you will not drop from the
I
panel.
just ceded it to
And you will
I
not.
just ceded it to
You
you.
didn't because you said I'm gonna go find it. When I drop from the panel, I'm gonna DM it to you. So you're standing on the fact that it's true. You're conceding just to move on in the
All right,
conversation.
give me 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes.
You have
I'll be
5, my guy.
Okay, give me 2.
No
I'll be back.
problem. Guys, continue to tap the screen. Continue to tap the screen. If you're looking in the top left corner and you see that follow button, hit that follow button. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Also, send your daily heart me. Consider becoming a team member. If you already are one. Send your heart me's. If you're grayed out in the chat, you're GOP. Also, check out the links in the bio for the other social media platforms that I'm on. The Gram. Thank you guys for the follows. The Gram and the Tube. Make sure you're subscribed and follows on that. You may feel free to join the Discord. And if you want to support the platform financially, you may do so in a couple of ways. We have a couple more of these little journey things to knock out in the live goal. Feel free to knock that out. You can hit up the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on 2, and then Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's on PayPal. And if you're over on the Tube side, welcome, and make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, turn on notification bells. You may send a super chat or a sticker for that way to support the platform, or just send a message. Thank you very much. While he's looking for his source, J-Dog,
God
did you
bless
vote
you.
for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Do you regret your vote?
No.
Not at all?
I mean, did you regret your vote? You lost.
No.
Well, I mean,
I think I have
I got
better
the
reasons.
same feeling you do.
I think I have better reasons not to regret my vote than you do.
What do you mean you lost? Your vote was a losing pick.
Oh, well, I don't
Okay.
regret losing for the most moral, intelligent, qualified candidate.
What? So you picked a loser. I mean, how is she more qualified? America said no.
Hey, man, life's a journey. Sometimes you lose some.
Hey, so how do I post this, bud?
The green screen option. Oh, you probably don't know what
I'm gonna
talking
help
about.
this guy out. He wasn't a grand wizard, dude. He was
Oh,
a
okay,
leader on
Skipper.
chapter.
What's the
Skip it, buddy.
website?
Yeah, you
So
can
no,
literally
no,
give us the website.
So no,
and
no,
pull
no.
it up.
He's correct. So I mistake the Grand Wizard for Grand Dragon. So
He wasn't a grand dragon either.
So if I could figure out, yeah, no, definitely he was. I've got.
He
the
wasn't a
deal
grand
here.
dragon either.
What was he then?
Exalted something. It's
It-
like super easy to find.
It's
I don't
fine.
even
Literally, the
understand where
article-
you
Just
went
give it to
to.
me. Just give it to me. It's fine. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, like just not smart. Also, this
Oh,
is
yeah, no, I'm
boring
not
now
smart.
because
Yeah, you're right.
I just came here to make money, but I already knew that you kind of like don't know what it is that you're talking about, so you wouldn't
sure.
be willing to put up any money.
I'm sure.
All right.
Yeah. Well, every time that I tried
Who's
to
she,
debate
by
either
the
one
way?
of
Why
you-
does she get the
That's
yap?
my moderator. Shut the fuck up.
Well, every time
And
that I
also
try to
drop
say
you, I'll
something,
show you
Why
a
don't
she
you
magic
invite
trick.
her?
So I mean, that doesn't seem like anything
Why
intelligent.
does she need to introduce herself?
Hey, J-Dog. If you unmute again, you're getting dropped. We're going to finish up with this claim here by the guy under you, and then we'll get right back to you. Cool? Great. Also, I'm watching you, Fax, so you didn't gift me. Fuck you. I'm just kidding.
Oh, thank you, Fax. You're the best.
What-
That's
what did
some
you
awesome
pull up?
Fax.
I don't know exactly how.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just give me the name of it. Literally, just give me the name of it. I'll do it. There's a reason I'm doing this, chat. There's a reason I'm doing this. I promise you. There's a method
because-
to the madness.
So because I'm not good at technology, I'm just illiterate.
No one said.
Is that-
Who the fuck said that? Who the fuck said that?
So then why are you doing this? You're like trying to prove me wrong?
Do you even know what this I'm
listen.
talking about? Bro, what is your source? Just give me your source.
You know,
Why is this so hard?
sometimes you just gotta stop repeating shit that you hear other people say.
No.
And
I
actually do the
literally just
research
said I
yourself.
mistaken
I know
it
you
and
did
said
not
that
come
it
back
says
to
Yeah.
respond to
Dragon.
what Erica said, and you still have
right.
yet to give me what your source is.
Crazy work, because I wasn't even
I did-
talking to him. I was talking to.
When you're
to Hector.
hey, buddy, when you're teacupped, we can't hear you. I think that's the issue. When you're teacupped, we can't hear you. So whenever you swipe out of the app, if you're reading something, we can't hear you. So just like give me the start as much as you can remember. I'll pull it up.
It's called A Senator's Shame. It's on NBC News.
A senator's shame.
I'm sure there's going to be 50 million of them because there's a lot of shameful senators.
June 18, 2005.
Let me double check. I'm going back to Teacup.
Okay.
It says June 19th, 2005.
Okay. I don't know how we have two different dates, but I think we're reading the same thing.
Maybe so.
Alrighty. Hold on. I have
Should
it
be
on
in the
my-
first two paragraphs there.
have it on my tube. Let me put it up on here. Managing all these goddamn screens is annoying. Okay. A senator's shame. Can everyone see that? I believe so. Damn, that man is ugly. So,
Panin?
in
Buchanan?
the early 1940s, a politically ambitious butcher from West Virginia named Bob Byrd recruited 150 of his friends and associates to form a chapter of the Triple K. After Byrd had collected the $10 joining fee and $3 charge for a robe and a hood from every applicant, imagine paying for that shit. The Grand Dragon for the Mid-Atlantic states came down to Tiny Crab Orchard, WVA, to officially organize the chapter.
So he was a grand dragon that came down to organize the chapter, or did a grand dragon come to West Virginia to organize the chapter,
I-
which he started with his friends? Come on, comprehension skills. Come through now.
I would.
Show us
I wanted
that
to.
you are a high
Does it say
IQ
specifically
individual.
that it's not Robert Byrd?
I wanted to
Come
pause
through,
there.
high IQ.
I wanted to
Come
pause
through.
there.
High IQ. Did I
Come
ever
through.
claim to have a high IQ?
Okay.
No, I'm just
got on
saying,
here
come
to
through, high
refute-
IQ.
And then I don't understand why fucking moderators having a conversation. I thought you were supposed to keep racist and all this other stuff out of chat. Not insert
Racism
your
and
opinion.
stuff. Are you
First
white?
off, she can do both. Don't worry about what the fuck she's
so-
doing.
so
don't
because I'm
don't
white,
worry
I'm-
what the fuck
I'm
she's
just-
doing.
Already a racist? Because
Yes.
it sounds like you might be a racist.
Are you trying to pivot? I think you're trying to pivot. You don't
Yeah.
want to
No,
get.
I'm trying to get
wanna
to the
get away
point
from
of
this?
you
don't
guys
wanna
claim
talk
everyone's
about,
racist.
You don't want to talk
Oh my
about your
God.
lack of comprehension
Listen,
skills.
I can't talk when you keep talking.
Shut up. Go ahead, Hector. I'm sorry.
Oh, good. All right, buddy. So you were wrong, okay? You were wrong. He wasn't the Grand Wizard, which is exactly what Erica said, which is already what I knew. So now here's going to be my counter to that, because at the end of the day, guess what? He very much was a member of the Triple K. No one could deny that. That's factual. Here's my counter. The NAACP mourns the passing of U.S. Senator Robert Byrd. Longest-serving member of Congress, became a champion for civil rights and liberties. The NAACP is saddened by the passing of United States Senator Robert Byrd, the longest-serving member of Congress that was first elected to the U.S. House from in 1952 and was elected senator in 1958. Byrd passed away this morning at the age of 62, and the date would be the 29th of June, 2010. Quote, Senator Byrd reflects the transformative power of this nation, end quote, stated NAACP President and CEO Benjamin Todd Jellis. Senator Byrd went from being an active member of the Triple K to being a stalwart supporter of the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, and many other pieces of seminal legislation that advanced the civil rights and liberties of our country. Senator Byrd came to consistently support the NAACP civil rights agenda, doing well on the NAACP annual civil rights report card. Not them having a report card. That's crazy. He stood with us on many issues of crucial importance to our members, from the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act, the historic healthcare legislation of 2010, and his support for the hate crimes prevention legislation, stated Hillary O. Shelton, director of the NAACP Washington Bureau and senior vice president for advocacy and policy. Senator Byrd was a master of the Senate rules and helped strategize passage of legislation that helped millions of Americans. He will be sorely missed. W's in the chat to Facts Still Matter for sending me this. W's in the chat to Facts Still Matter. So, I want you to think for a second. And I'm not saying that you haven't been thinking this whole time, although that's kind of true. I want you to think for a second, based off of what I just read. Why would the NAACP celebrate and mourn the passing of a previous member of the Triple K?
Who founded the NAACP?
I actually don't have the answer.
Pretty sure it was Jewish lawyers. So,
Who gives a rat's banana?
well, I mean, it's
What
relevant
was?
to the
Who
claim.
cares? Just answer the
do you
question,
mean?
bro.
It's the
Jesus
Jews!
Christ, you love to die flat and pivot. I know your ankles and your back hurt.
It's the
No,
Jews,
I'm not
y'all.
Dude,
It's the Jews,
Okay.
y'all.
I'm not pivoting.
you are
Let me-
pivoting.
okay,
Just answer the
okay.
question.
State your question one more time.
Those are comprehension skills again.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
No, I don't think it is.
so-
State your question. I can't hear over you fucking talking. State your
Aw.
Yeah, you
question.
can. You can hear over me talking.
Just
Don't
state your
get
question.
mad.
Was
Don't get
was
emotional.
Ida B. Wells a Jewish lawyer?
Does it matter that there's a non-Jewish lawyer in a group of Jewish lawyers?
Well, yeah, because you said it was just Jewish lawyers.
Not really. I mean, so if the Jews want to create their social standing in the United States, where there was quotas to keep them out of colleges, out of positions of power,
Cool.
and then they start
That's a
diverting that look away,
monumental
and they start
pivot from
standing up
everything
for
that we're talking
everyone's
about.
rights
So,
except for white
fun
people's.
Fun fact. It wasn't a
not
Jewish
fun
lawyer who mourned the unaliving of Robert Byrd. I'm sure there were, but
Wait,
it
so-
wasn't
so-
Jewish lawyers.
yeah, I'm sure
it
that
was
there wasn't
black
any
people,
Democrat
black
Jews.
officials, black Congress members who mourned it. The ones that worked alongside this previous Triple K member, they mourned his loss. So I don't need
Okay,
to
so
go
was
back
there-
to
but was there
when the
black
NAACP was
congressmen
founded
before
to
Robert Byrd
substantiate
was in
whatever
office?
ridiculous point that you're trying to make. So I'm going to ask my question again.
No, it's not a
I'm going to
ridiculous
ask my
point.
question again,
Yeah, I'm listening.
and I
Go ahead.
really need you to answer it. Okay?
Go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go
Why
ahead.
do you think that the NAACP and some black people mourned the loss of Robert Byrd.
Because a racist individual who was a Triple K member helped them get to where they thought that they needed to be. That does not negate the fact that he was a racist.
Where did they think that they
means that
needed
he
to be?
stood alongside a
Where did they
party
think
to
that he,
stay
I
in
got you.
power.
Where did they
I
think
have a
he needed to
question.
be? Because you're doing a whole lot of speaking for black people, and I'm pretty sure you're pale as fuck. So where did they think
Oh no,
they
I
wanted
think that
to
I
go?
can speak for black people because I think that my ancestors brought black people here and they get to prosper in this nation.
Oh, it only
Video.
took 20 something minutes.
May I ask a question, Hector?
Yes, Erica.
Was his original claim that Joe Biden eulogized Robert Byrd?
Yes, and that he was racist.
That was his. Okay. Okay. All right. What proof do you have that Joe Biden actually gave his eulogy?
And you can keep muting me all you want to.
I'm not muting
I
you.
will speak. Somebody's muting me.
Hold on a second. I'm late. I'm late on these. W's in the chat to Gucci for the $5 Venmo, donating just for your face. I appreciate you, Gucci. I think I have a donatable face. I think so. The beard's kind of scruffy, but I'm gonna cut it Thursday. W's in the chat to Gucci. W's in the chat to Gucci. Appreciate your support. W's in the chat to Feisty. Hi, Feisty, for the $20
Listen, I
Venmo.
got dinner on the stove.
No one
so,
cares.
I
W's
try
in the
to
chat
have-
to
That's
Feisty
good.
for the $20 Venmo. Drive-by chat sightings crack me up. I do that a lot. W's in the chat to you, Feisty. W's in
Oh,
the
not
chat
this
to you.
skedaddle.
And W's in the chat to... Oh, shit. They have a Venmo, Manny. W's in the chat to Manny for the $50 Venmo for Kit. They have a... I'll send it to him, yeah, but they have a Venmo. Guys, those of you who don't know, if you're not in the Discord, we have a Helping Hectic section. I believe one of our members and fantastic moderators, Kit, made a post about needing some help to keep their phone bill on. And Manny was donating to that. You could have literally sent it to her. Them. You could have literally sent it to them. So I'll get that done. W's in the chat to Manny. W's in the chat to Manny. I appreciate your support. And W's in the chat to Facts Still Matter. W's in the chat to Steve for the $7 Venmo. Face love. Face love is crazy. I'm going to leave that one alone. Face love is crazy. I'm going to leave that alone. W's in the chat to you, Facts. W's in the chat to you. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything over on the tube side. No, I did not. Okay, guys. Best ways to support the platform are going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. To those of you who cannot donate, guess what? Your engagement is just as important. You can tap the screen. You can share the live. You can put your comments down. Do all of the things that boost us out in the FYP. I greatly appreciate every last one of you. Greatly appreciate every last one of you. And make sure we're gifting Erica as well while she's here. Make sure we're gifting Erica as well while we're here. Her links are also available in the
I have
bio.
2 to read.
Got you.
Shout out to Feisty. Thank you, Feisty, for the 20 on the Venmo for the magical work. Thank you, love. I think you're magical. Thank you. Drop some hearts in the chat for Feisty. I think there's one more. Also, thank you, Sean, for the 5. Sean said, I can only imagine MAGA conversations. Communist socialism, yep. Left-wing violence, yep. Trump daddy, yep. Dead lady bad, yep. Oh my gosh, just so on point. I've literally had so many conversations just like that. That's crazy. Also, he had literally had the opportunity before he skedaddled to say that I said something wrong because I did. Biden did, of course, eulogize Robert Byrd at his funeral. It's just that Byrd wasn't the Grand Wizard Byrd or Grand Dragon. Byrd was the exalted Cyclops of his local chapter. So there's that. That's what he was. He was basically an organizer. That's all he was. But, comprehension and also hubris will always get in the way.
Did I miss something?
Why? What happened?
Yeah, I knew that, Dean. I knew it was 116,200. Thank you, though. Yeah.
Okay. I go bye-bye. I'm tired.
Later. Thank you, Erica.
Bye.
So, that's the third one. We've had 3 Trump supporters so far come up just to embarrass us. Why do y'all do this? Why do Trump supporters do this to themselves? The Robert Byrd argument is really funny. I've done it time and time again with so many people. First and foremost, why is it that you guys seem to believe that black people wouldn't be the first to say that Joe Biden was racist? Especially if we're talking to a portion of the left that will go with the argument of literally white people being inherently racist. So duh. What's crazier than that, and this was what I actually wanted to get to at the ending of Robert Byrd's story, was that those of us over on our side of the aisle, we understand that people can change. We understand that people aren't their past. We deem people based off of what they are now, not who they've been. Okay? We're not once damned, always damned. We like reform, including criminal justice reform. So someone like Robert Byrd, changing his tune the way that he did, was welcomed. And rightfully so. I'm sure we were still cautious. But yeah, Robert Byrd's story is just an example of the left, just an example of our long suffering, just an example of our forgiveness, just an example of our fight for civil rights. And anyone who works alongside us, we'll welcome them in too, so long as they're still not raging racist. He really tried to tokenize black people, talking about how I believe the first people who have rights here are black and white. And then wanted to follow up with, I can speak on this because my ancestors brought you here. Don't let these people play in your fucking faces. Do not let these people play in your faces. They are racist. They are racist. It is what it is. He said he was okay with black people being able to earn like him. Yeah, what a weird fucking statement. What a weird fucking statement. Any case, Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. That's 737-295-5321. Make sure you guys hit that sub button, hit the follow button in the top left corner. If you're not, we are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Also, I'm going to push the Discord because we are 559 members strong. I want to get us up to 600. We're going to be having more talks and specific things about midterms and early voting. So join the Discord for the good things. February, we're going to be back with movie nights as well. So consider becoming a part of the community that way. Thank you guys for the journeys. I appreciate y'all. Excuse me. Keep doing the things. Keep doing the things. W's in the chat to Dean for the $1 Venmo. Oh, got it. Yes, I just got their message. Got it. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Dean. W's in the chat to Dean. And W's in the chat to Jordan for the $25 PayPal. I'm not saying that. I'm not reading that out loud. W's in the chat to Jordan. W's in the chat to Jordan. I appreciate your support. Guys, best ways to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Hector Talks with 2 R's, Cash App and Venmo, PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat. All right, Trump supporters, where y'all at? All right, Trump supporters, where are y'all at? Honestly, we went far off from what I actually wanted to do with him. The reason why I asked him about 2016 and 2020 is because I'm so tired of Trump supporters trying to distance themselves from ideology, the Trump ideology, the MAGA ideology, by saying I didn't vote for him in 2024. If you voted for him in 2016 and you voted for him in 2020, the reason why I asked those questions is because he clearly did something that you didn't like. And that's why you couldn't bring yourself to vote for him, which means you knew he was a piece of shit, which means you knew he was trash. And then you couldn't look over at the other side and see the qualified candidate who would have actually helped fix this country. And yes, that would have went into a conversation about Kamala Harris, but y'all know me. I love talking about Kamala Harris. But the big point I always try to point out when I talk about Kamala Harris is that they voted blindly. That's really the purpose of it. It's not so much about Harris. It's about the fact that their misogynoir, their sexism, their blatant racism, all these things was so strong to where they couldn't even give her a chance. Let's see what we have here.
Call from
William.
To accept, press 1.
William, you're on the line. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Alrighty, buddy. I have a question for you. Are you capable of having a civil and respectful conversation without being racist?
Yeah.
Wonderful. It's been an interesting night. I just wanted to check. I don't believe you for a second, but we'll see where it goes. Do you regret your vote?
Oh, actually, no, I don't. But enough about this. Let's see that big black pecker. Pull it out.
Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. That's not blushing, Lizzie. That's 737-295-5321. They always want to look. Don't they? Don't they? You guys are too... I've said this before. One of the reasons why so many white men specifically, because that's exactly who that sounded like, voted for Trump. And this is my observation. This is my personal opinion. I think I can somewhat substantiate it based off the weird shit that we have happening in this live sometimes. They're closeted. They're closeted. I think when Trump supporters who have negative feelings towards the same sex, I think when they experience that because of their programming, because of their upbringing, because of Christianity, because of all these different things, they lash out, right? So they saw Trump as a way to permanently curb their homosexuality. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. They thought in a world where they wouldn't have to see some of these things, in a world where I guess basically this entire administration would be shunning it, would be suppressing it, that would help them cope with the fact that they like dick. And it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm not gay, so I can't speak on behalf of gay people. But what I can say is that being gay isn't a choice. You can't choose who you're attracted to. So if you got a case of the LGBTQ, it's okay. I promise you it's okay. It's okay. There are gay Trump supporters. It doesn't make any sense, but there are gay Trump supporters. I promise you it's okay. Get you a little shaft up your rim. I promise you it's okay. Even if you vote for Trump afterwards, I promise you it's okay. No matter who you vote for, I want you to live your truth. I want you to live your best life. I want you to enjoy it from whatever side. But what you will not do is ask me to see mine. That is not how I swing. I support the community. I'm not a member of it. I support the community. I am not a member of it. All right. Cool. Great. But anyways, I'm an ally, not a participant. There you go. I'm an ally, not a participant. What a respect. Yeah, how else was I supposed to decline it? What was I supposed to do? Get mad? This person is clearly struggling. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I truly have empathy for Trump supporters who are fighting their sexuality. I really do. Because it's hard. Your household, your mom, your dad, your friends around you, we know how men react towards gay things. Like, it's a hard existence to be a closeted gay man. I don't care what race you are, especially black. But in general, it's a hard existence to be a closeted gay man in America. Especially if you voted for Trump. Because then you have to keep up this lie. Like, okay, some of you guys are not going to like this. But hear me out. You're a white man in 2026. You voted for Trump. You're gay. Why am I saying you're gay? Because you're sexually attracted to men. You're gay. That's how that works. Okay? There's flexible, hetero-flexible, other statements, bisexual, so be it. That's it's just different degrees of gay to me. It doesn't matter to me. Okay? So, all your podcasters hate you. Trump doesn't really support you like that. If you had money, it'd be one thing. The entire Republican Party is trying to reduce it. They're saying it's an unholy lifestyle. It's disgusting. You're actively going against procreation, all these different things. And you, despite feeling how you feel about looking at people like Morris Chestnut wanting to suck him off, you have to navigate all of that and act as if you don't have those feelings. I'm not saying have empathy for them. I'm just saying I understand. I'm not saying I have empathy for them. I'm just saying I understand. Never in my life have I ever thought about another man's shaft in a sexual manner. Not once. And it's okay if you do. Let me be clear. I'm just telling you how I know I'm straight. I know I'm straight. I have is crazy, Eric. I have is crazy.
Call from.
Hey, my name is Tim.
To accept, press 1. To send.
Tim, you're on the line. Are you a Trump supporter who's about to make a comment about my dick?
No, sir. I am a Trump supporter, though.
Okay, wonderful. It's been a weird night, Tim. I apologize.
No, it's fine, sir. I understand.
All right. Do you regret your vote?
I actually do regret my vote, but I also want to know something, too. Have you ever fucked a fat white chick?
No, just skinny ones. I knew that was coming. It was an unknown number. I knew that was coming. It was an unknown number. So, Tim, you promised. Tim, you promised. You told us you weren't going to do it. Oh, Jesus, man. What is happening tonight? What the fuck is happening tonight, y'all? Wait, are people like... Never mind. We're not getting into that. Trump supporters, where y'all at? Do I have to do a restart? I don't want to do a restart. It's about to be 9:30. Do I have to do a restart? We may have to do a restart, guys. We'll do a final call. And then we'll do a restart. How about that? Trump supporters, actually, no. We're not restarting until we hit 175K likes. 175K likes, and then we're going to do a restart. Because y'all playing me with the taps. And I see my people in here, so I know y'all got finger action. Double tap the screen to get up to 275K likes, and then we will do a restart. We'll run this for another hour and a half. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. And by every Saturday, I mean every other Saturday, but this coming Saturday because I'll be on break. Upon hitting that follow button, be sure to send your heart me. Consider becoming a team member. It's one of the best, cheapest ways to support the platform. Consider becoming a team member by sending a daily heart me. If you haven't and you are a current team member, make sure you do that. Don't be grayed out in the chat. We do have subscriptions. I don't fuck with it personally. You can choose to subscribe. I would prefer if you do it in the Discord. I pocket more of it that way. TikTok takes 50%. Share out the lot. Don't worry about the shares. Actually, fuck that. Just continue to tap the screens to get the likes up to 175K. Links in the bio for the best ways to support the platform, whether it's via following me the other social media platforms such as Tube of You, which we are dual streaming on right now. Or it's the IG, which I'm trying to get going. The IG is going fucking terrible. I'm not going to lie. I hate Instagram. You may get yourself some merch off of the shop. We currently have it before me. The make 2 + 2 = 4 again line is there. Or you may donate to the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo if you just want to say a thank you or support the stream that way. Once we get up to 175K likes, I'll go ahead and do that restart and we'll see what chats we can get because this has been weird. Like, I feel like I didn't even have a clip in this one. Every live I usually have clips. I feel like there was nothing clippable in this one. Unless I want to clip the weirdo talking about my PP. And I'm not doing that. If by any chance you haven't already seen my latest video while we're just sitting here waiting, go watch my latest video. We're going to do a restart anyway. Go watch my latest video. It's a live clip we did from Saturday. I think it was Saturday. Yes, it was a live clip we did from Saturday. Go watch my latest video. Once I learn how to multi-stream via OBS, I'm streamed to IG and Twitch along with Tube. You can do that now. It's just, it's going to be demanding on my computer. I couldn't do it, but you can do that now. Glitching? Hold on. I don't know why it's glitching. Let me see something here. Hold on, y'all. How's it now? Seems to be better. How's it now? Glitch might be done. Are you guys hearing me clearly now? Looks like you're recording on a flip phone for me. Weird connectivity issue. Better, but cam quality is still down. Why is this happening? If I X this out, will it disconnect? Let me see. No, it won't. Why did I think that it would? Clear now? Clear now? Awesome. All right. We're going to do a restart. We're going to be back in about 30 seconds. Tube, stick right there. You'll be fine. TikTok, we're going to do a restart in 30 seconds. In the meantime, between time, go to my profile. Go watch my latest live clip. I think I literally captioned it. Oh, I didn't caption it on the cover. It has a Steve Harvey in the cover. It has Steve Harvey in the cover. So just go watch my latest live clip. Come right back. By the time you're back, we will be good. And then we're going to see what chats we can get here for the remainder of the night. Come right back. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. Come right back. Thank you for the follows. Alrighty. Just talking to the tube chat now. You know what's crazy, YouTube? You know what's crazy? For a minute, I thought to myself, I think I want to focus on the calls. I was only wanting strictly calls on the YouTube side because I figured that that would be less trolls, but apparently not. When is the last time we had a genuine caller? I don't remember the last time we've had a genuine caller. For the most part, it's just people trolling. It's very weird. It's very weird. But all right, let me go ahead and get this restarted. Shout out to some of the hardest working mods over on the tube side. Shout out to Feisty, Taro, Wizard, Jordan, Erica, all the guys over there. Shout out to y'all because you know I don't check that shit. You know for damn sure I do not check that shit. So let me get this started back up on Studio. And we are back in 3, 2, 1. Boom shagalaga. Boom shagalaga. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty. Welcome in, everyone. We are back. We are back. Tube side, have we had any 48 people, 48 likes? Let's go. Have we had anybody in the chat that you've had to mute? Or has it just been straight libs in here? Has it been just straight libs in here? Ain't no way. Usually I see you guys muting a few people. Typically. But yeah, tap the screen, guys. Tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 5K. We need all the engagement. You guys know how this goes. We need all of the engagement. So if you're one of my peoples, you should be tapping the screen like your life depends on it. Let's get the engagement up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the shares up. Let's get the comments up. Let's get the heartbeats up. Do all of the things. Do all of the things. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, theys, thems, and MAGA, welcome into the live. We are here to talk to Trump supporters who regret their vote. And if you don't, I especially want to know why. Chat, continue to do the things. Let's get the show going. Looks like we already have a guest. Welcome in to Defend the Indefensible. I'm of the firm belief that Donald Trump is an indefensible president. Let's see what you think. Mr. Carl, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Do you regret your vote?
No.
And why is that?
Just because of the alternative, man. And I mean, that's not a very great answer, I guess. It's not very satisfying, right?
Yeah,
but
the alternative hasn't been in the Oval Office for the past year. So I don't know why we're talking about that. What has Donald Trump done in the past year being the president of the United States that has warranted your continued support for him?
I mean, he's following through with the things he promised, and he's doing interesting things. I mean, I have critiques about some of them, but I feel like it's a better direction than where the Democrats wanted to go.
What is he following through with that is a net positive to the vast majority of Americans?
The immigration, man. It's the biggest one.
Okay. Would you
so
like to
most people care about.
Would you like to elaborate on justifying shooting Americans in the face? taking away our workforce, a large portion of our workforce, and putting the America on a civil rights watch list. How is that?
What, you mean the
benefiting
public sector?
Americans? What?
What are you talking about? Like government jobs that are useless and lead to more
I don't
bureaucracy
know
when
what
things aren't
government.
getting
I don't
done?
know what government jobs had to do with the point I just made about immigrants.
Because, well, if you're talking about jobs being down, that's where it's at, not the
I
private
never
sector.
said jobs are down. You're not listening to the words.
You
coming
said
out of
people
my
were
mouth.
losing jobs, right?
No, I said America's losing
What did
a
you say?
portion of our workforce.
In what way? What are you talking about?
Immigrants.
You just want like waiver? I don't get it. This makes no sense.
No.
Dude, what? Because are you saying illegal immigrants? That's our workforce.
Some of these people that are being detained are not undocumented, or at least not illegal. So there's that. Not to
Dude,
mention
what?
his entire rhetoric surrounding immigration, whether legal
Is it not
or
illegal to be
undocumented,
undocumented?
has been a threat to our workforce.
Dude, what is
We're
this?
quite
Dude,
literally.
this is why I will never vote for a
we're
Democrat.
We're quite
Sensible people just
literally
can't. They're not
keeping
falling
up
for
with
it,
our
bro.
own birth rates, which undocumented migrants and everyone in between would make up
Whoa.
to the 2.2 that we need. For one,
No, hell
we're
no,
suffering in
buddy. Are you
agriculture.
crazy?
Farmers are having issues.
What? That doesn't mean we need illegal immigrants, bro.
Yeah.
Have them come here the fucking legal way. It
No one's
makes
talking
you
about
make.
illegal
You're just
immigrants. I'm
defending like
talking about
sex
undocumented
trafficking
migrants.
and drug trafficking. Like that's what
No
you're.
one's talking about that. They're talking about undocumented migrants.
No, you're not. You choose not to focus on. That's your fault.
What am I supposed to be focusing
That's
on?
what you're allowing.
What am I?
That's
supposed
what
to
you're
be focusing
defending,
on?
by the way.
What am I supposed to be focusing on?
The things that I just told you, right?
And what things?
Because
are those?
allowing illegals in, like Joe Biden, mostly, had policies that allowed for more of that stuff and
What
the
policy was that?
manipulation. Okay, stop trying to steamroll.
No,
I'm
I'm
trying
not
to give
steamrolling.
you an example.
Didn't give
No,
me
you
an
are.
example.
You just
I
keep
asked you
trying to
what
talk
policy.
over me.
Actually, what policy was that? Go ahead and give it.
Stop talking. I'm trying to answer
I
you.
think I do what I want.
With the CV. Okay, I know. It's frustrating because you're wrong.
CBP app. Go
All your
ahead.
opinions are indefensible.
Right. CBP app. Go
Yes,
ahead.
it's, yeah, I would love to stop fucking talking over you.
Uh-huh.
So the app
The more you keep
is
saying stop
fast
talking over
tracking.
me, I'm going to talk over you. So just
Cool.
go ahead and
I don't
finish your
care.
point.
I don't care. There's nothing that I can learn from you.
Mm-hmm.
This is despicable, so it's fine. I mean, you're only hurting the viewers
Are
that
you
we
now
can't have a
pivoting from
conversation.
your argument to ramble about
Are
me?
you done?
Or are you
Are
going
you
to
done?
substantiate your claim
Are you done?
that you were about to make with the CBP
Are you done?
app?
You can keep trying to gaslight. I mean, we
I'm
won't
not
go
gaslighting.
anywhere.
I'm
That's
literally
totally
waiting
fine
on you
because
to finish your
it's
point.
in one ear and out
I
the
asked
other.
you
You
what
already know the
policy,
point.
and now you're rambling.
No, what's
Do you
funny
want to
is
give
you
me the
already know the
policy?
point.
Do you want to give me the policy? Do you want to finish the policy? I was literally trying to help you finish it because you're struggling. So I will now give you a minute to finish the policy. Or you can run like a bitch because I think that's what you're going to do. Do you want to finish the policy now?
I think you're the one who's looking like a bitch here.
Sure.
Yeah, so I would love to. Are you going to stop fucking yapping? That'd be great. So the CBP One app, it's fast tracking the immigration status for these people in a way that is not productive. It only allows for, people to claim asylum without it actually being proven. And that allowed for vast numbers of people to gain the ability to be here. And that's not cool and that's not helpful. It's not helping anybody by importing the third world. It doesn't do any good. And I think you know that. I mean, you just want to
How does
virtue
the
signal.
CBP One app
That's cool.
fast track illegal immigrants?
Because you can
coming
go
to the US?
on the app and claim asylum and you could have legal status here while you wait for a trial.
You can claim
But you know
asylum
that.
on the CBP One app?
Yes, that's what you could do. That's what you used to be able to do. But now you can't.
That's what you used to be able to do. So your claim is,
Yeah.
under the Biden-Harris administration, an undocumented migrant from hundreds countries away could claim asylum on that app and be accepted, correct?
They would have legal status while it's being determined if their asylum claim is legit.
They would have
And it would
legal
be
status.
pushed back.
So from
Yeah, it's a
countries away,
fast-tracked way to
an
allow people
undocumented
who
migrant
haven't
can
proven it.
go on the CBP One app, apply for asylum, and immediately have legal status, because asylum is legal status in the United States to stay here for at least up until they have their court hearings, according to you. Okay. So,
Yeah.
chat. This individual, who quite literally said it a few moments ago, he couldn't learn something from me, is about to get schooled. The CBP One app, first and foremost, was created under the Trump administration. All Biden did is allow a screening process to take place. And that's what you would have found before January 2025.
Isn't that what that's
through the
literally what I'm
CBP One
talking
app.
about.
In this screening process, it does not allow you to apply for asylum. You cannot apply for asylum and have immediate legal protected status as an asylum seeker from another country solely via an app. That's not how that works. It simply allows you to
So what did it do?
It simply allows you to schedule a screening at a point of entry once you get to the United States, in which case the remainder of your process would then you'd be undergone. The screening process was simply just for screening. You cannot apply for asylum through the CBP One app. That was never a thing that you could do.
Okay, so
how in the world
apply for
did
screening.
that
Okay,
fast
cool.
track anything other than making it more efficient for us to literally determine if you can't do it for sure? Which
If
would
you
have been
can
a good
do it,
thing.
what are you talking
I
about?
said can't.
If you can't come into the country, is that what you're saying? That's what the screening is about, to see if they're asylum claim or what? Screening for what?
They would be screening for documentation. They would be screening for credible fears. They would be screening for your identity. And then
So
you
it
would
is
still
about
have
asylum,
to come to
right?
the United States.
So are
and
you saying it's not
apply
about
for
asylum?
You could not do that.
Oh,
solely through the
okay.
app.
So it does have something to do with asylum. You're just
I'm
being
sorry.
dishonest.
Who said that it didn't? What
Oh,
else would they
you're
be
acting
screening?
like what I said was completely out of
Because it was
the blue.
You said it fast tracked the
No,
legal
okay, it was
immigration
for
into the United States.
it
by
fast
allowing
tracked
people
their
to
screening
apply
for asylum. Okay,
And then
cool.
I asked you
I
even
messed
more
up on that
questions, and then
one
you
that
said
one
it
part
gives
of it.
them legal status, asylum status here, from countries away.
So you're saying
I
they couldn't
asked
come
you
into the
the
country
same
after that?
question again and again.
Wait, hold
I
on, hold
repeated
on, hold on,
myself, and
hold
you
on,
confirmed
hold on. You're
several
obfuscating.
times. I'm
Answer
really
this
not.
question.
I'm
Could they come
literally
in the country?
responding to your point.
Okay, answer it. Could they come in the country after that screening?
They could come to the country without the screening. What does the app have to do with them coming to the country?
For their asylum claim, or else they would be okay. So if they're not scheduling,
They didn't need the
like
app to come to the country at a legal port of entry and apply for asylum. The app just did it at a designated port of entry. Without the app, they would just come here, and per our Constitution, upon stepping foot here, they have a year to claim. That has nothing to do with the app and those steps. Those are two separate arguments.
okay, so are you saying that what is okay? So the screening, I thought that was what the app was used for, to schedule it in the future, not to
And you
come
thought
here
wrong.
and then have the screening. That's totally fine.
Oh. Did you just
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Did you just learn something?
Oh, yeah, I did learn something.
Okay, I'll remember that. Thank you for the clip. What else
Will
do you
you?
got?
That's not a very productive clip. I don't know. I mean, it still, just because, I mean, I had one point that doesn't really make any sense doesn't mean that, he wasn't allowing all these people into the country, right? So that, I mean, that still
That's
stands.
perfectly
That
fine.
we
You're-
do not need to import.
You're more
That's
than
my,
welcome
well, that's
to give me
exactly.
another
So I use that
example.
as a justification, and it wasn't correct. So I
Sure,
mean, that's
you're more
totally
than
fine.
welcome to give me another example of how the Biden-Harris administration was allowing millions of them to come into the United States.
By not being as strict. I mean, look at what Trump does with his rhetoric. I mean, if you want to compare the two,
Define
and
strict.
the efforts at the border,
Define
and
strict.
also allowing, dude, you know what I mean? It's mostly the rhetoric.
I literally don't. That's
Yeah.
why I'm asking you. Did you just say it's wait?
The rhetoric
Did you just say it's
definitely plays a
mostly
big
rhetoric?
part to deterrent. Yes, it
So
plays a
rhetoric
big part to
determines
deter people
strictness.
from coming here.
Fear-mongering
That's
determines strictness to you. Is that what we're doing? Is that really the hill you want to die on? I don't know where he went. I didn't mute him, chat. I didn't mute him. Guys, there are 267 people in here. Let's get the likes up to over 25K and beyond. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST, where we are learning Trump supporters something every single night for the last couple of days. And again, every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST. Hit that follow button in the top left corner. Best ways to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you're over on the tube side, you may call in. Call in if you're a Trump supporter, but you may send a super chat or a super sticker. I don't know where you went. So while he's figuring that out, we can move on to the next person. Thank you guys for the follow. What's your name here? James, you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did. Dude,
Wonderful.
I didn't expect you to bring me up right now. I was waiting for that conversation to end.
Sure.
So my bad if I was really loud when you made me join.
You weren't. It's fine. I'll finish up here, then we'll get to you. You back, Carl? Because you're literally unmuted. I don't know why you said I can't turn my mic on. You're literally unmuted. No one muted you. Not a single person muted you. Mic won't turn on. Look at God. All right, James, his mic won't turn on. We can get to you. You said you voted for Trump, right?
Yeah, so I have a question.
Sure.
How do you feel about Minnesota or Minneapolis or the Twin Cities? Whoever's doing it, I didn't look too much into it, but it is kind of concerning. Filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration for bringing in, let's just say, federal law enforcement, in particular Border Patrol or whoever, but federal law enforcement into the Twin Cities area.
Did you actually look at the lawsuit? Because you're talking about the recent one within the last 72 hours, correct?
Say that again. I was gonna talk and
You're
say
talking
something.
about this week's lawsuit, correct?
Yeah, I am.
Do you know what that lawsuit was actually about?
So yeah, because he's sending a surge in there, and they don't want a surge. They want, in the part that I did read, it did say all federal or all HSI out of the Twin Cities. Did it not say that?
I'm unaware of that being the specific language. What I do know is that lawsuit was filed in light of what literally just took place in Minneapolis, where an ICE agent shot an American citizen in the face. So I would think it would only be logical to say, hey, you guys can't be trusted to do what the fuck you said you came here to do, because now an American is dead. So yeah, we're going to sue the hell out of you out of that, and we're going to keep the rest of your Gestapo agents out of our city. I have zero problems with that whatsoever. That's a great thing. That's how America should work. In fact, they never should have been there to begin with.
So what you're saying is you're calling federal law enforcement officers Gestapo agents.
Yes.
And do we know why Border Patrol and ICE and all these places were actually built up?
Interior enforcement of immigration law.
And what was the reason for that? The main reason?
To protect the country from, I was about to say domestic, foreign threats.
Right. And so what was the main reason that they, like, I'm trying to get to a point here.
I know.
Was there a particular reason of why?
Yes.
And I know
there was.
What was that reason?
The particular reason is because Donald Trump is a raging racist and xenophobe.
What? No, HSI and all these agencies were brought in 2001, September 11th.
God bless
they
you.
were created about a
you
year
talk
after
about
that.
origin. I thought we were going back to why
Yeah,
Trump
I'm
is
talking
doing
about
this.
origin. I'm not just
Sure,
talking about
elaborate.
the Trump administration. Go ahead, what?
Elaborate, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not just talking about the Trump administration. I'm talking about the actual origination of, like, the agencies were around. Some weren't. Some were.
Thank you guys for the gifts.
The creation was actually brought because to facilitate crimes that were happening prior to 2001 and 2001. So why are we stopping federal law enforcement agents, which have more power and more, like, not in the city limits, they don't have more power, but they have more power federally, which can go after people across borders, especially state borders, if they commit federal crimes.
Because
and a
these
lot
agencies,
of state
because
agencies,
these agencies are violating laws. They're violating due process.
God bless
They're
you.
violating civil rights. That's why. We wouldn't even have grounds to do it if they weren't violating what we're talking about.
So what law in specific have they violated that you feel that is constituting a right to kick all federal law enforcement officers out of a city or a state?
Due process. Insufficient evidence for the claims that they're making. They're not going after violent criminals, which is fine. I guess any undocumented migrant is subject to deportation. We can't argue that. It's U.S. law. But the basis of it is being criminals. And then literally based off of several reports we've had, the majority of people they've been picking up didn't even have criminal records here in the United States, much less abroad. Then, again, the obvious example is that if you're going to come to our city to do this one job, why is it an American white woman dead?
Okay, so you keep going back to that one point. I'm avoiding it for a certain reason. I don't
Well,
want
I'm
to
going
argue it
back to
with
that
you.
one point. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm saying the basis. You started this off by talking
God
about
bless you.
Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's the event that directly ties into this lawsuit. That's why I keep going back to it. That's the justification for the lawsuit.
All right, look, I'm not trying to argue about that point, because for one, I think it is a tragedy that happened, and I really do feel completely. At first, I felt like a middle ground, but now I'm kind of leaning towards the law enforcement officer side, and there's a reason behind it, but I don't want to get into it. And everyone can have their opinions in this country, and I have my opinion, you have yours. I've listened to yours, I've listened to everybody's, but I have my own opinion about it. And I think that the kicking
We'll
out
get to you in
all
a
law
second,
enforcement
ma'am.
officers.
We'll get to you in a second, ma'am. Trust me, we uplift MAGA women here. MAGA women are special in this live because you're very rare. You're a unicorn, and I promise you we will give you the floor to say whatever you would like. Go ahead, James.
So kicking all federal law enforcement officers out, I think that's a bad idea, and it sets a precedent for something that could happen. And federal law enforcement officers have stopped crimes, and we can't say they haven't. And I'm not saying every federal law enforcement officer is completely right, just not like every state officer, every city officer, every county, and beyond and beyond. But they have all their bad apples. Now, what happened in Minnesota does not give the right to kick all federal law enforcement officers out, regardless, because that's the overseer or the supreme law of the land is the Supreme Court, which upheld many federal laws, and those federal law enforcement officers are, making those laws.
Mic fixed.
I don't even know what the word I'm looking for, but you know what I'm getting to. But for the main point is, they shouldn't be able to kick out all federal law enforcement officers.
I don't know how we can even carry on with this conversation when you're ignoring the literal cause of the lawsuit.
Okay, so let's
ICE
talk about
cannot be trusted in Minneapolis and Minnesota when they're allowed to shoot American citizens in the face, and the entire administration defends it. Before an investigation, 1 second, before an investigation was even done, before we even had all the information we do now, they came out and started lying on her, said she was a domestic terrorist, said she was not complying with orders, said all these crazy things. Donald Trump himself posted a video of the incident that didn't even prove that the officer was hit. And you're saying they don't have the right to say, fuck off, in light of all this.
No, I don't think they should have the right to tell federal law enforcement officers to fuck off. Now, there is other remedies that could happen. Now, back to what you're saying that...
What remedy is that? Real quick, what remedy is that? What remedy is that?
Go ahead. I don't know what remedy could happen.
Well, you said there's other remedies. I thought you had some ideas.
There is other remedies. There's got to be. I'm not like completely a constitutionalist where I'm going to be like, oh, they could use this remedy.
Go ahead with your point.
They can limit their ability. They can also, most federal law enforcement agencies back in 2000s, early 2000s, up into just about recently in the last, I would say 8 to 9 years, the first Trump administration, it's kind of a split thing now where federal law enforcement officers just...
Thank you, Shauna, for the coconut, brother man.
Just show up to houses without local law enforcement. They used to show up with local law enforcement, and they used to work together, and that used to be a really good thing, but now it's not happening, and I don't agree with that.
What's the difference between Americans not working with ICE now versus Americans who were somewhat working with ICE under the Obama and Biden administrations?
It wasn't... I'm not getting. I'm not understanding.
I'm unaware of these mass reports of these states not cooperating with ICE under these previous administrations. So what's the difference?
Well, okay, we have a Republican in office. I mean that's legitimately what it is, and I think that's what it is. Trump's in office. Before they were all working together. But okay, let me get back to. We had pivoted off one. And we pivoted to another, and I don't like to pivot.
No problem. You can stay on the point, but that is a diabolical oversimplification of the issue. So be it. Let's get back to the original point.
Well, I'm not going back to the original point. You keep bringing it up, and I wanted to talk about
Okay,
it.
whatever point you
About
want.
the shooting. The shooting. You had brought it up, and I would like to have a conversation about it.
Let's go.
Okay, so you said that the Trump administration and the Trump allies came out and said all these bad things about this woman. Didn't Democrats also come out and say a bunch of bad stuff and misinformed stuff about the ICE agent before all the facts of the case came out?
No, I'm unaware of any misinformation that the Democrats spread about this man. The most I'm aware of is some fucking leftists on Twitter that were like AIing the mask off and where we didn't even have his proper identity. Like I only know that shit. But in terms of the party, no.
Okay, so when it first came out, they said that she was leaving, dropping her kids off. That was like the first 3 or 4 hours. I had heard that from a bunch of leftists on here and from Democrats. 3 Democrats that are part of the House and Senate came on and said that she was just dropping her children off and she was just trying to go about her day. We all know that not to be true now, correct?
No, I don't actually. Elaborate.
So there's a video out there where she sits there for 3 minutes, honking horn, taunting law enforcement. We figured out that she is part of a group of anti-ICE in
Wait. It was dropping her son off.
She had no
dropping
she
their
was not
son
dropping
off.
her son off at that house.
That was this no. Earlier, before the event.
Yes, before the event. Like she was there to
Well, you said she was. Did you say she was picking her kids up or dropping her son off in the area? Because she dropped her son off in the area prior, and then that's how we got to what we see in the video.
Right. So one person came and said she was dropping her kid off or kids off at the house she was pulling out of. And she was pulling out of and pulling onto the street, which we know to not be true now. Are you conceding that it's not true?
I can't concede this something I'm unaware of. I do know that she was dropping off her kids. It was in Southside, and this was prior to the event. I don't know if it was a daycare, a family member, a friend. I don't know where the drop-off was, but I know that was the statement that the family members made, and I'm unaware of anything that contradicts that.
So there's a video out there where she's sitting there for 3.5 minutes, blowing her horn and taunting the ICE officers.
Yes, that would be when she
At
got
the end
shot
of
in
the
the
street,
face. It
blocking
would
the
be
street.
in that time
So-
frame, which was after she dropped her son off.
I'm conceding that she dropped her kid off that morning or within that hour, within that 30 minutes. I'm talking about within the actual time frame. What was she doing on that street? And it's come out that she was agitating ICE officers, blocking the road,
There's not.
blowing her horn, trying to stop people. And there's actual video.
What video is this?
There's actual video of her driving around and lots of other that's their
Driving
MO there,
around?
where they drive around and blow their horns and stop ICE from making arrests.
Hold on. There's video of Renee Nicole Good driving around taunting ICE agents.
Well, she wasn't driving at that moment, but yes, for 3.5 minutes, she's literally blowing her horn, taunting ICE agents at the end of that street, blocking the road for 3.5 minutes.
First and foremost.
We don't have anything before that.
First and foremost.
We haven't found.
First and foremost. I think I know what video you're talking about. And if it's the video I think, and you're more than welcome to provide it, and I'll play it for all 449 people in here, that's the video where there was someone, it looks like they were on the second floor of a home, and they were showing...
Yes.
We are talking about the same video. So they were showing the ICE agents up the street. They were blocked, right? They were stuck in the ice. They were doing all the things. And they showed other cars driving past those ICE agents. When it moves now to the, I guess, left, there was her car. It was there. We saw her.
In the middle of the road,
there.
yes.
It was not in the middle of the road. Or better yet, fuck it. I'll give you that argument. It was in the middle of the road. And then cars were able to go to the left of her and to the right of her. They went around just fine. We saw these vehicles gone. So I don't know what obstruction or hindering of ICE officers could that possibly be when they were literally stuck in a very different area. She had nothing to do with that, and they could have just drove around her, just like everyone else.
Okay. So, for one, I didn't say that she was blocking the officers. I did say she was obstructing officers, and here's my
Is that
reason I'm
not
saying that.
literally what you just said?
Let me finish what I'm saying, and I'll get to my point. I'm landing the plane.
Sure.
Sorry. So there is other MOs that other officers that have, or other videos that have come out afterwards of these anti-ICE protesters that would drive around blowing their horns while ICE was performing their jobs, making arrests in the areas, and they couldn't perform their jobs because they were either being blocked or they were being slowed down or they were being followed. And as a law enforcement officer, if you're being followed, you're not going to be focused on your job. You're going to be focused on something that could be a threat.
That is a
I'm not saying she
monumental
was a threat,
assumption, and even
but
if
she
there
could-
was that correlation, there would be no causation. We have literally no proof whatsoever to determine that that's what she was doing or she was a part of any group that was following around ICE, which, to my knowledge, I'm unaware of that being against the law. You can protest ICE.
I'm not saying it's against the law. What I'm saying is, and you brought up a very good point. I'm saying that's what she was doing before. Then the officers went down, and you said that she was very compliant with officers and letting them drive by, correct?
No, I didn't mention anything about officers. I was saying other cars that were driving past ICE were able to get around her just fine. The only thing that
Correct.
we see is the
And
one
you said
ICE
she was
officer
compliant.
walking around her car. We can see her demeanor. She calmly says, "I'm not mad at you." The other person is the one going off. I think that was their wife. I'm not sure. And then we see when the ICE officers start to come down, one gets pissy and decides to go up the car and try to get her out of it.
Correct. So we are saying that the shooter and the one that got mad and was trying to take her out of the car to get whatever her information, make an arrest, which he can legally do if she had committed a crime 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes before that and he witnessed it. And he was like,
No,
oh, that's her. I'm going to
he
stop
couldn't.
and detain her until local law enforcement get here, which they have
No.
the right to do.
He couldn't.
Are you telling me that if you're impeding a federal investigation, a federal law enforcement officer cannot detain you? Is that what you're saying?
A federal law, if you were impeding on an immigration operation, and if an American citizen was, say, getting in the way of fucking with you arresting an undocumented migrant, I believe they do have, I believe they can detain you if you're impeding on that operation. But in terms of an arrest and charges, no, that would be police. Typically, ICE is aided or followed by police as well for any such enforcement. ICE does not have the authority to do that.
Correct. So that officer had the right to detain her if there was some other justification that he had. Are we conceding to that point?
If, yes.
Yes, if. I'm saying if, because we don't have all the facts of the case yet. Because they're super secret about it, and I super hate that because it does create conflict between people that shouldn't be there. If there was nothing she did and she was doing nothing wrong, then I concede the officer should be put on trial and be, go through the proper steps.
I see you, Hawk.
And you guys can go ahead. What?
No, not you. Go ahead.
So, yes, I believe that if the officer did something wrong and there was no legal justification for them to pull her out of her car and detain her, then it shouldn't happen.
Can everyone see what's on the screen? ICE 287-3G program, the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996 added Section 287G to the Immigration and Nationality Act, authorizing U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to delegate state and local law enforcement officers the authority to perform specified immigration officer function under ICE's direction and oversight. Likewise, Title 25 U.S.C. 2804 also allows federal agencies to enter into agreements with Indian tribes to carry out laws of the United States, such as immigration laws. The program enhances the safety and security of our nation's communities by allowing ICE enforcement and removal operations to partner with state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies to identify and remove criminal aliens who are amenable to removal from the United States. ICE recognizes the importance of its relationships with law enforcement partners, including state, local, and tribal agencies, to carry out its critical missions. Through the delegation of specified immigration officer duties, the program allows ICE to enhance collaboration with state, local, and tribal law enforcement partners to protect the homeland through the arrest and removal of aliens who undermine the safety of our nation's communities and integrity of U.S. laws. So that's what they have to do. They have to work with those other agencies to perform other agencies' functions, such as arrest. Again, I'm going to look for the specific I'm looking for the specific policy on how they can engage with Americans who would be impeding on ICE operations. I'm going to find that specifically so I don't talk out of my ass.
So let me ask you a question. Was there just ICE officers there? Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement?
To my knowledge, that was the only agency, yes.
Okay, so usually when ICE goes out in these big operations, which you can see in the video, there was not just ICE there. There was HSI, which is Homeland Security Enforcement, or investigations, which is a different branch of federal law enforcement. They have different powers. Some
Were
of
the
them,
agents who approached her, were they ICE or were they HSI?
the two agents that approached her were ICE.
The agent that shot her, was he HSI or ICE?
I just said it. The two agents that approached her and the one
It was
shot
three
her
agents
was
that
ICE.
approached her. It was
Where
three
the-
agents that approached
Yeah,
her.
the third was walking up. Correct. Yes.
So they all were ICE, right?
I'm not sure of the third agent, to be honest.
Yeah, they all were ICE.
Okay, what evidence do we have of that?
Because we have it because of their uniforms that they were wearing. All right, and it actually was confirmed. They're all ICE. Stop trying to do this. This is silly. What official investigation were they doing or operation were they doing at that time that she was obstructing?
I don't know. That hasn't come out. Unless you can educate me on what.
Okay,
official-
sure. I like to
Yeah,
play
what
something. Hector,
official
may I
were
play
they
something,
doing?
please?
Yep. You
May
need
I
the
play
big screen?
something, Hector? No, I don't need the big screen. I'm just gonna play it here. I don't really feel like turning the camera on.
Okay.
All right. So I'm just gonna play this. There we go.
Also,
questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased.
We thank you for watching and remember.
Okay. So we know that, of course, Kristi Noem is lying because we've all seen the video. The woman, Renee Good, is in fact not a domestic terrorist. We know that part. Additionally, also, we can also see that she did not injure anyone. All right. And she wasn't attacking anyone. So we know that much to be true. But the most important thing that Kristi Noem said right there is that the ICE agents were attempting to remove a vehicle that was stuck in snow. So they were not in that present moment conducting any official ICE business. They weren't. It would be the equivalent of them. It would be the equivalent of them pulling to the side of the road and taking a break. That would mean that they were not conducting any official business. Just to give you an analogy to look to, okay? So there's that. Also, additionally, Miss Good, Renee Good, was not interfering with any type of apprehension, detainment, arrest, or anything of that nature, what 8 USC 1357 would call an alien. She wasn't doing that. All right. So there's that. So she wasn't in violation of any type of law. She wasn't obstructing justice. She wasn't doing any of those things. Also, vehicles were able to go around her in the front and around her in the back because we've seen the videos of that already. So with that being said, all right, I'm not a lawyer, neither is Hector, and James, I'm pretty sure you're not either. So with that being said, why are we arguing what actually happened that day? Why are we not discussing the response and the lies from the Trump administration?
Not to mention, thank you, Erica, for that. W's in the chat for Erica. Let's get our coins up. Not to mention, and I just double checked it here. And I may be incorrect, actually. It looks like from what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing any policy on ICE being able to even detain you for impeding in their operation. You will face charges. You can absolutely face charges, and they would have a right in a circumstance where you would attack them. They can defend themselves in that fashion. Yes. But no, they would not be able to interact with you in the manner that they would an undocumented migrant. That is not their authorization, because you, per your immigration status, would be a citizen. ICE is only allowed to act on behalf of immigrants.
All right. So, okay, for one, that was a generalization from Christy Nome. I did watch that video. It was within like a couple hours. And to be honest, she probably didn't know what was going on the ground. We don't know exactly what was going on there. We haven't seen the statements from the other officers. We haven't seen the call logs from the other officers. We don't know exactly what was going on. Here's my point. I'm not trying to argue the point that what she was doing was she should have been shot for. In no way, shape, or form am I saying that. What I'm saying, and in no way, shape, or form am I saying that she was stopping law enforcement from going through the roadway or anything like that. What I'm saying is she was driving around, honking her horn, warning people that ICE were in the area, which could be construed as interfering with an official federal investigation.
It absolutely
yes, it can.
cannot.
Wait, let me
no,
finish. Let me jump down my rabbit
and not
hole.
to mention, you
Then
keep
I let
saying
you guys
that
talk.
there's no
See, I'm not
evidence
gonna
to
sit up here
support
and let
it.
you fucking steamroll me, and then
Hey! Don't crash out. Don't
God
crash out.
damn it.
Don't crash out. Don't crash out. It's okay, white man.
I'm not
Go ahead.
crashing out. I respectively let you guys finish.
Go ahead. I will respectively let you finish your point. No problem. Got you.
No, you're not.
Go ahead. Go
You
ahead.
guys
Go
always
now.
jump in.
Go now.
Dude. Fuck. So here.
Gucci, I got it, Gucci. Go ahead, James.
Yo, I'm not gonna get fucking muted on this. I mute myself. I have no problem muting myself.
Finish your point, James.
All right. So what I'm saying is, in no way, shape, or form do I think she was doing anything wrong in those 3.5 minutes. But could she have been? Because I don't know the facts of the case or what was going on. And a generalized comment from the administration, someone that's 20 or 30 tiers up from the people that are on the ground causing these, yes, that is absolutely not a cool thing for them to do. And part of it is there was probably miscommunication from the very bottom to the top. I'm not gaslighting this or anything, but I am saying that Christy Nome was probably wrong. And they should stop coming out so quickly to say things like this, because it's not right. Usually it takes a couple days or a couple hours to get the official information from the people on the ground to all the way to the top. Usually cities, chiefs, sheriffs have trouble getting the official information that is happening on the ground from all the way to the top, and they're inside that city and state. And it's not fair for Christy Nome to go on there and talk about, yes, I don't think she was a domestic terrorist, and that was wrong to say for everyone. But now getting to the point of where the action occurred, and for everyone saying that the two aftershocks were...
Thank God for the follows.
The two aftershocks were wrong. Okay, that happened in less than 2 seconds. From the first shot to the third shot was less than 2 seconds. And secondly, when someone drives really fast, and whether or not they're turning all the way right and trying to miss that ICE officer, because I will concede to this point, I do not think she was trying to purposely run over anybody. Do I believe that there was intention to flee the scene after a law enforcement, whether it's federal law enforcement or local law enforcement, wanted to stop her? She should have complied, and we probably wouldn't be talking about this right now. We'd be talking about the illegally detained and whether or not they had that right to do that. But instead, she drove in a manner that could be construed as dangerous, and would be construed as dangerous if you did that same thing in a city block where there's a bunch of people around, like as in like a car meet or car show, and you're doing donuts, you hit someone, you're going to go to jail for that. So therefore, she should have complied. Do I think she got scared? Yes. Do I think she had a right to be scared? Yes.
Okay, I let you go on for a bit.
I concede.
I let you go on for a bit. Great.
All right,
what
go ahead.
was
I'm
she
sorry.
supposed to comply to?
The law enforcement agent or federal law enforcement officer came up and asked her to step out and reached in to actually open her door.
Okay.
Which he can't do.
Correct. You're aware of the...
We've seen it happen before,
We've seen it happen,
nobody's
and
been
they
arrested
couldn't
or
do
kicked
it
out to
either.
force for it.
Exactly.
We've seen
and
it
we
happen
can't
before
hold them
this.
accountable. You know why? Because they're masked people, and DHS is protecting them. So he can't interact with her in the fashion that he did by asking her to get out of the vehicle. We have witnesses that stated that she was given a previous order to move. So I don't know what that happened with that ICE officer to go run up to the car and play all macho man. We then proceeded to see her move. This other ICE agent decided to be stupid. We know the rest. I don't know why we're going over this. All I'm simply saying is that all of the claims being made by the Trump administration not only are debunked by camera footage, but you should distrust it anyway, because this is the worst administration ever when it comes to telling the truth. I can give several examples. Thank you guys for the follows. Specifically one a couple months ago, I think it was June, July, May, of Megan Bowe, a woman who they came out straight up and said was decapitated by an undocumented migrant. Come to find out that wasn't the case. The fucking coroner had to come out and make a statement and show the report that she wasn't. They lie to instigate circumstances. They lie to defend themselves. They lie to back their narrative. And it's proven. Did you see the 13-second video that Trump posted on Truth Social?
Say again?
Did you see the 13-second video that Trump posted on Truth Social?
I did not, because I don't really... I'll be honest. There's some things that there's no reason to watch, because I feel like it's jumping to conclusions before it happens. And I think all of us here are jumping to conclusions, whether I'm wrong, you're wrong, or the other side is wrong. Because I believe I'm in the middle more than anybody. And I'm trying to say that I'm conceding to you guys. And you're not getting it. You're just attacking someone.
No, we're not attacking anyone. You're saying wrong things. We're not going off of opinions. Everything that we're citing is based off the video footage that we've had released from all the different angles, from all the different cameras. What did any of us up on this panel say? And Kit, I got you in a second. What did any of us up on this panel say that contradicted any of the video footage?
So if you speed within 3 feet of somebody, that's reckless driving. Is it not?
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, so if you're doing donuts, like I had made that analogy, in a traffic circle, and there's people all around you, and you're doing donuts, is that not reckless driving?
It is reckless driving, and that would be a terrible analogy that you're trying to compare to the situation where she was not committing. She was not committing any type of traffic violation beforehand, or better yet, if she was, an officer, an actual police officer, not ICE, would then have the right to politely ask that person to stop, and then that person would have to comply. Upon non-compliance, you may then arrest said person, which we have no evidence of them doing. Hold on a second. Guys, there's 582 people in the live right now. 582 people in the live. We're not at 100K likes. I know we can do better than that. Double tap that screen, guys. Double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up to 100K. Let's do that in the next 15 minutes. Make sure when you hit that follow button in the top left corner, because I know some of you guys aren't following me, go hit that follow button right up here. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the I have situational stuttering. I apologize. And live randomly throughout the week. And upon following me, thank you guys for the follows. Hit that follow button and hit the heart me button. Become a team member today. You get 15 cool stickers for free. And if you choose to be a subscriber, you get 60 more. Share out the live with your friends and family. Knock out the gift goal. We have like 28 more of these dolphins left. And if you really love the conversations that we're having, the best ways to support this platform, the Defend Indefensible platform, is by the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. You may donate to those if you just want to say thanks or just show your appreciation for my face or the knowledge. If you're over on the Tube side, make sure you like the stream, hit that subscribe button, turn on notification bells. You guys may send a super chat or a super sticker. Thank you very much. Also, make sure we're taking care of Erica while she's here. Kit, we're about to get to you in a second. I'm going to let James respond, then I'm going to let you go, Kit. Go ahead, James.
Okay, so in no way am I saying that the traffic violation is why they were pulling her out of the car. What I'm saying is the traffic violation, he felt his life was in danger. And with doing that, that can construed as someone defending themselves. That's all I'm saying. From my point of view and from my experiences, if someone drove in a fast manner towards me, and what I'm trying to really say here is, when is it okay for someone to defend themselves? Is it when he gets hit and ran over and killed? Or is it, when is that, like, when is that point? Because the Supreme Court has ruled that if you're driving dangerously towards an officer, whether it's turning all the way to the right and your back end might kick out, or you even bump the officer, that's considered assault. If I go and bump into somebody, I can be charged with assault in the state of wherever I live, okay?
Sure can.
Right or wrong.
So,
okay,
check this out.
So if he leans over and he's close enough to be leaning over, that's the narrative that the left has made. He still got hit. He still got pushed back.
There's
You
no
can see his
evidence to
feet
support.
slide.
No, you literally don't. You do not see his feet slide at all in none of the footage. What you can see at best, and I'll give you this, at best, there's an argument to be made that he may have had a part of his arm nicked by the rear view mirror. Absolutely. That, from everything that I've seen, you could make that argument. His feet clearly show that he was out of the direction of the vehicle and being hit. His own camera footage that he was recording from his phone show that she was turning her steering wheel in the opposite direction when she was going to drive off. Not that that mattered, because he had his gun ready already. That's what it showed.
So what you're saying though is, because it was.
Thank you, chat. That's a good point. Yes, by all means. If he got nicked, he leaned in 6,000%. Thank you guys so much for that. I forgot about that.
I'm gonna concede to the point right now that if he was within 2 feet of the car, or if he was in front of the car and got ran over, which is it okay to shoot? Is it when a life is taken regardless? Or is it, hey, this was so close that we're arguing about a few inches, or he may have been nicked, or he may have been pushed? That is not what we're talking about here. We shouldn't be talking about that. We should be talking about that was a dangerous situation, whether you were left or right. Do we concede to that point?
Duh. And the trained ICE officers in that scenario should not have acted out of their jurisdiction and killed someone. Kit, go ahead.
I had something else when I originally came up here, but then James said something while I've been up here that caught my attention. I would like to know what the quote-unquote middle ground is for state-sanctioned murder.
Are you talking about whether a life feels like, or whether an officer feels like his life is in danger or not?
I'm simply asking you to elaborate on where you said that you feel like you're more middle ground here than anyone else or a lot of other people are, and I need you to explain to me what the middle ground is for taking someone's life.
So I don't believe that you should take anybody's life, but if you must defend yourself and you feel like your life is in danger, according to the Supreme Court, and whether it's 2 feet, 3 feet, 10 feet, you can defend yourself. If someone bumps somebody, I'm not saying that
really don't want to bring up the Supreme Court.
If you feel like your life is in danger, because then we're starting to get down to, like, for example, if someone comes into my space, like while I'm driving and I'm pulled over, someone opens my door and I pull my gun on them, that should be fucking legal. That is legal, because I am then defending myself. They are invading, trespassing into my space, right or wrong.
So if anyone feels like they're in danger, they are allowed to use lethal force. Is that your argument?
God bless you.
Yes, that's Supreme Court has said that.
I'm sorry.
So,
wait, what did he say?
The Supreme Court has said that if you feel like your life is in danger, you can defend yourself.
Oh my God. Kit, finish. Sorry. Kit, finish. I got it. Go ahead and finish.
You're good. I'm just very lost here, because if we really want to make the argument of if someone feels their life is in danger, they're allowed to use lethal force, I promise you the streets would be lined with every single time a woman or femme person feels threatened by a man. So I don't understand this argument of if you feel your life is in danger when you are an officer, especially someone who has years in the military. I would think that you would understand how de-escalation works. I would think you would understand what it entails to pull the fucking trigger 3 separate times. I think you would know what that means. I don't think there's a middle ground between this was fucked up and excusing it. This is a very black and white issue in my perspective.
So my question to you, and I don't mean to interrupt anybody, but my question to you, when would it have been okay? And we'll get to the 3 shots like I did before, but when would it be okay? When would it be okay for that law enforcement officer to defend himself when he actually gets hit and killed by that car, or is it when is it okay?
When was that a risk? Because the entire time his feet were to the side of the vehicle and she was intentionally turning to move around him. We can see that very fucking clearly.
So when you watch those videos, you're watching a slowed down version. When you watch the actual videos, they're within.
You have no idea how many versions of this.
Putting it back.
You have no idea how many versions of that video I have sat and watched. You don't know, James.
I don't.
So don't assume.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you not to assume what I have or haven't watched.
I'm not assuming anything. What I'm assuming is everyone's watching the slowed down version, because you even said, is it okay for someone to pull 3 shots? Well, I'll tell you right now, within 2 seconds of pulling the first shot, sometimes officers, and this has been a proven study, don't know how many shots they fired. That's why after every major incident or a shooting incident with an officer, the first thing they ask is, how many shots did you fire? Most of them will say, I fired 2, but they've actually emptied a magazine.
That's irrelevant.
My point was not the number. My point was his, and Erica's had her hand up for a minute, and I saw that in the chat, so I'm just going to conclude with this. My point was, if he has all of this prior training and not just the 47 days that ICE officers are getting now, he has all this training in the military and all of this stuff, he should know how de-escalation works and how serious it is when you discharge that weapon. And he still did it when he was clear of the vehicle. I don't care how, and everything to me becomes a complete moot point when you get to the end and his whole response to the situation is fucking bitch, and he walks off and drives away in his own car completely unscathed. Sorry, Erica, go ahead.
No worries, you're perfectly fine. My main thing is, again, is why don't you believe your eyes? Your eyes should clearly show you that her vehicle was not headed towards him. Your eyes clearly should tell you, when something that you've already conceded on was that she wasn't a threat to the officer. You've already conceded on that part.
Okay, so I didn't.
What is it? I'm so friggin' sorry. I feel like when I start talking, you just like to talk. Stop doing that. Thank you. All right. That's going to be the main question. Also, another thing is that you said that Kristi Noem was speaking in generalizations. Kristi Noem has not only doubled down, but tripled down, if not quadrupled down, on her assertion, on her conclusion that Renee Good was in fact a domestic terrorist, was acting aggressive. We can look to different interviews that she done, specifically 2 days ago, the Jake Tapper interview that she did, where she again confirmed her conclusion that Renee Good, was in the wrong. So there's that. But again, outside of the actual incident occurring, right? Are you okay with the Department of Justice determining that there's not sufficient evidence for a criminal civil rights violation case here, that they don't want to investigate it? Are you okay with that?
I don't know where you went, guys.
Do you have any donuts to eat?
I was literally waiting
one.
because you said I kept interrupting you. I was waiting for you to finish. Honestly, I'm not trying to be rude there. You say I keep interrupting. I'm not meaning to do that. I apologize.
Do you have a cold?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, sounded nasally. I was just asking. Go ahead, Erica.
No, I was just asking, do you have anything you need to read or do anything? I just want to answer to that question. Are you okay with them?
No more people in the request, y'all.
Not investigating this?
So, no, I'm not okay with them not investigating this. First off, your first question, though, and if I remember correctly, it had. Can you just refresh that first question?
Why don't you believe your eyes? You saw the video.
Okay, believing my eyes, and so we all come from different backgrounds. That's what's great about a 12-panel jury. And in my eyes, I think he was innocent in shooting her. And do I believe that should have happened? No, because there is other remedies. But you guys all keep saying, well, de-escalation, de-escalation, de-escalation. One, he wasn't the one escalating it. Number two, when the car's coming at him, what is he supposed to yell at the car to stop and de-escalate without his weapon pulled? I mean, that's less than 4 seconds of the car, or 6 seconds from the car backing up and going forward.
Got you.
He
So
doesn't
this
know
is
whether
DHS
the wheels are
Department of
turned
Homeland
right or left.
Security, a policy statement that was put out, the last one dated February 6, 2023, update to the department policy on the use of force. I'm going to go ahead and fast track to Section 2, Use of Force Standard, Introduction. In determining the appropriateness of a particular use of force, the department is guided by constitutional law as interpreted by the Supreme Court. The Fourth Amendment supplies a constitutional baseline for permissible use of force by LEOs in the course of their official duties. Law enforcement agencies may adopt policies that further constrain the use of force. The policy describes the governing legal framework and articulates additional principles in which the department will adhere. B. General statement. LEOs may use force only when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternative appears to exist, and may only use the level of force that is objectively reasonable in light of the facts and circumstances confronting the LEO at the time the force is applied. So, really quickly before we carry on to read, based off the fact that it says here, when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternative to appear to exist, and may only use the level of force that is objectively reasonable in light of the facts and circumstances, we can then say that the only way he would have been justified in popping her in the face, actually not really, but I'm going to entertain it, the only way he would have been justified if there was no other alternative, correct?
No, that's not correct.
That's not correct.
I don't believe that's correct. So I come back to the same question that I have for myself and for everybody else. When was it okay for him to defend himself because a vehicle,
in the circumstance
vehicle,
where he needed to defend himself, that is when. So I absolutely love how I can read literal DHS policy to your face and put it up to the screen, and you can say with your full chest, I don't believe that's correct. But so be it. So let's keep going. So if there was no other reasonable method to avoid or stop the threat, then this person would have been able and authorized to use deadly force. That is the only way. Only way. So now let's go over these other reasonable circumstances or reasonable steps that this individual could have taken. And I'm actually trying to find the separate thing on that, but this would cover it too. Why was the ICE agent in front of the vehicle?
Well, one, I think he was definitely taunting her, and I think that was wrong. Very wrong of him to do. Well, he may have not been taunting her, but he should have not put himself in that situation. That is absolutely correct. But he was in that situation. Another ICE officer got out and told the...
Oh, God, James, I am so sorry to cut you off. I really, really am. But think about what it is that you just said. You said that you think that he was taunting her and he put himself in that position. So he moved himself in front of that vehicle. All right. Title I of the Department of Justice policy on use of force literally says standing in front of a moving vehicle is called officer created jeopardy/danger, and it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse to use deadly force.
Okay.
Think about that. So now that you know that, James, now that you know this, okay, can you honestly say that shooting was justified?
Yes. Can I answer my questions? Look, I know what you guys are doing. You're trying to back me in a corner. You're not.
No one is trying to back you into a corner. You just backed yourself into a corner.
Bro, you're putting
I'm not going to be
yourself
backed
in
in
a
a corner.
You literally just backed yourself into a
Let me finish
corner.
what I'm saying, and I'll get to my point. Land the plane.
No one wants to
I
hear
get what
your
you're trying to
fucking
do. You're
point.
like, oh, well,
Stupid.
okay.
You literally just said that that man was taunting her. So he put
Yes,
himself
he
in
was
that
taunting her.
position.
He should have
I
not
don't
been
give a
in
fuck
that
if you
position.
raise your voice. You must
No.
not know who my son's father is. I don't give a fuck if you raise your voice.
So here's
I'm still
my
gonna
thing.
be louder than you. You
Here's
need to
my-
calm down.
Here's
He
my
can't
point.
claim self-defense if he put
fucking
himself
God.
in that situation, and it was not an excuse to use
So you're
deadly
telling-
force on that woman.
So wait. You're telling-
Anywho, back to what I was trying to talk to you about, because you don't want to talk about the Durngoan administration's response at all. You want to keep going back to the incident itself. You don't
Why
want
would-
to talk about how you still support a president and an administration who continuously lie to you. Why are you okay with accepting lies?
Why are you
Why
okay
is
with
that?
accepting lies from Biden?
I didn't accept lies from Biden. That's the thing.
What about Biden?
Every day.
What
I'm
about
not saying
Biden?
Lock the
that
fuck in.
Trump is all godly and
Lock
doesn't lie to us.
in and have
no
the
way,
actual
shape, or form.
conversation.
I-
Engage, my guy.
Listen, I have raised my right arm and supported this country and have said that I believe in every president, whether I voted for them or didn't vote for them.
Yeah,
And regardless,
I don't believe in
You
the
don't
president.
pledge blind
No,
loyalty
listen,
to anyone.
Kirsty Noem shouldn't have got on there and said that, because I don't believe that young woman was there to commit murder to that ICE agent, regardless of any of our stances
So
on this.
if
I
you
don't believe
keep
she was
saying
actually
that
wanting
with
to
your
do that.
full
But
chest
in the
that she
instance, in
didn't
the
want to,
30 seconds
why are you
that
considering
officer-
the officer's opinion or the officer's alleged fear for his life?
Okay, so I go back to the same question I have asked every time, and none of
Go
you
ahead.
have
I will
actually
answer
given me a true
directly now.
answer.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Okay, so when would it been okay for an officer, regardless of federal, state, or local, to commit murder or to stop an action? Would it be when the ICE officer got hit and ran over? Is that where we're at now, where it has to be that they commit murder or commit an assault and kill somebody? Or can
Okay,
it
I'm
be
ready to
we
answer
need
your
to
question now.
prevent this?
I'm ready to answer your question now. It would
Okay,
have
go
been
ahead.
permissible for the officer to use deadly force against an imminent threat to himself or other civilians. 6,000%. Friendly reminder that this ICE agent wasn't a police officer even authorized to interact with her to fucking begin with. So thank you for that. There's your answer.
Okay, so let's talk about civilian-wise. If you're walking across the street and a car is backing up and then strongly pulls forward to you, and in the same instance, is it not okay for you to defend yourself in that action?
Give me that one more time. I tuned out.
Look, I'm not trying to make you guys tune out or fucking give up on me or
I
anything.
have
This is a
several
civil
screens that I'm
conversation.
running a live on several different platforms, my guy. Just repeat yourself. Jesus fuck.
Okay, so listen, when the car backed up and you're a civilian walking across the street, because we're not going to put it in the same instance, you shouldn't be walking around a car in the middle of the street. But if you were walking across the street, car strongly backs up and then comes towards you, whether it's towards you, close to you, or around you, when would it been okay for you to defend yourself? When you got hit, or when it came really close and nicked
Did you really just try to
Like-
give an example of a car backing up to, backing into you as
No,
a
not backing
basis for
into you.
defending yourself?
I'm not defending myself. What I'm saying is I'm defending my actual fucking point here, that when would have it been okay for someone to defend themselves, whether they are law enforcement or not law enforcement?
It
Is when
would
the
have been
car kills them
okay.
or not kills them.
It would have been
Because
okay.
I'll tell you what, that was really
It
close.
would have been
And if that
okay.
would have happened to you,
And it would have
you
been
would have defended
permissible
yourself.
by law, and it would have been protected by law if you were defending yourself from an imminent threat. There was no imminent threat, as we know, because the vehicle never hit him, nor was it going to hit him. We know this from his own camera footage that shows him out of, well, it doesn't directly show it because it's difficult from that angle, but the other ones we can correlate with it and say it showed him completely out of the way outside of his arm, in which case, sure, he would have leaned in and that would have been his fault. And she was turning to drive. She was not a threat to him, nor was she a threat to anyone else from moving herself out of the scenario, whether the ICE agent told her to get out the car or not. And that ICE agent should not have been allowed to even engage with her to begin with. Despite that, he pulled out his fucking firearm out of the way, pointed it in her fucking face, and shot her. So, If there was a scenario where she was some loud blue-haired lib who said, I fucking hate ICE and I want them all to burn, and then she drove her car directly into him, and even in that scenario, he pulled out his weapon to pop her in the face, he still would have been a fucking moron. Do you want to know why he still would have been a fucking moron in that scenario, James?
Honestly, dude,
I will tell you. So he still would have been a fucking moron in that scenario because guess what?
Commit an assault.
Oh, you keep going back to the word assault. Notice how you keep going back to the same argument that everyone on this fucking panel is debunking over and over and over, because that's all you have. So I'm going to go ahead and finish up my point. In the worst case scenario, that she was a raging liberal who hated ICE and wanted them all to die and burn, and she was there impeding on their investigation. She was there to interrupt it. She was there to harm them. And she started to drive her car directly into him. It would have been stupid, fucking moronic on his part to pull out his firearm and shoot her in the face, because shooting a driving vehicle that's coming towards you in the face, shooting a person who's driving a vehicle towards you in the face, would not have changed the direction of the vehicle.
So,
do you understand the fact that shooting a vehicle in a person in the face who was driving the vehicle as they were literally out of the way, shut up, that was driving out of your direction,
I'll drop.
it would have been, please run. Please run like a bitch. I want you to run like a bitch, because that's all you guys fucking do. That's all you have.
I have a question.
That's all you fucking
question
have.
Before he runs, before he skedaddles, I have a question, James. James, I be honest here. Just be honest, because I don't like actually doing this. Do you yourself have a criminal record?
No, absolutely, I do not.
You don't have a criminal record? Did you serve in Colorado?
Motherfucking goddamn Cash did the barking crazy. You know, I can kind of.
What the hell was that? I'm not for doxing people or anything of that nature. That's why I didn't name the base or anything like that.
And he ran.
No, he ran. Oh, then he probably did serve in Colorado. But I'm not for doxing people without information being for certain. So I'm not doing that. I'm just not going to do it. But yeah, I sent some information about a person who had relations with two teenage girls. And I was trying to find the conviction information, but I haven't found that. So I can't attribute that to him or not.
Okay.
But yeah.
I want to reiterate this point. In the worst case scenario where everything they're saying was correct, if he was in fear of his life, per ICE policy, per DHS policy, per everything else, if there was no other way, he would have been permitted to shoot, and it still would have been stupid, because at that distance, being away from the vehicle, you wasting time to pull out your firearm and shoot the person in the face doesn't change the direction of the vehicle. You still would have gotten hit. You would have been dead. This is a stupid ICE agent. This is a fucking moron. He shot. He was fine. So even bringing up the example of if she was going in his direction is irrelevant, because she wasn't, and she's still dead. He's not. It's fucking moronic. Why do you guys keep making these fucking moronic arguments to justify murder? State, government-sanctioned murder. There's a mother who is gone. A little boy, I think it was a son that she had. I don't know of any other children. A child who will never see their parent again because bitch-made white men want to go out in the street and play big boss and take their Call of Duty tactics out in the real fucking world. And that could happen to anyone. Listen to me. That can happen to any of you. And there's an entire administration who's going to say, I stand with ICE. There's an entire administration that's going to vote against the subpoena to release all the documents. There's an entire administration that no matter what every fucking piece of evidence shows, they will tell you to believe what they say over your own eyes. That's what the fuck we need to be talking about.
I need to understand if you feel threatened, as in, I don't know, masked men trying to pull open your door and say you're a woman or a femme person, and they're trying to pull you out of your car. Do you get to use that same amount of force because you're afraid for your life? Because I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that we go to prison for that. I'm pretty sure that if we try to defend ourselves being attacked by masked men,
God bless you.
which has already happened where women have been
Thank you, Melanie
raped and harmed by people pretending to be ICE, but we don't get to do that. We don't get to use this force because we would be murderers, but not them. Everyone under the fucking sun makes excuses for them, but civilians being harmed, attacked, tormented, no, it's fine. Sorry, I just need to get that out.
Thank you very much, Kit, for coming up. I appreciate you. I'm going to make the panel smaller, see if we can get back to the debates. W's in the chat to Leora for the $5 Venmo, taking my subs off of TikTok. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you can subscribe to the Discord if you want to join the Discord. I know some people don't like Discords, but we are transferring all of our subscriptions over to Discord. So it's literally the same price. You get more stuff. If you want to become a subscriber, I would strongly suggest you do it there. I can't stop you from becoming a super fan here, but I would prefer it over there because it helps a lot more. Thank you so much for your Venmo. Thank you so much for your Venmo. Guys, best ways to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Hector talks with 2 R's on Cash App and PayPal, Venmo, and then on PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. Thank you guys for the follows. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat or super sticker. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Send your daily heart me as well. Let's see if we have a Trump supporter here.
Wait, can I read something off?
Yes.
All right. Shout out to Jody for the 10. Jody said, I have learned so much from you. You are pretty amazing, lady. Lots of love. P.S. No, this is not me sleep gifting. I am awake. I'm glad to know that you are awake when you did this because I was gonna be looking for that inbox in the morning, Jody. Just drop some hearts in the chat for Jody. Freaking love her. Also, big shout outs, like all of the shout outs to Chris. Chris sent $100 Venmo and said, Minnesota here. Tell them, leave Minnesota the fuck alone. Enjoy your lives and guest spots. Thanks. Oh my gosh, Chris. Thank you so very much. Drop all of, I need to see like a gazillion, bajillion hearts in the chat for Chris and also for Jody. Thank you both so very much. I appreciate y'all.
Big
Friggin'
W's
awesome.
to the donors.
Keep doing all of the good things, guys.
Big donors.
Oh, I had one more thing to say,
Yes.
Hector. I'm so sorry. My apologies. But Lauren, all right, Lauren Cleveland. I remember you because I actually don't really forget anything. I just want to let you know that I have the memory of a fucking elephant and the ass of one too. So with that being said, all right, Lauren Cleveland, get in the box. You do way too much talking in the comments. You even had the audacity to come on my actual post and shit talk, but yet you won't request up. I think that's very cowardly of you. Very cowardly, all right? So go borrow your husband's balls, all right? Borrow a pair and get in the box. Until then, learn how to yacht from outside of the club. There you go. That was fun. That felt good.
All right.
I no longer have the ass of an elephant. I've lost a lot of weight. It's true.
Oh my god. Vibrator.
I be leaving you speechless, don't I, Hector?
Vibe, did you vote for Trump?
No, sir. But good evening to everybody.
182, did you vote for Trump?
Oh, hell no. But there.
Trump supporters request up in the box.
boundaries.
You're the demographic of people that I want to have a conversation with. Trump supporters. Trump supporters. Trump supporters. I have DMs. I have comments under my videos. I have a Discord where everyone wants to get access to me. You may send all your messages and make all your comments there. When I'm live currently doing this, it's not your time to shine. It's mine. And those are the people that I like to let up who can actually support some of the things that I'm putting forward in the conversation, such as Erica, Kit, so on, so forth. A lot of you guys think you can just request up. You can't. Trump supporters. Trump supporters. Respect my boundaries. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. But stay out of the requests. Clearly not in the mood to talk to a bunch of friendlies right now. These fuckers are justifying murder. And
God bless you.
It fucking kills me. But then again, to be fair, black people aren't new to this, guys. This is just another day in the life of being black. I'm just shocked that they're doing it with a white woman. Whoo! Nachada, did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't.
Dan, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did. Proudly.
Proudly. So I guess you don't regret your vote.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So Can you tell me what Donald Trump has done within the last year of being a president that warrants your continued support for him?
Yeah, I'd love to. First of all, his trade and tariff policy, I believe it's once in a generation. It's one of the most bold and
Eric, are you busy?
kind of what? Go ahead.
I'm just sitting
I
here.
gotta
What's up?
use the bathroom real quick if you can.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Dan. So you said his trade and tariff policy. Give us
Yeah,
one more.
his trade and tariff policy. I believe more can be done in immigration. I don't think that they're actually deporting enough people, which may be a little controversial.
So why do you wait? Hold on one moment. Well,
Yeah.
they actually aren't. They are behind Biden, and they also are behind Obama too. So with that being said, what do you think they need to do?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at the one big beautiful bill, they got a couple $100 billion more and more funding to ICE, and I know ICE isn't a very popular organization right now, but in terms of if you actually want to commence a mass deportation operation, you need to be well funded, have people on the ground in certain cities, and to be able to successfully round people up.
Isn't that what they're doing right now? That's literally what they're doing right now.
To a certain extent, but I wish it was at a higher scale. So I don't have
You
any
wish
problem.
you wish more harm was being done. So like you
No,
literally want
no.
like
It's not.
a
It's not. It's
a
not more. It's
Gestapo.
not. It's not. It's not more harm. It's more. It's more deportations. And again, what you saw in Minnesota, that's a tragedy. It should have never happened. However,
God
There's
bless
no
you.
but.
however, there's
But if
blame
you
on both
say
sides.
however, that negates whatever it is you just said. So I wouldn't do that.
Fair enough.
Because here's
I
the
mean,
thing
listen,
about
I don't
you.
want to dive too far into that rabbit hole just because
It's
it's
not
such a
necessarily a rabbit hole. But the
No.
thing,
I understand, but I think it takes away from the overall conversation about immigration. Because I
well, it
believe
does. Well, the tactics, and we don't have to talk about the actual incident with Renee Good. We don't have to talk about her unaliving. That's not what I'm trying to. So don't try to guess at what I'm gonna say.
Right,
Just
no, go
allow
ahead.
me to say it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So with that being said, you're saying that they need more ICE agents on the ground. I'm so sorry. I think we have feedback. We do. I'm gonna mute you. Or if you can mute yourself, please. I just unmuted you. Lord Jesus. There we go. Do we still have feedback? Okay, no, we don't.
America.
So go ahead and mute for me, Dan, because you have feedback. If you have it on Bluetooth, take it off, please, because that'll give us feedback. So here's the thing. You say that we need more ICE agents on the ground, but we have video of people who are peacefully protesting. All right. And we see that these people have been attacked. One was hit with an by an ICE agent's vehicle. They hit him with the vehicle. Also, we saw a protester filming, and said protester was attacked by ICE. They weren't doing anything. We have another one where another protester was just standing there, again, doing nothing, just standing there. And the ICE agent put down their little tear gun that they have, and actually grabbed their handgun and pointed it at the protester's face. This is all on video, by the way. This isn't made up stuff.
God bless
So that is harm. That is harm. That's psychological harm, emotional, mental, all of those things. That's harm. So having more agents on the ground hasn't proven to be beneficial, because they have more agents on the ground and they're still not deporting more people. They're actually detaining
God bless you.
more people. Over 68,000 people were in ICE detention as of mid-December 2025. Why is it that they're detaining all of these people and not deporting them?
Well,
Could it
because
be because they're using them for free labor?
No. Actually, what that is the bureaucratic nature of our immigration system. A lot of these people have to go through ICE hearings, and stand before a judge. Listen, if you want to scrap that program, perfect. That's great to me. Let's just get these people out here as quick as possible. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's great for you to think that it's bureaucracy that's keeping those people here.
Well,
But
I
when
don't
you
I
are
don't
in
think that
ICE
that's true.
detention, when you were finished, you paused for a very long time. What are we doing?
No,
What
I
just
didn't.
happened?
I didn't say it wasn't finished.
I
I'm just
can't hear
saying
you.
it is
God bless
it's
you.
not a matter of opinion. It's what it is.
Thank you, Lady Gaia. This bureaucracy that you're talking about is not even being respected. I think that's hysterical. They're literally being picked up and taken out of the country without due process. In some cases, the countries that they didn't even come here from.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, I'm not gonna defend, illegal border crossers, and
I am.
I don't. Well, I mean that's okay. But
Yeah, and the
Donald Trump
Constitution
was
backs
just
me too. You're
yeah.
anti-American and anti-patriotic if you don't.
Again, that's a different conversation.
It is the
You know,
conversation. Donald Trump is violating the law. He's violating the Constitution and what this country was founded
okay. Well,
off of.
what amendment is he violating?
The Fifth Amendment, the
Go
14th
ahead.
Amendment.
Tell
For
me
starters.
how.
The
Go
10th
ahead.
Amendment
Thank you. The 10th Amendment. I was blanking on that.
and also the 6th Amendment and the 8th Amendment.
So
There's also the First Amendment.
was-
He's violating a lot of
I was
amendments.
keeping it to immigration, but yes.
Like there's so many amendments that he's violating. We be
Well,
here all night.
let's walk through it. Give me one or two examples of how he's violating certain amendments, and then we can kind of go from there.
Simple. Every single person within the United States jurisdiction is bound by or due allotted due process here in the United States, and several individuals was not given the ability to argue their case. We even have an individual recently, Dulce Gonzalez something. This was a young woman who now DHS is alleging forged her entire birth certificate, forged her immunization records, forged so many different documents, despite the fact that she was born here and is an American citizen. And the basis of that was based off of her parents having different last names. Thank you, Lioness.
Well, okay, I'm unaware of the specifics of that case, but again, I don't know how that is a 14th Amendment violation. It seems like she's getting due
No,
process if she's an American citizen.
no,
Or did she get
fifth.
I don't think she would have got deported.
Fifth.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Dulce Consuelo Diaz Morales.
But I kind of want to shift this to the bigger conversation of immigration as a whole, and why it's necessary that we deport. They say 11 million illegal immigrants in the country. It's more like probably 20 or 30. That to me, that's the more interesting conversation.
May I say something before we do this pivot?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so when it comes to due process, all right, what does every person within the borders of the United States have the right to? It's three main things.
Please school me.
Sure, life, liberty, and property.
Yes.
All right, those are the fundamental rights that are protected by due process.
For American citizens.
No, for everyone within the jurisdiction of the United States
That's just
of
not true.
America.
If you would have talked to the founders and you would have said illegal immigrants have the same, some guy from, say, a British regular.
The concept of illegal immigrants didn't exist to them at that time. For them themselves, they themselves were immigrants. That didn't exist to them until that time. They didn't start thinking about who was actually considered a citizen until 1798 with the Naturalization Clause. So the immigration.
So you're saying
Act.
the founders had no conception of what a citizen looked like pre 1790? I highly doubt.
But we're not going to do this pivot. So I'm just going to ask you, because I'm going to get this point off whether you like it or not.
Please go ahead.
So there's that. So I would ask you what
wrong.
liberty means, but then you definitely go ahead and try to gish gallop or pivot to elsewhere. So when it comes to liberty, which is the most important part of this due process clause that we're talking about, all right,
Yes.
Liberty means the freedom from arbitrary government restraint. All right. It means to allow individuals the autonomy to act. Okay. So Donald Trump has violated their liberty because he has taken away their choice to actually act as a free person within the United States of America. And also he is detaining people, all right, without cause. So there's that. Even when this bureaucratic thing that you talk about, one of the reasons why we have so many people in detention is because judges have actually ordered the release of individuals, and yet I still,
Thank you, Scotty.
still detains
Thank you,
them
Coffee. Thank you,
because
Heather.
they're appealing every single release that comes through. So that's what's happening. And while they are being detained within these detention centers, all right, they have to participate in free labor. It's called the Voluntary Work Program. All right, it's run by Corsica and Geo Group. It's run by them, but there are actually reports like from the ACLU and also other immigration advocacy groups where people have reported being sent to solitary confinement, also being denied food, and also being beaten if they do not participate in this voluntary, and I do use air quotes when I say voluntary work program. Yes. So there's that. But you're okay with this. You're okay with this, right?
If I may, really quick, it's very funny that you bring up. If you bring this up, it's very funny that you bring this up right now, and not last year, when the concept of whatever you called it, these voluntary work programs or whatever, when Kamala Harris, when she was the AG of California, intentionally over-sentenced for that same reason.
Hey, Hector, is this a whataboutism?
Apparently
no, it's not a whataboutism.
Okay,
but again, where was the outrage when that was happening to American citizens?
So this is a whataboutism, Hector?
Sounds like it.
I can hear. Okay, it is. Okay.
Well, okay.
Do you think that he's going to answer the question?
Probably not.
I mean, listen, I'm happy to answer the question.
Then answer the question then.
Yeah,
if you're happy to do it, then answer it.
Yeah, I will. Again, it's about this question of what rights are illegal immigrants granted, and we have a fundamental difference of what that is. I believe that no questions asked. If you're here illegally, essentially you should be deported. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I feel like she literally went over life, liberty.
Again, but
specifically liberty, but you know.
You did go over
a question that she already answered. I don't know why we're doing it.
Yeah, but it's not a correct answer.
He hasn't answered the question, has he?
No.
Well, because
I'm tuning out. I just want to let you know that, Hector, because he's not answering the question.
Well,
anything else that he says is pretty much irrelevant.
I'd love to if you're not going to interrupt.
No one interrupted you, buddy. You're not answering the question. You keep asking questions. Now I am interrupting you.
I'm trying
because what you're not going to do is you're not going to gaslight anyone here.
I'm not gaslighting.
Yeah, you are, because you're talking about if you won't interrupt me. If you won't interrupt me, I didn't interrupt you. Just answer the question.
This is what I'm saying. Ready? Buckle up here. Put your listening hat on for a second. I know it's tough.
The audacity. Is this you projecting? You don't have to project. You don't have to be condescending either. Just answer the question.
There's the interruption.
All right, because what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to bend you over and I'm going to start calling you bitch boy if you keep acting this way. Just answer the question. You don't have to be this way. Answer the fucking question.
Okay. So, we have a fundamental difference on the premise. First of all, the whole life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness thing, I'm not even sure what you're talking about there. That has nothing to do with illegal immigrants. I mean, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. That's not even we were having a debate about the 14th and 5th Amendment.
But okay.
Okay. Well, so she's even more wrong because as an illegal immigrant, you definitely don't have the right to property in this country. Thank you.
Undocumented migrants can own land in the United States. There's no law that specifically says you can't.
It's not that you can. It's that you have you're not endowed by your creator with that right.
We're not talking about
the creator.
the
You know that this is a part of the Constitution, right?
Literally,
read me
we've been arguing the Constitution this entire time. You're talking about creator-endowed rights.
He's talking about the Declaration of Independence, bro. That's what he's talking about. Stupid.
Read me the excerpt.
He's stupid.
Read me the excerpt of the Constitution that says that.
Oh my God!
Wow, I cannot believe this. You do know that this is a part of the Fifth Amendment, right?
Yeah, please read me the Fifth Amendment.
Oh, by all means, I'd be happy to do so.
Please.
My God, today. Whoa, holy shit.
We be referencing the 14th Amendment, my guy. While yes,
No person, it can be the fifth too, because it's no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Short, and then the rest says, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation.
correct.
Well, that's a question about eminent domain. I'm sure you guys don't know what that is. However,
It's literally just to continue to read the whole thing for you, so that way
yeah,
we
yeah,
can try to bring
yeah,
up something else that we weren't fucking talking about.
and then,
So, but here's the funny
wait,
part about all of
okay.
this is you
Yeah,
still
please.
haven't answered the question.
Because we have a fundamental disagreement on the premise.
Okay, then show us what's our disagreement on the premise. Because you tried to say that I was wrong about what liberty is. You tried to say that.
No.
Then you tried to quote the Declaration of Independence when I was literally talking about the Constitution.
No.
So therefore, you made yourself look like the jackass that you are, jackass.
And he's now putting
right?
words in our
So,
mouth of
with
what
that
we
being
don't
said-
understand, which is funny.
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yeah. Go ahead and explain
so
where we fundamentally
we
don't agree with whatever the
disagree on the rights that illegal immigrants have in this country, and if you look at any other mass deportation operation that's ever commenced in this country, under no circumstances was this even an argument. Bill Clinton did something similar in the 90s. Obama was the deporter in chief. People forget about that.
Oh my God, Eric, it's the same shit with these fucking people every goddamn
But like he's still not even answering the question though.
It's kind of crazy.
Because it wasn't his claim is that undocumented immigrants aren't entitled to due process. Then we went over liberty, and then he started talking about the Declaration of Independence.
I have a
and then he
question.
started doing that whole hubris thing where he was like pretending to be the smartest person in the room and started talking about the Declaration of Independence while we were talking about the Constitution. And now he want to talk about what everybody else did instead of just answering the question.
I have a question. In your estimation, did
Just
Barack
say you
Obama
wrong, bro.
Did Barack Obama derive people?
I don't know what the relevancy
their-
of that question is because you still ain't answer mine.
Well,
I'm
it's
so
about the- it's-
sorry.
it's about
I
the
can't
principle.
answer your questions until you answer mine. The only way I answer your question is if Hector says, you know what, Erica, just go ahead and answer it. And I'll be like, okay, I'll answer your
It's
question.
really up to you. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, no, I would love to hear
Then
if
fuck you, Dan. I'm not answering your question until you
Okay.
answer mine. The fuck are you think we doing here? Fuck. Crazy work, bro.
Thank y'all for the follows.
Might as well start screaming into the void right now.
No
Anywho, you're wrong.
screaming
Donald
into the
Trump
void.
is denying people due process.
Okay. We've hashed this out, but again, like I said, way prior, like the first thing I said, I want to actually debate the merits of less immigration because I think that's actually the more interesting conversation to have here.
What?
If you'd be,
You want to have the conversation that he practiced in the mirror, Hector.
No, it's no practice in the mirror. It's about what's best for the future of the country.
It's best for the future of the country. Sure, buddy. Guys, we have 559 people in here. 559 people in here, whether you're new members, old members, whatever members. I appreciate all of you. Double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up to 200K, and let's do that within the next couple of minutes. Show the algorithm what will be here. Shout the live with your friends and family who should be asleep but are not. I know you have some. If for any chance you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every single Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. We've been doing this marathon thing for a couple of days, and I'm fucking tired, boss. I appreciate your follows. Also, let's knock out these little boxing gloves. We need 35 more of these to go. 35 more of these to knock out that goal before I reset it to something different. Also, make sure we're taking care of Erica. You can send her some gifts, and she also has, thank you, Coffee Breaks. I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. Erica also has her links in the bio. You can check my links in the bio for the best ways to support the platform. For the freeloaders, everything I mentioned beforehand is sufficient. So those of you who would like to support us in different ways and everything that we're doing here, you may check the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo if you want to send a thank you or a message. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, thank you guys. PayPal with 2 O's and 2... Fuck, I forgot my PayPal.
Oh, it's God damn it, I forgot.
2 O's and 2
Hector
R's.
Powell.
Hector Powell
Yeah.
with 2 O's and 2 R's. Oh my God. Thank
It's
you.
time. You want to call it?
Best
You can
ways to
call it.
support the platform. Because fun fact, we're doing a lot up here. And it takes a lot to do this shit. So I appreciate all of your support. If you're over on the Tube side, thank you guys so much for being here. Make sure you hit that like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on the notification bell to know every time I'm live. And if you want to send a thank you, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Okay. What are we doing with this?
Also, one thing I want to make, I'm so sorry, Hector, and my apologies, Dan. I wanted to correct myself. It was the Naturalization Act of 1790, which was the first Congress established who could be a citizen, which is a free white person of good character. All right, how a person becomes a citizen and actually who qualifies as a citizen wasn't determined until the 14th Amendment.
God bless you.
Thank you guys for knocking that out.
There's that. There's that part. So no, the founding fathers within the Declaration and also within the Constitution did not define who could become a citizen. The only time they really mentioned citizen is in regards to who could become a president, and they said a natural born citizen could become a president. So there's that. I don't know if you want to have that argument or not, but there's that. I'm gonna go on mute, Hector, and you have fun now. You hear?
He said he wants to talk about what's best for the country going forward. So
I don't know what's best.
Would love to hear his opinion.
Well, Erica,
on
Erica
that.
was great talking to you. I actually really enjoyed it. I hope more stuff like this can happen. It's actually beneficial what you guys are doing.
What do you think is best for the country going forward?
Well, I wanted to have the conversation about less legal and illegal immigration because I think that's the more pressing conversation. However,
I keep giving you the floor to talk about what you want to talk about. You keep saying that's the thing you want to talk about. You keep saying this is the more interesting conversation. We can literally give you the floor to platform what you want to talk about.
Yeah, and then I also have been seeing in the comments too. Somebody asked me to explain the tariff math to him.
We're not arguing with the comments, my guy.
Okay, that's okay. I don't know how the show goes. But if you look at just the merits of less immigration, we had mass immigration from essentially the end of the last century, or I guess the end of the 20th century, to 1924.
God bless you.
President Coolidge passed the Immigration Nationality Act in 1924. We essentially cut off all immigration until 65, and then all of a sudden we get this big wave of newer immigrants. We're not getting immigrants from Ireland and Poland and Eastern Europe anymore. You're getting immigrants from India, the third world, certain other places, and it's fundamentally changed the demographics of this country. And that's not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing, but what it has done is it's changed the country, and there needs to be a slowing down of that for the country to kind of unify. That's one part of the unification, and then also on the illegal immigration point, Trump got a lot of flack in his run because he mentioned black jobs, and that was another media spin that was totally taken out of context. But the actual overarching point he was trying to hit there, and Bernie Sanders talks about this, or he did talk about it, was that the influx of illegal immigrants depress black and brown jobs. They depress their wages, and Bernie Sanders talks about this.
Chat, before I answer what he says, reason number 1478 why I can't fucking stand Bernie Sanders. Right there. But
and this is why Hector and I are friends, because I can't stand his ass either.
I can't tell you. This is what the third time, Erica, that a maggot brings up Bernie Sanders in a conversation. The first guy misinterpreted him, to be fair. And then other people always go with the same thing. Curtis Sliwa, the Republican who ran against Zohran Mamdani in the New York City mayoral race, spoke a lot of talking points that Bernie Sanders spearheaded, which, to be fair, taxing the rich isn't a Bernie Sanders point. It's just Bernie Sanders popularized it. But because Curtis Sliwa said that, everyone's going, yeah, man, Bernie would love him, despite every other destructive policy that Bernie Sanders stands against. So to be fair, I am of the firm belief half of the people who cite Bernie Sanders misquote him, 6,000%. I still can't fucking stand that man. And the only thing I respect from him is the fact that he endorsed Madam Vice President Kamala Harris. With that being said, what quote are you talking about where Bernie Sanders said how immigration is fucking up black jobs? Where'd he go? I don't know what happened.
The quiet is nice though.
It is.
Oh no, not the skedaddle. No, come back. No.
Did he really? Oh, he
Yeah.
did.
There's a skedaddle. Maybe his phone died. Maybe I'll give him that.
Erica, you know what I'm getting really tired of?
Everything. Oh,
Because
I was projecting.
yeah. So on one hand, and you know the conversation I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's back. On one hand, let him talk, right? And then the second you press the things that they say.
How
They
much
don't
of
say
that?
nothing.
How much of that cut out? By the way, I just lost connection.
All of it.
Sorry. All right. So, did you guys get the part about what the Bernie Sanders quote was about, at least, and what
None
the
of
quote
it.
was?
We got none of
Oh
it.
shit. Okay. So the Bernie Sanders quote is from a 2015 Vice, a Vice interview he did, and I think the exact quote, or it's some semblance of, he said, "Open borders are a Koch brothers idea." And in the context of that quote was that the Koch brothers and people like the Chamber of Commerce and really big business love to import cheap undocumented labor so it can undercut the wages of the low-skilled labor they'd already be employing, which, for better or worse, impacts black and brown workers the most. So that was the context of that quote. And then I went on to say that, immigration restriction has been championed by guys like Sherrod Brown of Ohio, Tim Ryan of Ohio, for that exact purpose, and that's principally why I'm against illegal immigration. And there's other reasons too, but I think that's probably the most pressing one, especially in big cities.
In an interview with Sanders, Vox.com editor Ezra Klein brought up the concept of a quote-unquote open borders immigration policy. Sanders rejected the notion, open borders and unlimited immigration, of course, being a position that no elected official supports. Sanders went on to point out, a point which he later reiterated to journalist Jose Antonio Vargas and the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, that in some cases the importation of new foreign workers can negatively impact the wages of workers in the United States. Note that Sanders didn't say immigrants are taking jobs or lowering wages. He was specifically referring to non-immigrant temporary foreign-born worker programs, also known as guest worker programs, which are full of flaws that employers take advantage of to exploit American and migrant workers alike and to pit them against each other in the labor market. I feel like that's vastly different from what you said.
Yeah, because you specifically mentioned black people, but my apologies if you did already say it. Good grief, I'm getting tired. But when did he specifically say black people? Or did he just basically
he called it, so the point about Sanders is that he called it a Koch brothers idea or a Koch brothers proposal, something like that. The point about black workers
open borders.
Is that, correct.
Which
and then,
no one here is for. There's no such thing.
I basically see that Bernie Sanders has always had a problem with the corporation, so like the corporate exploitation of low-wage workers.
That's a totally valid complaint, and that's something where I agree with a lot with Bernie Sanders on, actually. However, I want to get to this point about black and Hispanic American workers.
Are you a white man?
No, I'm black. I swear to God on everything. I would never swear on my God.
Turn your camera
He doesn't have camera access, and I guarantee you.
Oh, fucking damn it. This sounds like a full
he
jack.
Doesn't have any videos posted.
It's a whole...
I wouldn't lie to you guys about this. I'm black.
Well, that's totally
Karen
the first.
Is white?
my mother's white.
I knew it. Fucking knew it. I knew it.
Oh shit!
Not gonna lie to you guys.
Clip it. Take note of the time. I want this clip.
I hate it here.
Please.
Okay. Make your point about black and brown wages.
Well, so the point about black and brown wages is that if you import, and really it's about low skilled labor, but it disproportionately affects black and brown laborers because they make up at least as a share of their overall population, more of that workforce. If you import cheap labor, like people do when they run a chicken factory, like a Tyson chicken factory, for example, or you see it in a lot of agriculture. If you import these workers to work for under minimum wage, which you can because they are illegal, so they're not bound by any U.S. U.S. Wage laws, then it's just as a simple fact that they're going to undercut the wages of the people that would otherwise take these jobs, and it takes away the negotiating power of a lot of people, which in most cases are black and brown people.
Okay, so let's do this. Is it undocumented migrants that shot black unemployment up 1.6% in the year of 2025? Or is it Donald Trump's layoffs and attacks on DEIA policies and his emboldening of companies to stop giving a fuck about our employment?
Well, if you want to look at the 1.6%, because I've seen this number before, it's not about slashing DEI policies. It's about the cuts to the federal workforce, which I am totally in favor of. We have a totally bloated federal bureaucracy, and things need to be done about it.
I don't care what workforce you cut. Black people are now unemployed. Black women specifically have been negatively impacted the most by said unemployment.
I mean, we can. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to. Should I be more mad about that because it affects black women?
Well, I'm saying you keep making this argument of undocumented migrants and how they're affecting labor, and then it's literally your administration who spearheads that point. That is the one that is affecting black labor.
If you look at the first Trump administration and the tightening of the labor market that happened because of immigration policies and tougher crackdowns on corporations using illegal labor, you can see that black wages actually increased.
Oh.
And blue collar wages increased for the first time in history. For the first time since the 70s.
Interesting. And record numbers of immigration under the Biden-Harris administration still showed a steady increase of black labor as well and black wages. So
wait.
Which one is it?
Black wages or black real wages? Big difference.
Black wages.
Well, then that's a big difference between black real wages because inflation was running at 7-8%.
Yeah. What does that inflation have to do with undocumented migrants?
No. It has to do with the wage growth under Biden. If the wage growth isn't outpacing inflation, it doesn't matter.
We're talking about immigration and its effect on black wages. I'm unaware of immigrants shooting our inflation up to 9.2%. Stay on topic.
No, I am staying on topic. I'm trying to weave together certain points. Obviously, there's a level of sophistication that, you guys aren't at yet to kind of deeply understand these issues like I have.
Okay. That's like the third time you've done that. And I let it slide the first two because whatever. You guys say a bunch of things. But now you're really starting to take me the fuck off.
Oh, Hector, before you get pissed off, let me just give him some information. I'm going to give this twat some info, okay? All right, so you're claiming that the black wages grew under Donald Trump, black real wages. The real wages just basically means that it accounts for inflation. That's all that it means. All right, someone that I'm mutuals with just had this conversation and mopped the floor with another person on it. All right, but with that being said, under Joe Biden, all right, unlike with Donald Trump, not only did the black population's real wages increase, it actually increased at a faster rate under Joe Biden than it did under Donald Trump. So there's that. Also, we hit our lowest unemployment numbers, all right, with Joe Biden. And also, lastly, with that being said, the main thing that didn't happen under Trump but happened under Biden is that the black community saw the wealth gap actually get narrower between black and white people. But under Donald Trump, we saw it widen. So there's that part. So do you want to talk about that for real, Dan, or do you just want to act like an asshole and be microaggressive? Because we know you're not black. Fuck nigga.
They just love to make these jabs. And what's funny to me is what solid point has he substantiated to since he came up here, Erica?
He's nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I love when we don't understand the nonsense that they're saying. And then that makes us dumb when they can't properly articulate their own points.
B said, can you pull up a picture of a billionaire stealing cookies? That's a thing?
What?
I don't know. I don't know what that's about.
Guys, best ways to support the platform is going to be links in the bio. We have the shop where you see one of the pieces of merchandise behind you, the make 2 + 2 = 4 again merch. You can get that off the shop on the TikTok shop. Make sure you're following me on the social media platforms, the Gram and the Tube, which we are dual streaming on right now. There's also the Discord you may join. We are 559 members strong. And then there's Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo for any of you who wants to support the stream that way and everything we have going. I don't know where you went. Psych, we have 560 members. Welcome, King of Apes, to the Discord. So I have this question. I'm unaware of job loss, substantial job loss, to substantiate a threat to black workers in the U.S. Because I keep hearing this argument that they're taking our jobs, they're reducing our wages, despite the fact that it's been trending upward outside of inflation, which has nothing to do with immigration for some time. So I just think it's interesting. If we have all these jobs and we have all these people, how do undocumented migrants threaten those jobs?
Well, I never talked about the job loss. I did talk about the reduction in wages, which is real. I mean, there are plenty of studies that show that, and it's also,
and there's plenty of studies that contradict that. So what are we?
Well, it's also simple economics. When you go to the beach and you pick up sand, is it worth much?
Not this fucking.
No. Answer the question. Answer the question. Is sand worth much? No, it's not, because there's a lot of it. When you have a lot of low skilled labor, it's not worth anything, and that's what bringing in a lot of undocumented immigrants does to the labor market. And that's why when you see a tightening of the labor market, lower class wages go up, and low skilled labor, their wages go up.
Every single McDonald's that opens across the United States is worsening the pool. Or no, every single McDonald's that closes down, I fucked that up. Every single McDonald's that closes down across the United States is affecting black jobs, right?
I don't know where the kind of the discount,
because we don't have a lot of sand, which would be the McDonald's. So it's affecting black people.
Well, there are a lot of McDonald's, no matter if 2 or 3 close. But the thing is, if you import, just disregard the sand analogy. I guess I don't know. Maybe that was too, in the weeds.
Stupid and incomparable to human beings and complex governmental issues.
No. Supply and demand has nothing to do with complex governmental issues. I didn't know that.
Supply and demand isn't simply summarized as more low-skilled labor, less wages for everyone, especially considering our government still backs a federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour. There has been no, and I mean quite literally no, update or proposed bill or legislation to attack the companies and corporations who will hire these people. In fact, we've incentivized them to continue doing this by giving all of them the largest tax cuts in U.S. presidential history.
Hey, and listen, I'm no libertarian in economics. We probably agree on economics more than you'd imagine. So I agree that they're not getting taxed at a high enough rate. I agree that there's not being enough done to counter illegal labor. However, under the first Trump administration, they did, raid things like the Tyson chicken plants, and go after certain companies for this stuff. But one of the great plans ever was Mitt Romney's E-Verify. I think if you had national E-Verify, it would make things so much easier and make the actual vetting of workers so much easier. So listen, I agree that not enough's being done. So I think that's a fair point. But on the actual black job loss, I think to really talk about the economics of the black community, you have to talk about what needs to happen. There needs to be a fundamental shift from these low-skilled jobs, and we need to start getting black people into more STEM courses, and that goes to, bring more charter schools and more school vouchers to kids, and getting black and brown kids into great universities to go get a STEM education, to go work in these new emerging things like AI, things like mechanical engineering. These fields should be populated by black and brown workers. However, we have an H-1B system that's been totally rigged against the American worker, and we're bringing in the Trump administration. This is maybe their greatest failure, actually, was they promised a wholesale reset of the H-1B system.
Erica?
And
where you at, Erica? Should I address him as a black man? I'm gonna let you decide. Should I address him as a black man?
Kind of, sort of, because I want to see what you're about to say.
Okay. So, black man.
Yes. I don't appreciate that tone. I'm a black man.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
As a member of a demographic of people who the U.S., particularly Republicans in this context, has shit on for several decades and have thrown scapegoats in their face of people that you should be fearful of versus their own actions, how the fuck can you come up here with your full chest and tout around these nonsensical talking points of who the enemy of black wages is, despite the fact that it is the Republican administration that is firing our people, shitting on the colleges where our black women are showing up more and more and having the most degrees of any other demographic
I have a question.
that are doing away with DEI policies, which is literally to institute more of a merit-based. You don't want to go down the fucking HBCU route with me, my guy.
I would just like to know who funded the HBCUs to their highest level ever.
Joseph Robinette Biden.
After Donald Trump did it in his first term.
Yes, how much did Donald Trump give to HBCUs?
It was the highest on level at that time.
How much did he give to HBCUs?
I'm not disputing Joe Biden took it to a higher level. I'm not disputing that. But Donald Trump was the one that set the precedent.
It
right
was
or wrong.
not.
So it wasn't Trump.
The STEM programs that it went through, because the number touted around is $255 million over the course of 7 years, which would equate to about $2 billion, was incorrect. Specifically, if we're talking about HBCUs, because those STEM funds went to minority-serving colleges. Specifically, $85 million went to HBCUs over the course of 7 years, which goes to about $600 million, $595 to be exact. And then Joe Biden, directly to HBCUs, slapped everybody with the $16 billion fucking dollars. Nope. Then he gave another $1.5 billion. Yes, $17.5 billion to HBCUs for HBCUs.
Well,
but then also another thing
the debate
is that
was never about Trump's number being higher than Biden. Go ahead, Erica, please.
Sorry.
Please.
Another thing is that Trump didn't set any precedent for that. HBCU funding has been around, I believe, since 1964 or 65 with the signing of the Civil Rights Act. No, because Obama sent more. Like Phil literally just put in the chat, and I was going to say that in response to your question. All right. Literally, like Obama provided more than Donald Trump did. So there's that. Also, another thing is that last year, Donald Trump did allocate money to HBCUs. But what he did was he took that money that was actually for Asian and Hispanic students and gave it to Black students. All right. And he only gave it to HBCUs for operational costs, nothing for their research, their academic costs. All right. So schools like Howard University don't have the funding to continue to do their research. And it's many schools like that. So Donald Trump actually, in effect, has taken money from HBCUs. Additionally, also in his first term, Donald Trump actually had promised money to HBCUs. Then, like he always does,
Thank you, Gigi.
he did renege. The only reason why HBCUs got the funding in which they did, which also included PWIs, because it was for all minority students, not just HBCUs, is because Alma Adams, a representative out of North Carolina, shout out to that Black woman, all right, that real Black woman, all right, she held his feet to the fire and demanded that he go forward with the funding. So there's that. So please stop with this BS narrative that Donald Trump is somehow, some way for Black people when everything that he has ever signed his name to, all right, for the advancement of Black people, which is very minimal, all right, has been done by force. I land my plane. I think that's what they say on TikTok.
What is that?
W's in the chat to Eric, huh? What's going on, Black men? You voted for a man who lied to you to get your vote, and you're still here.
There was no
same
lie. I'm very
talking
happy with
points.
I'm very happy with what's going on right now. There's no lie.
You're
The-
happy.
the
You're happy
Go
with
ahead.
the tariffs driving inflation currently. You're happy
What do you
with
mean driving
the
inf- Well,
civil
no.
rights
Well,
violations that have been happening across the country,
let's go
including
let's-
to Black
let's go to the
immigrants
first
here in the
point.
United States, legal or not. You're
Let's go to the
happy
first
with
point.
the fact that he is currently protecting P3Os on every fucking side of the aisle with the not releasing the Epstein files and going against law that he signed. That's what you're happy with.
Well, let's go to the first point on the tariffs. I don't know, where's this inflation that you're seeing? Inflation's at the lowest level it's been in years. The numbers just
I'm
came
aware
out
of what the
yesterday.
number is. Core
CPI just hit the lowest level in years. It was below 62 of 73 economists' predictions, and there's been no signs that tariffs have caused widespread inflation.
There
Now, I wouldn't expect you guys to,
literally has been. We have the numbers. We have the statements from
please.
Jerome Powell showing that was driving the majority of inflation that we were seeing in that number that you just cited. Because yes, it is low. No one said it's at 4 or 5. We're aware. But it only supports the downward trend that we already had going on from the Biden administration, and not that Donald Trump did anything spectacular to decrease it further.
Well, neither did Joe Biden. The reason we have lower inflation is because the Federal Reserve hiked rates. It has nothing to do with Joe Biden. It was actually the Biden's massive spending that got us into the place where we were at in the first place. If you look at the San Francisco Fed, and I think it was 21 or 22, they came out with a study that said Biden's what was the first piece of legislation in like February 2021 that he signed? That increased inflation by 3%.
Are you talking about the American Rescue Plan?
Correct.
Okay. Fun fact. How much money did the American Rescue Plan allocate towards pandemic-related spending?
I don't know. I'm sure you have the number pulled up.
Less than the biggest amount that the Trump administration allocated to pandemic level spending, which is, I believe, 2.1, 2.2 trillion dollars.
I'm glad you brought that point up. It's a great point, actually. And you might not know this. You just walked into a trap, though. The reason that the Trump people needed to do it at such a level was because that was in kind of the lowest point of the pandemic. When Biden signed that bill into law, the economy was already rebounding. It's like right after 2008. We did this big run of quantitative easing. And then you go to 2010 and 2012, you're still doing quantitative easing. All you're doing at that point is just inflating asset markets.
What is the difference? No, because you keep saying peak, and I would love for you to explain that. If your argument was that Biden spent the most money, he was just blowing money on a bunch of things.
No,
why
that's
did
not what I'm saying.
package 1
That's not
and
what I'm
package 2 under the Trump administration, or better yet, how can you deny that package 1 and package 2 under the Trump administration was bound to drive some of the inflation that we saw going into mid 2021?
Because it's about the hotness of the economy. The economy was on the upswing when Biden passed that bill. It went into overdrive, which caused inflation. And when you gave these people these stimulus checks, it created these bottlenecks in the supply chain that was already bungled because of COVID-related stuff, no doubt. So it's not totally Biden's fault, that part, but it was the logical downstream effect. Everybody predicted this, or at least anybody with a brain.
Again,
and that's what you saw.
So what you're saying
when
that
people that were already back to work were getting these stimulus checks and they were buying things that they didn't necessarily need. Not that's a bad
the
thing.
whole reason why it passed is because some people still weren't
chain.
working. and they wanted to give a final bit of relief to the individuals affected, whether they were working or not, because the pandemic set them back. If you want to say it contributed to inflation, 6,000%. I have no problem saying that. I believe every single goddamn one of them contributed to inflation, because that's what happens when you take trillions of dollars and you dump it into Americans' hands and into the economy just like that. But it was warranted inflation. And to say that that directly contributed to the spike of 9% that we saw, that is a reach.
Well, then what contributed to it?
We saw several other factors contribute to it, I would argue. We were still recovering from, like you mentioned earlier, supply and demand. We still didn't keep up in early to mid 2021 so much. We saw, there's a separate argument. That's OPEC. But the first pack and the second one.
Not drilling enough? I mean, I think that's probably a fair point.
Thank you guys for the follows. Yeah, that's oil barrels and stuff. That's separate. I'm not trying to pivot. Yeah. So, no problem. It led to inflation. Expected inflation, I would argue. But then that administration handles said inflation fairly well. I have no problem with the government giving Americans their money back in a time when they needed it.
But it's twofold. Why can't we just admit that it's twofold?
It's not the administration that did anything about inflation, though. Like, that's ridiculous. It was the Fed, and you can kind of and I would argue the Fed acted far too late, and definitely the almost zero interest rates we had early on in the Biden years definitely contributed to some of the inflation as well. I wouldn't disagree there, but to act like Biden had anything to do with lowering inflation is ridiculous. I mean, that was entirely the Fed, and almost putting we were in a little mini recession during the Biden administration, but nothing too crazy.
Well, can the policies of the administration contribute to factors that would direct the Fed to increase or lower said rate?
Well, certainly, and I think
So that's my point.
Well, you're arguing against yourself, because the Biden administration, they directly contributed to the policies, or a higher interest rate policy, through massive spending. Through the IRA.
What just happened? What just happened?
My argument. Let's see. My argument here is that the massive spending of the Biden administration led to higher interest rates because inflation got out of control.
I swear to God, I do this.
No.
We get this point.
What do you know? That's not even a question.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay, go ahead,
You said
Erica.
massive spending, though?
Erica, please give me your take on monetary policy. I can't wait for this one.
Oh, the condescension is so bad. That was just so bad.
Well, I'd love to hear it. Really,
That was just so bad. You can't help yourself, can you?
You've been so insightful all night. I'm ready. I'm ready for another
literally,
take.
I've been schooling your ass all night long.
Okay, Erica. What's quantitative easing?
Yeah, quantitative easing is when the Fed, our central bank, actually buys back assets. So there's that. They want to actually increase spending. They want consumers to spend money. All right. So what I want you to do now is I want you to kiss the blackest part of my ass. I'm tired, Hector. I'm sleepy.
Yeah.
Can you tell?
Mm-hmm. What does that say, my guy?
Yeah, Dan, tell me I'm wrong, bitch. Oh, you know what, Hector? I'm gonna get out your hair. I need to take a lap because it's coming. I'm pushing the buttons. Thank you all for the love. Y'all have a good night. Do all of the good things. Deuces out.
Thank you, Erica, for coming up. Guys, we are going to be wrapping up in a couple of minutes. If we can get this final gift goal knocked out, I would greatly appreciate it. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 250K. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner for more of these conversations. Do all the good things with the links in the bio. Best ways to support the platform is going to be Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's. Hector Talks with 2 R's and Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's.
Bless you.
And let's do this here. Can you read what's on the screen? Dan.
What would you like me to cue in on?
The Inflation Reduction Act that you cited, which contributed to the record high inflation that we saw. Can you see the date that was passed?
Correct, yes. August 16th, 2022.
Okay. And can you see this chart here of inflation rates year over year for every month?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So let's go to
God bless
August the 2022. 2022, let's start with January. 7.5, 7.9, 8.5. Let me start over. January 7.5, February 7.9, March 8.5, April 8.3, May 8.6, June 9.1. This was the highest it ever got, I believe.
Yep.
July 8.5, August 8.3. August 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. September 8.2, October 7.7, November 7.1, December 6.5. Let's go into 2023.
Yeah.
January 6.4, Feb 6.0, March 5.0, April 4.9, May 4.0, June 3.0. And then we have this little spike here to 3.7, August, September. Are you getting the gist?
Yeah, and can you pull up the federal funds rate at these times as well?
The federal funds rate?
Yeah.
Sure.
And probably go back to 2021 because I can't remember when the first rate hike was. I know it was far too late, but that has more of a determinant on inflation than whatever the IRA has to do with it. I mean,
well, you cited the IRA.
Well, I cited the Biden administration spending, and the IRA was one of them.
Yeah, and that spending, month after month, did not contribute to the higher inflation rate that you're talking about. Everything would be before then, and even then, we already spoke on.
It doesn't mean that it doesn't have an upward effect on inflation. It just means that the effect of higher interest rates overwhelm it. Go to 2021.
2021, which would be, let's see, January 0.9, February 0.8, March 0.7, April 0.7, May 0.6, June 0.8, September 0.8, January 2022 0.8. And then we can see the spike here coming up from, let's see, the first jump, February 2022 to March 2022, 0.20.
They started hiking interest.
33.
They started hiking interest rates
77,
before the IRA was passed.
1.21, 1.68,
Oh.
2.33 onward.
Hey, Hector, while he's teacupping, I just wanted to read this one off.
Mhm.
It's from Gucci. It's some of my greatest hits. That's why I wanted to read it off. Thank you so much to the Gooch. All right. Thank you, Gooch, for the $5. Gooch said, by the way, you have the best phrases. I know I do. Thank you. I'm so sorry. This is only like the one thing I can't be humble about. I'm so sorry. She said, not the skedaddle. That's crazy work. The fuck are we doing here? Do all of the good things are works of art. Thank you so much, Gucci. Thank you. Drop some hearts in the chat for the Gooch, y'all. Drop some hearts in the chat for the Gooch. I love it. Yeah.
Shout
I'm
out
sorry,
to Gooch.
Hector.
Oh, good. Debbie's in the chat to Gooch.
Yeah, we're going to have a meeting with HR tomorrow, aren't we?
Great. Now, what was the point you were trying
Fucking
to bring
Hector.
up, Mr. Sam?
The point of that was that they were raising interest rates far before the Inflation Reduction Act was passed.
Duh.
Lower inflation has to do with that. It doesn't have to do with the IRA. And I understand what you're saying, but the point I'm trying to make about the IRA is it still has a upward impact on inflation. It's just that the effect of higher interest rates overwhelm it.
How would you know that based off the fact that the interest rates were raised so much earlier than when it actually passed?
Well, I mean, how do you think this thing, do you think it just happens overnight, that inflation just drops overnight because interest rates are
Obviously not.
are hiked?
Do you know how much
like
money
it's like
the
a 90-day
IRA
thing.
contributed in spending?
I don't know, was it 1.2 trillion or something? I can't remember.
Immediately, it was about 300 or a little over 300 million, with the estimates being $1 trillion over the course of a decade, several decades.
Yeah. Usually they scored out over a decade. Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Well, here we are, about 4 years into that. Inflation seems fine. Interest rates are lowering long before President Trump took over. So it didn't seem to do that bad of a job. Your criticism would be for any act before then.
Well, they actually only lowered interest rates one time before Trump got back into office, and that was in September 2024 as a last-ditch effort to save Kamala.
I'm sorry. Are you implying? Are you implying that interest rates were lowered to favor a Democratic candidate in the 2024 election?
And I know what you're going to do. Oh, Jay Powell's a Republican. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I understand what you're trying to say there. It's not about Republican or Democrat.
What? Repeat that again. You already know what happened, YouTube. You already know what happened. We did our drop song. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. I'm really tired. So now we have biased board members at the Federal Reserve that tried to serve Kamala Harris with reducing the rates versus the economy doing as well as it was, which justified the lowering. And now if I'm to make that same argument with the Trump administration, with the recent lowering, he would probably deny that. I do my best to root all of my arguments, all of my points, all of my conversations on what
God
I
bless
can
you.
substantiate. Thank you, April. What I can prove. And I try to leave the rest to the experts. Y'all know me. I'm not an econ person. But I understand certain things that are blatantly wrong. And any implication that the rates were lowered to serve Madam Vice President Kamala Harris versus the impact of the Biden-Harris administration and their fixing of the economy from the disaster that it was near the end of the pandemic, I'm just going to say is a clear and present case of Democrat derangement syndrome. That's what I'm going to say. You, my good sir, hate Democrats so much. You misunderstand Democrats so much to where they can do no right and Trump can do all the goodies. Plus, clearly he was another one of those pocket voters. I voted for my pocket. So long as the economy's doing right, I don't care what else happens. Well, buddy, when they shoot you in the face and justify it, when they find a way to revoke your citizenship and deport you, when they tell you that everything that you earned was based off the color of your skin and not the content of your character, then maybe you'll get the point. Until then, I'm going to continue to tell you that you're stupid. Your masses are stupid. Your administration is stupid. And we're going to vote them all the fuck out this November. Early voting starts in the month of February. If you're going to vote in your primaries for your party's candidate, because you have options right now, you need to check your registration. And I would strongly suggest,
God bless you.
thank you, Becca, that you do it daily. Check your registrations daily. Early voting, particularly in the state of Texas, starts on February the 17th. Check your areas for when it starts for you. Vote for your candidates that you want to see in November so I don't hear crying about whoever's chosen. And vote up or shut up. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I don't believe Donald Trump is going anywhere until 2028 unless he dies. This false hope that he's going to get impeached, this false hope that someone's going to scoop him up out of the Oval Office, it's all bullshit. How you stop the powers of this administration, how you reduce their tyranny, is by voting in people who can outnumber their side. That's how we do it. Brian, if you get your bitch ass up in the box, we can make this really quickly. I don't argue with the comments. And that will be our final one for the night, if he comes up, which he most likely won't. I don't know why I have to explain to people voting for a civilly liable sexual assaulter, a convicted felon, a fraudster, a pathological liar. I don't know why I have to convince you guys not to vote for that over one of the most qualified black women we've ever seen run for a seat in this country. I think it's ridiculous how I have to still, up to this day, January 2026, defend her. When half of you fuckers don't even know what she stood for. You don't know her history, you don't know her policies, you don't know what she did for your ass, and you don't know what she planned to do for your ass. But here we are. Guys, Erica and I run a show. We run a show where we don't do debates. We don't do debates, we just talk. We talk about the news, we talk about current events, and we try to have some fun in there. And that show's name is the Fun and Facts Show. I am the facts. Erica's the Erica's the fun. I am the facts. Okay? And we do this every single Saturday at 1:30 p.m. CST. She got all the other time zones pinned down there. So we will be seeing you guys literally tomorrow. Some of you, it's already Wednesday. It's not for me. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. CST. I hope you guys enjoy it. We have some great news to go over. We are on our 10th episode, where I apparently will be slightly dressing up. So, excuse me. Sorry. Look forward to that. Look forward to that. That's going to be tomorrow. Oh, no. Brian, you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did vote. Hey, thanks for the invitation. Thanks for allowing me to speak with you. I'm just interested in seeing your view on why I should vote Democrat.
It's a goddamn
And
liar puller.
I mean it. What was that?
Don't worry about it. Carry on.
No, and I mean it sincerely. I like to see, well, your views. You might change my view. I want to see your understanding and how you see it to how I see it. Compare and contrast, and I say, oh, might be that I see something the wrong way, or I'm seeing it one side. So I'm interested in seeing your ways, and I'm willing to understand somebody else and hear them out.
Sure.
Right?
Tell me 3 things that matter the most to you.
To me,
Mm-hmm.
as in what? Like as in personally, professionally, or spiritually?
Any, all.
Well, like we all are family, greater good, an American dream.
Family, greater good, an American dream. I'm going to put that down so I don't forget it. Give me a second. Family.
She asked me if I was Cuban. No, I'm not Cuban. I am very Hispanic.
Good.
Yes, I'm a Marine veteran.
Family, greater good, an American dream. Let's start with family. Donald Trump is ripping families apart based off a piece of paper that says they can be here versus not be here. In some cases, revoking the legal status of people who are permitted to be here just to deport them. I care about those families too. While I understand that we have laws that we have to uphold, and I can't stop anyone from deporting an undocumented migrant. What I can say is it'll be a lot easier to swallow if we gave them, particularly the ones who have not committed any violent crimes, particularly the ones who are fleeing from famine, from war, from gang violence, or just from not having any opportunities in their area. I would care a lot less about some of the way we're going about deportation if we gave these people an ability to become American citizens. Despite that, we can talk about American homegrown families and how the Trump administration is trying to determine what makes said
I see the
family.
comments. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, Hector. I see some comments say he's a self-hating Latino. People are talking, and I'm not here to disrespect anybody or anything. I'm really here for
Yeah, so
open
tell you
conversation.
what. You're not talking to the comments, you're talking to me. So just pay attention to what's happening up here. Comments, don't worry about that, okay? They have opinions. Some of them are wrong. I would say in that case they're right, but I digress. So, not only is the Trump administration ripping apart families that he deems to be illegal, and in many cases is making them quote unquote illegal just to tear them apart, but he's also affecting families based off of what their definition of said family is. So let me see if we can agree on this one thing here, right? Do you think the best way to promote people having children is to provide an economy or opportunities for those individuals to comfortably do so?
Of course.
Okay. Do you know what the number one cited reasons for abortions are?
No, I don't know. Please tell me.
Financial. Because this country is
God bless
expensive
you.
and very difficult to survive in. I am a single guy, self-employed, and while I get by on a monthly basis, there's a lot of things that I cannot do because I don't quite make enough yet, and I'm working on all of those things, including this platform.
Well, I think that's subjective. I mean, get by how much do you want to make? How much is it you want? What is it you want?
Well, sure, that's all
You know,
subjective,
to
but we
get
can
by.
look at a national average across the country in order to survive the bare minimum. And the average is about roughly families make, I think, $50,000 a year. When you look at particular places, when you need to have at least 60, 70, I'm in Austin, Texas, where I can admittedly say it costs a bit more. Even still, this is also where all the opportunities are at. So there's that. Regardless, it's extremely expensive to survive. It's hard on everyone. So, when the Trump administration is attacking the right to choose via his Supreme Court picks and taking away women's access to health care and putting them in situations where they can either be forced to have a child or die, that is the complete opposite of family, because that takes away the right and the choices from women who actually want to have a child but can't have it at this moment in time. I also don't think it's productive to force people who are not ready or want to be parents, because then that's how you end up with fucked up kids. Fucked up kids that I talk to on this goddamn app every single day. So, there's my stance on family. You may rebut.
Yeah, no rebuttal, but at the same time, it comes with life decisions and understanding that, having unprotected sex getting a woman pregnant is going to come with risk of that. We can't say it comes under accountability. I think it's a big thing with accountability with individuals forcing forcing a woman to have a kid. It's a tough situation in the sense that nobody should tell a woman what to do, but at the same time, it should be an option as to kill a child. Kill a human being. There's different beliefs that it's not a human being. Some say it is, some say it is. To me, it is. And it shouldn't be an option at all. It shouldn't be an option where.
Mel, are you here?
Yes.
So 2 things. Well, I'll ask a question. Can the government regulate, or should it regulate, personal decisions people make with their bodies? Because you're talking about the recklessness of people when they have sex, right?
Yes.
Can the government regulate that recklessness?
No, they
should
regulate.
The government regulate that recklessness?
But at the same time, there has to be a set black and white where So we shouldn't. So it's the same thing as saying, should we regulate how the government regulate if we kill people or not because we get mad?
No, that would not be
So
the
so
same thing, because I know the
well,
argument you're
it's
about to make. Even in
no,
the
it's no
context
argument.
of a quote unquote baby, that quote unquote baby would be the property of the mother. And without that mother sustenance, that baby would not even be alive. So by default, that would be that mother's property. And what this country protects per the
Well, it
Constitution and
takes
several
two.
laws is the property of other individuals and that person's ability to rob that from you, not your decision to do
No,
what
now
you
we're
want
talking
to do
about
per your
property,
body.
and well, it takes two to make a baby. Just the same way that's the right, and that's another thing I see wrong with the government itself, where barely the father has any say on anything.
Based off
When
of
it,
what?
if it takes two, based on them making a baby, and if the woman wants to have an abortion or not, the father has no say or anything
Well, the
on
father
it.
isn't the one carrying it for 9 months.
Well, because we biologically can't, but it's a
Exactly.
fact.
So we
Because
biologically should not have more of a say on that fetus once we choose to consensually have sex with someone and get them pregnant.
okay, well then that would go veers off to another type of conversation. That'll be more of having what you believe in, what I believe in, what our religious beliefs and whatnot. So it'll we're just going to a whole
Should
different
your
tangent.
religion determine what other people do with their own bodies?
Should my religion?
Hmm.
Well, if it's my religion, of course it's gonna do or say because it's my beliefs. Beliefs
That wasn't my
shouldn't.
question. So let me try this again. Should your religion determine via the government what
Now you
other
answer
people
it. Now you
choose
got
to
hold on. Now you
do
question
with
it.
their
Now the question
own
different.
bodies?
Well, the government is not controlling based off religion. It's based off
It
life, based off.
literally is.
Well, because of the beliefs individuals have, and they apply. Now the government is doing it on whether it's right or wrong. They don't say just because of my
No.
religion. So
I'll tell you what the government did, whether it's right or wrong. They instituted Roe v. Wade. And then the Supreme Court, with 3 of Donald Trump's picks, repealed it and gave it back to the states. Many states with senators and officials that are A, mostly men, and B, don't know how many holes below the waist that a woman has. And those states, via the religion that you're talking about, decided to enforce it on everyone else.
well, now we're talking a whole different part. We're veering off to the states now. The states, yes, have the power. I think that was the best move you
Because
could do.
the repealing of Roe v. Wade, where the federal government protected everyone's right to choose, versus reducing those options by leaving it to the states.
Yeah, that's to take off the heat off the. That was just a political move that he did. Now
No
we're gonna
shit,
go all veering
Sherlock.
off. Now we're veering off to a whole different conversation, talking about women.
Really
and-
not. It's a simple question
know?
that you still have yet to answer. Should your religion determine what other people choose to
I
do
did answer
with their
you
own
that
bodies?
if you listen with a purpose and not get defensive.
What was your
I'm
answer?
listening. I said my religion. I don't push my religion on anybody. So my religion says different, and I shouldn't know if my
How does
religion
you
says.
telling me your religion says something different and you don't do something answer the question on if the government, per religion, should determine what someone else does with their own body?
No, it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
It should.
Thank you. I don't know why it took you so long to get here. So now we have a basis. No matter what you believe, who you believe in, how you believe it, the government should not play a role in forcing said belief onto anyone else. And the government should protect everyone's right to choose in quite literally one of the freest countries in the world. Does that make sense?
Yes, of course.
Okay. That's affecting families when they don't have the right to choose. In many cases, women who want the baby do not have the right to choose or don't even get the adequate care in an emergency abortion to where it can save their life for the next time they try with a viable fetus.
Well, you're speaking as if this is a fact where women who want to have kids get forced to have kids that they don't want to. Now, I mean, now this is something that you think is going on,
States
or
without exceptions.
okay, but now you're basing it on is there statistics you can show me? And perhaps I saw it the wrong way. Not just saying, oh, this is what's happening. You're telling me what's happening. And I'm gonna say, hey, okay, show me different. I'm
I can
willing
give
to
you
understand
several
it.
examples of dead women, some who even wanted the
Well,
fetus.
there's always exceptions to everything, and we can't say that example is gonna set the tone for everything else. Like there's
Quite
bad
literally
Republicans.
can.
Well, so then that's just being a little bit closed-minded. I'm telling you, hey, show me the statistics. Show me, and I'm willing to understand it. And perhaps I saw something else that it wasn't, and I'm open-minded to understanding you. You know, show me the statistic that backs that that what you say is backing it up. Back it up with statistics and show me the reality, not with your opinion. And I'm willing to understand it, and that's why I want to know. Hey, show me.
It
And
is
then
it is
I'll be
not
like,
my
okay.
opinion that women do not have the option to have an elective abortion in roughly half of the country. What you would be
You're
more
stating
so
almost
arguing is a
facts.
specific number of how many women would have
Okay,
cited that
so
they couldn't have an abortion. Fuck. I'm tired. Or being forced to have children by the government.
well, I could say that no, women can have the choice. And then okay, but then if I tell you, hey, I don't have anything to back it up, and so I'm asking you to change my mind on it. Hey, show
I'm
me
telling
different.
you, per the law in
Because you're
several
telling me,
states, including the one that I'm in Texas, there's only 2 exceptions, and that's grape and incest. And those exceptions are extremely loose. Let me give you an example. Do you know what it takes to prove grape?
not in Texas, no.
Okay. Well, this is, I would say, decent across the United States. You would have to do a grape kit. Grape kits, which in many cases are extremely ineffective. It would have to be done within a certain time. If you pass that deadline, they don't care.
So you say they're
Doesn't matter if
ineffective.
you were graped. If you don't go have it reported, have documentation, and have the charge to go along with it, to prove
I
said
thought you
grape,
said no.
you cannot
Yes,
have
you said
the exception.
so you saying that it takes amount of time, and it's so you saying for a fact, 100%, unless they don't voice their concern, which well, I'm in Florida, which is totally different. There's no statutory limit for grape, right? So, and
It's
you're
not
telling me
about.
Texas,
First
right?
off,
So
It's
Florida's
not
about the
about a
same.
statutory limit. It's about the length of time the person is pregnant for. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
pregnant. What do you mean pregnant?
Really quickly, W's in the chat to Erica for the $50 Venmo. Partners in flaming these maggots. I am so sleepy. Yeah, me too. Me too.
Well-
W's in the chat to Erica. Big W's in the chat to Erica. The bigliest W's in the chat to Erica. I appreciate your support so much because apparently the rest of these motherfuckers think that black men's labor is free. W's in the chat to Debbie. Of course, another black woman for the $5 Cash App. My nerves are shot from Dan. Yeah, Dan was a trip. That alleged black man. W's in the chat to you, Debbie. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. Let me make sure I don't have anything over here on this side. I do not. Guys, best ways to support the platform, once again, is going to be Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, links in the bio. Thank you so much. Kit, go ahead.
Actually, Mel's in a red state, so if she feels up to it, I'd love for her to take this.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there was a bill proposed in my state, Indiana, Senate Bill 171, that would do exactly what Hector was talking about, requiring grape and incest victims, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, to present their doctors with a signed affidavit attesting to the truth of their assault in order to receive an AB. And I'd just like you to think about for a second how re-traumatizing that would be for victims and survivors, especially considering the fact that having this in place would open victims up to a possible investigation and charges of perjury, which is punishable by, I believe it's up to 2.5 years. That's disgusting. Why should my healthcare have to vary by state?
Well, now we're talking about Indiana. You guys, we veered off to a whole conversation.
No. She gave a
yes,
specific
because-
example of what's taking place in
of
Indiana,
Indiana.
and what has been prominent across the United States since the overturning of Roe v. Wade by Donald
Well, I
Trump and
can't
his
speak
Supreme
for-
Court picks. This is the result of Republican
back to the
policies.
states. Yeah, give back to the station. I said, yeah, that was a political move that he did.
A political move
political
that has
move.
harmed. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so that, but
Sorry.
now we're talking now we're talking about, and that's why I want to know. Hey, that was a political move he did, and I see that, and I understand that.
A
Why it feels like
political
this?
move that is literally taking healthcare away from women. Why,
Okay,
again, why should my healthcare vary state to state?
because it's well, he did it so you can depend on who. Like Hector says, hey, go vote for the individuals you want in office. Go vote, make a difference in the state that you live in. So he gave
Sorry,
it back
I'm
to
so
you,
sorry to
man.
interject here, but do we get to determine when something like that happens to us? When we need that health care, can we just wait for the next election to hope we get rights back to our bodies?
Well, I can't. I'm saying this. Listen to what I'm saying. He gave it back to the states. So the power is in the people that live within the states to vote
No,
for their individual.
that's not always true because not every state has ballot measures.
Okay, so wait a minute. So Hector, didn't you say before I got on, hey, go and vote this coming November, go and vote. Change this. We can change this. Right? Just the same way the Republicans got
Hey,
on and went to
hey,
vote,
hey,
you
hey,
know.
guy, hey, guy. And what happens in the meantime and between time? Because I want to go back to the choice thing and why it pisses me the fuck off every time you guys say this shit. 24 to 26 states, literally half of the country, did not elect to put abortion up on the ballot in the 2024 election. That choice that you're talking about was not given to half of the country. So
That's what you got.
the states, the back to the states thing is bullshit because they weren't able to choose in one of the most important elections in U.S. history. Not to mention, in those red states specifically, where Christian white men would mostly rule and be the legislators. Is a red state
So
only consist? Does a red state only consist of red people, like Republican
okay.
people?
No, of course not.
No, so
There's
there would be
Democrats.
Democratic people in there, non-religious people in there, people who do not align themselves with the beliefs of their legislators, right? So
Yeah.
I don't care who wins. Any law that restricts them from making that choice for themselves just based off of who runs the state is the complete fucking opposite of choice, the complete opposite of freedom, the complete opposite of bodily autonomy. It's being determined by people who don't know shit about fuck, specifically in red states, which are ranked the lowest in education.
Can you prove that to me,
I
please?
can, yes, I can easily fucking prove that one.
Oh, please show me where red states have the less or less education and ranked in the bottom. Because last time I saw it was different.
So, which one do you want? World Population Review, U.S. News and World Report, National Center for Education Statistics. We can go on.
Whichever you want to show me, I prefer to see it. And
okay, tell you what.
Can I point out something real quick?
Go ahead.
Hector, it's just really funny to me that Mel addressed him with something very, very specific, and he deferred back to you instead of addressing anything
no,
Mel
I didn't
actually said.
defer
That's
it.
all.
I answered it. But if you hear me, I'm not deferring or anything. Please listen with a purpose. Yes, Indiana. I don't know I don't know how the state of Indiana is. I know how the state of Florida.
I just told you.
Well, okay. Let me answer. We're talking about the federal government here. If we go state to state, I cannot talk to you about why they did it like that in Indiana. I could tell you about Florida. I'm a Floridian. Now what I tell you that what Trump did do, what it seemed like to me, I don't know if he did because you can't quote me on that, is that he referred off to the state so it would not be an issue in his when he was running for president. That's a political move. Is it right or wrong? It's wrong for others. It's
What
right
is
for
what?
others.
Why do you keep going back to it being a political move? What does that mean? How is that a good thing? What are you talking about?
Well, because he didn't want because of course he was looking for votes.
God bless you.
He was looking for votes, and
Thank you, Heather.
he didn't want that. He didn't want to discuss the issue for him to get some voters where he can get to, or he cannot. He wanted to get as much as votes as he can.
Do you
So
not
say
understand how that would make it worse? That you took away
And I'm
healthcare access to half of the fucking country at least just because you wanted some fucking votes?
And
Well,
I'm
now you're saying
still
something
waiting.
else.
I'm still waiting for you to answer my question about why should my healthcare vary state to state?
Because it's the state you live in, right? Every state has
Because
their own government.
that's not an answer. That's not an
Well,
answer.
of course it is.
Why do you think it's okay that my healthcare is varying state by state? Why should I have access to certain healthcare in one state and in another state have zero access whatsoever? Why is that fair? Do you understand that you are not ending abortions entirely? You're just ending safe ones, because abortions have always and will always happen regardless of legality, and they're extremely dangerous when they're performed by non-professionals. So even if you personally don't believe in having one, wouldn't you rather them be done safely since you're pro-life, or does that not include the women?
No, it includes the women. Now, you say why should vary state to state? Your question is, which should vary state to state, because every state is self-governing, right? It's the same way as like, why is my salary not I can't live with my salary, let's say in California, with what I make here in Florida. I cannot live with that salary. So it just depends on the state. That's what I'm saying. It's a whole different matter.
Salary differences and variations across states is a night and day difference from one consistent fundamental thing, which is a women's right to choose and their health care. Those are not comparable things.
Answering the fact that why does it vary? It shouldn't vary. We should all be able to live off $50,000 a year in the whole country.
Can you tell me what restriction pro-life people had before the overturning of Roe v. Wade?
What do you mean as a restriction, as into?
How were they restricted? Because we're looking at two sides, right? Pro-choice versus pro-life. How were they restricted before the overturning of Roe v. Wade?
No, there was no restriction. It was just belief they were going off.
So pro-life people always had the choice, no matter what circumstances they go through, to have the baby, to carry the fetus to full term, correct?
Yeah.
So how did this affect them?
It didn't affect. So it comes again. I don't have a problem with women choosing whatever they want. I believe it. I just think it's more of accountability. For me, it's accountability to myself. Hey,
The government should never play a role in your personal accountability and what you choose to do with your body.
Okay, yeah, and I agree with that.
And then
so
you
here's the
voted
thing, right?
against that.
No, I did not. So here's the thing, right? So when I go to vote, and I think this is the misunderstanding everybody has. It's either I vote the best of what it's in one side than the other. So as I'm a Republican, there's a lot of things I do agree with the Democrats, but going with the Republican, it's what's going to benefit me most in all the way around, the way I see the world, the way the economy.
Brian, I'm going to try this again because you're still not getting the question. And I thought Mel asked it very succinctly, but let me try it this way. Does your or Hector's healthcare vary when you cross a state line? Is there different procedures you now can or can't get?
Oh yeah, it does. It doesn't matter.
Really?
Yes,
Explain.
Well, there's coverages. Mine is different.
Oh my God.
Yes, it is. I think you should look it up. Yes, if I would go to another state, there might be something that it cover, it might not cover. It might cover only the state of Florida. It might not cover. Yes, you
Coverage
should look it up
is
now.
a private institution matter, not a government forced
Correct.
matter.
Yes, sir.
They're
So
not
that answers the
comparable.
question. Okay, so that answers her
because
question.
no, because you would still have access to it. You would just have to pay for it out of pocket. That's entirely different from taking away the entire procedure.
Okay, so that answers her question.
No, it doesn't.
Heather,
of course it does. Because
Heather, no, I don't have a coin goal that will send me to bed. I'm just kind of torturing myself at this point. But by all means, throw money at me and the links in the bio. Support
Hey,
the
extra. I
stream.
appreciate you. If you're tired, you're tired. Thank you for having this conversation with me. I'm really learning a lot, and I always want to sit here and learn from everybody. I'm not a close-minded individual. I just want to listen and hear his out.
Got you. So this is what you asked for. Hold on, let me put it up.
And
this is the ranking.
And I don't want to go into his abortion.
We won't go
This
too
abortion conversation
deep
because it's
into
gonna
it.
go with a rabbit hole to so many other things.
Sure, I will let Mel and the Kit finish their point after me, and then we'll go on to two other things, and then I gotta take my black ass to bed. Wait.
And ladies, I understand. Hey, women should have the choice to do it.
Kit's not a lady. Kit's not a lady.
Yeah, it's
Kit's pronouns are they them. The last thing that I will say is that
there's a man.
no, you're not going to be transphobic.
Okay.
No,
Here's the
absolutely
states.
fuck not.
Here's the
Everybody
don't
should do-
shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Shut up. We're not doing this. Nope. Shut up. Refer to them as Kit. That's it.
Okay,
Here
I'll
are the
probably
state's
take-
rankings. Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Washington, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Minnesota, Connecticut, Virginia, Wisconsin. That's 10, correct?
New York in the second of the best in. Where did you get the stats, please? I want.
This is the World Population Review. Again, most of the other ones I can pull up will literally correlate with this. Let's do the next 20.
Okay.
Wyoming, Maryland, Maine, Nebraska, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Illinois, South Dakota, and North Dakota. I'm not going to lie. The Dakotas being there is kind of weird, but I do know Nebraska does have a decent one. We can then go on to the next 10. District of Columbia, Iowa, Michigan, Missouri, Kentucky, Ohio, Alaska, Tennessee, Kansas, and Georgia. Notice when we get past the first half, when we get into the middle there, that's when you see more red states represented. But the top schools here are blue. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. Let's just skip to the bottom. Arizona, Alabama, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Idaho, West Virginia, Arkansas, Nevada, Indiana, Louisiana, Florida, Texas. Here's my state. Here's your state. The bottom percentile in education.
And that's for this year, this 2025, because we can't say 2026.
Yes. Public school rankings by state 2026. So obviously we just started the year, so this will be going off the data that showed from 2025. And this is just overall performance. It's different when you look at academic and resources and safety. Now, I don't want to drill home this abortion thing because at the end of the day, we're fucking men. If Kit wanted to say something else, you're more than welcome to. I was going to move on to the two other points that he mentioned to me. I will just conclude by saying this. Pro-choice is the only choice because it includes all choices, and I will never support any policy, whether I'm religious or not, that would take away the choice of women to do what they want to do with their bodies, and their bodies alone, that God himself gave them when he gave everyone free will. I will always remind religious people specifically that the free will that Republicans are challenging is the same free will that God allowed two stupid motherfuckers in the Garden of Eden to threaten for every single person born after them. God prioritized free will so much to where he allowed two stupid people to eat from the one goddamn tree he asked them not to, and he still let them do it because that's how much he prioritizes free will. So I'll be damned if I say the government can take that away. With that being said, second point that you mentioned was the greater good. I feel like this one is light work. What about Trump makes you believe that he is for the greater good?
Well, especially for the United States, especially being a veteran, going to 2 combats, and seeing the world for what it is and how
You're a
bad it
veteran?
is out. Yes.
Thank you
yes,
for your service.
I appreciate your support, brother. Seeing the world, and I think that a lot of people don't understand what the world is outside of the United States, and I respect their opinion. But if once, like especially with this thing going on with Greenland, with Greenland right now, I know it seems as horrible as it is, like, oh, we're gonna take over Greenland, but the issue is that it's not taking over in a way of we're gonna go guns blaring and this is our land. It's more of a defensive maneuver in the sense that if we can't do it, China and Russia will do it, and that'll put us in such a worse situation in our hemisphere in the world. And that's what concerns me because I've seen, especially going to the Middle East. I've gone to the Middle East. I was in Poland and I've gone into Ukraine and I've seen all those things going on. I see that they don't care.
Let me read out a couple things really quickly. I apologize. W's in the chat to Bugsby for the $10 cash app. Here, Hector Dam for Dan's black parts. That's diabolical. W's in the chat to you, Bugsby. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. W's in the chat to Grant for the $10 Venmo. Great stream. Get a load of this Brian guy. He didn't call me a slur yet, so he's doing better than most. W's in the chat.
Forget a point across. There's no need for a slur. There's no need to be
absolutely
offensive.
W's in the chat to Grant.
I'm more about
W's in the chat to Grant. And big W's in the chat to Heather for the $25 Venmo. Please just ask him how many holes and then get some sleep when he gets the answer wrong, like we all know he will. I'm going to give him a chance, Heather. I'm going to give him a chance. Brian, Do you know how many holes a woman has below her belt?
Are you really asking me this?
Yes. Nigga, did you just type that up? Y'all heard the fuck?
Okay. Yep. Chat, did you hear the keys too?
And this is why you should stay out of our uteruses.
Or did I just? Did I type it up? No, I didn't type anything up. I'm on my phone.
Kit and I were both on mute, and it wasn't Hector, so.
I'm not typing anything. I don't need to type. Whether I get it wrong or right doesn't matter. It's 3 holes. I mean, what does the difference does it make? What does it make me
Okay, where does fertilization occur?
to turn on my camera? You want to turn on my? Okay.
No. I didn't say turn on your camera. I said, where does fertilization occur?
Okay, in the uterus.
No.
Okay, so what does that make me? So okay, please explain.
I just find it really interesting that you want to police women's bodies and fend people's bodies when you don't even know our basic anatomy.
Hector say he did not say that. Hector, please clarify. Did I say I want to police anybody? I said no. I am for it for women pro-choice, and I said it before.
For the guy who took it away and is upholding that decision today.
And I also said, because I do agree with some of the Democrats on some things, and I do agree with the Republicans, but I lean more to Republican because there's more things I agree aside from this. Okay. I've never said the police were. So this
let's get back to the greater good.
So exactly, Hector got. I never said about policing
Russia
body.
And China would also want Greenland. But Greenland has stated that it's not up for sale to anyone. So there's only one way that either of these places would get Greenland, and it would be to take it by force. It would be to send in sleeper agents and institute some type of policies to basically erode it, destroy it from the inside, put them in a vulnerable position to where they have no choice but to make some kind of deal, which the United States is kind of prone to do. But there's that. So, how is it the greater good to now try to take over regions that have nothing to do with us, particularly after saying America first? We're running off of that.
Yeah, well, it has a lot to do with us, especially with trade routes. There's minerals there.
I'm aware of the benefits that Greenland has for the United States. No one's denying the benefits. What I'm saying is they don't want that deal. So I would argue a part of the greater good would be A, minding your own fucking business, B, diplomacy, working with countries and making deals, consensual deals and decisions that will improve our relationship with some of our trade partners so that we can get the things that we want.
I agree. You know what? I agree with you 100%. But the world that we live in doesn't act like that. I agree with you. And this is what I tell people. I am with you. If we can go diplomatically, go there. But the thing is, Russia and China don't play by the rules. They don't have the same moral book that we have. They don't care. They all want power and power. And we cannot allow them to. China already has vessels, different vessels in Greenland and going through the Arctic. They're trying to come closer to our hemisphere. They might not do it by force because they can't. But they were doing monetarily, just how they were doing in Venezuela, how they were doing in Panama. They were almost in full control. Remember, the United States built the Panama Canal. And they almost had full control of Panama because the United States was backing out. And yes, I want to take the moral high ground. I agree with you 100%. But unfortunately, that's not the way the world turns. And that's what I want. I tell people, look, when I was in Iraq, there's bad, unfortunately for those kids, that was being taught differently. They were being taught that we were the bad people, that all Americans are bad, and not all Americans are bad.
So they would be victims of propaganda no different than we are here in the United States.
Yes, you're right.
Excuse me.
You're 100% right. And I'm with you on that. I want to take the more. I agree with you. We could use diplomacy, get it better, but China and Russia do not play by those rules.
So,
they do not.
Because China and Russia don't play by the rules of diplomacy, we should be just like them and take those rights away from other countries if it benefits us.
well, it's if we don't do it, they're gonna do it.
So yes.
And that's what they've been trying to do. So
Okay.
yes.
Let's try another
What we did to
route.
Venezuela, like what happened with Venezuela, Venezuela was a strategic move from the United States.
I'm sure.
And I understand that, yes, and me being from Colombian descent, I know what's going on in Venezuela because I have family members who are from Venezuela. We didn't go to war. What? I mean, I don't want to go on a tangent in Venezuela because we're not talking about Venezuela. But I understand the strategic move why Venezuela was an important factor on, hey, let's get Russia and China out of here because Venezuela can support Russia and China into having military in this side of the hemisphere. And as you can see, Russia, if they want to attack, if they whatever they do, they don't need anybody's permission. They don't care about NATO. NATO is just a joke to everybody. And we know that.
No, it
you know?
absolutely isn't. It's a joke to Trump and his cronies. So let's try a different route here. Donald Trump is protecting pedophiles with his lack of releasing of the Epstein files, with his consistent pivoting and detraction from the fact that he very much has had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, has been actively trying to cover it up for months to years now, and violated federal law that he signed to release the files unredacted outside of what would jeopardize the identities of victims. How is that for the greater good?
For the greater good of America, or the
Yeah,
so here it is.
we're talking
right? So,
about America.
So right. So think about this. You know, I don't know what's exactly going on because is there something skeptical? There's very big skepticism because even Bill Clinton got subpoenaed and he failed to show recently. So it goes on both sides. You know, can we say our politics are as transparent as it should be?
I don't give a
No.
fuck about Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton does not have the files or the ability to unredact or redact what was released. And guess what? We can go scoop up Bill Clinton whenever. I'm talking about the man who is still protecting all of them, the one above Bill Clinton.
If I may, Brian, I just want to make something very clear to you here. You can bring up any single Democrat you would like to. Everyone on this panel, and I'm pretty damn sure near everyone in the chat's going to tell you the same thing. We don't give a fuck about their party affiliation, who they were or are. Lock them all up. Put them under the jail for all we give a fuck.
I agree. Everybody, whether it's Republican, Democrat, you know, now that's something Hector, that's something you can't give me. I can't give an answer for. I don't know what's going on. The greater good for me is my explanation of the greater good is to understand, since me seeing the world outside of the United States, putting America first. Now, what happens inside the house, right, is something I can't give an answer for. I think they should release the files. I do agree, yes. Why they don't do it, or why didn't the Biden administration do it? I don't know. I think they're all involved in it. I think there's people from both sides that don't want to let them out. Why they don't do it, I can't give you an answer. But everybody's at fault there. You know, I agree.
Hey, Hector.
I agree.
Yes, Kit.
Can you tell me that really nifty thing that was going on during the Biden term that made it so they couldn't yet release the files?
An ongoing investigation. The unsealing of certain documents that took a couple years to go through several courts across New York, Florida, so on and so forth. I believe we still have, 3 judges that still won't release some information. To be fair, they say none of it is pertinent to the case, and that is the reason, but who knows?
None of us could give a good answer to that. None of us could give a good answer to that.
Also,
We don't know. We don't know.
I did just look this up. I had no idea
He
that
just
they were
answered
supposed
it.
to appear today. I actually didn't know that. I knew they were supposed to appear. I didn't know the date was today. They did not show up. The Clintons said that there was no legal standing. They said the subpoena was legally invalid. Republicans are now talking about holding them in contempt of court. I'm trying to find their statement here.
Okay, but going, you know, the Epstein file system, the whole kind of worms that, you know, it's
It's
so
really
bad.
not.
It looks
Release
so
the
bad.
files. Give the
No, I agree.
victims
Release the
justice,
files.
get the creeps. It's
Just release
literally
the
as
files.
simple as that. So, the chairman of the Republican-led House Oversight Committee said I'm tired, said the panel will move forward with contempt of Congress proceedings against former President Bill Clinton after he failed to appear for subpoena deposition on Tuesday as part of the panel's investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The announcement came after the former president and Secretary of State sent them a scathing and sweeping 4-page letter that potentially signaled a protracted fight with Congress over a move they blasted as partisan politics. The committee had threatened to hold the former president and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress if they did not appear for separate scheduled closed depositions set for Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. Quote, I think everyone knows by now Bill Clinton did not show up, and I think it's important to note that the subpoena was voted on in a bipartisan manner by this committee. This wasn't something that I just issued as chairman of the committee. This was voted on by the entire committee in a unanimous vote of the House Oversight Committee to subpoena former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Oversight Chair, we will move next week in the House Oversight Committee markup to hold former President Bill Clinton in contempt of Congress. A lawyer for the Clintons, David Kendall, has not responded to requests for comment on whether Hillary Clinton will appear on Capitol Hill for a Wednesday subpoena deposition. In the Clintons' letter posted on social media Tuesday morning, they publicly called out Comer for threatening to hold him in contempt of Congress. Every person has to decide when they have seen or had enough and are ready to fight for this country, its principles, and its people, no matter the consequences. For us, now is that time. Despite everything that needs to be done to help our country, you're on the cusp of bringing Congress to a halt to pursue a rarely used process literally designed to result in our imprisonment. This is not the way out of America's ills, and we will forcefully defend ourselves. The letter continues. We have tried to give you the little information we have. We've done so because Mr. Epstein's crimes were horrific. If the government didn't do all it could to investigate and prosecute these crimes for whatever reason, that should be the focus of your work, to learn why and to prevent that from happening again. There is no evidence that you are doing so. And they noted that hope, perhaps in vain, that other lawmakers would not allow Comer to single-handedly hijack the Congress to pursue contempt charges against them, but indicate that they are prepared for the fight if it comes to that. I'm not gonna lie. I think all of this is a load of bullshit.
Yeah, like that Epstein files are kind of warm. I didn't want to touch the Epstein file because I don't know enough about it, and it was just we started a conversation why I voted for.
Yeah,
Republican.
if you have nothing to hide, just show the fuck up. I understand the arguments that they're going to make, but just show the fuck up. Anyway, none of us here give a fuck about the Clintons, so there's that. Anyways, the point I was trying to bring up is, again, citing your second reason, three of your three biggest things important to you, which was the greater good, and Donald Trump is actively fighting against that.
Well, didn't I just prove to you on the greater good of why, like, especially making a movement like Greenland is important?
So what you'd be specifying in particular is the greater good of America, and you would not be respecting the good or consent or diplomacy of other countries, which then would be counteracting the greater good argument.
You're putting words in my mouth. I never said that. I said the greater good of America, in the sense that...
And the greater good of America, and the examples of taking Greenland, taking Venezuela, and then all the other examples I gave, how would that be the greater good?
It would be greater because of the moves, the way the Russians and the Chinese are doing things. Now, as I agree with you, the diplomacy would be a better part, the high road. But we cannot do that. It's unrealistic in this world that we live in. If you've ever been to any part outside of the United States and you see how the world is, and you see how they view America, and you see what their intentions are for the United States, you probably understand a little bit more. Like, wait a minute, they're trying to get at us at all times, and we're trying to be the high road, in which we can't always be, because that's not the way. I wish the world was like that, and we didn't have these conflicts. Well, we can mind our own business, let Greenland be Greenland, and not worry about Russia or China moving in on them or buying them out.
Yeah, we have nukes. So all these things about oil and stuff, we have nukes. So
nukes is not the answer. Nukes is bad for everybody.
Duh.
Nukes is so bad
That's
for
the
everybody.
point. But I'm saying mutually assured destruction keeps people at bay. Any other attempt to do things is more so not to curb Russia and China, but to institute more American imperialism and be able to bully other countries.
Well, it's not imperialism.
Because we're currently not relying on soft powers anymore and just straight up authoritarianism. Let's go on to your last point here, the American dream. Who is afforded the American dream?
Who's afforded the American dream?
Yes.
What do you mean by afforded?
Who would be given that opportunity to access the American dream?
Oh, ourselves.
Ourselves?
Yeah, it's mainly on ourselves, and it depends on the way the economy is going and what's going on, and yeah, ourselves.
Okay. So, I think the American dream was robbed of a woman who was just simply sitting in a car in the middle of the street in Minnesota when she was shot in the face by an ICE agent who had no jurisdiction to interact with her to begin with. And we can say that these things happen, and we can say that justice will be served, except the administration is lying in our faces and doing everything to protect the murderer. I don't think...
But how's that going to sway my vote, Hector?
Easy. What we justify for the few that we think are so different from us and we shouldn't care about, we can justify, we can welcome in, we can jeopardize that threat coming to all of our doors. When we play games with the Constitution, when we play games with our laws based off who's in power, just because they are benefiting us in one area, we risk eroding the very foundations of this country and what it's supposed to stand for.
The American dream is based on me, and when that situation in Minnesota, I mean, that's not going to sway my vote because that's something working in the law enforcement field. And I'll tell you this, a car is a weapon. A vehicle is a weapon. A vehicle is a weapon. And there's been case law supporting this. How to like each other's points, you know?
You're more than welcome to come back at a later date and make all of your arguments. I'm done. I'm not going over this again. Guys, I've been on a mission this month to grow my platform, to put out more videos, alongside some personal things, and a move that I'll be making next month. You guys will find out about in a few days. I've also been trying to gear up for my first vacation in a couple of years that I'll be taking very soon because it is my birthday month. My birthday is on January the 23rd. I'll be celebrating a little bit early before I get back to grinding. And I've been live every single goddamn night for the last couple of nights. And this happened right after the events of Renee Nicole Good. And by events, I mean fucking murder. And every single goddamn night, whether it's on my panel or others, I'm sitting here have to explain to American citizens that ICE shooting other American citizens in the face is bad. And I'm fucking tired of it. This brings up very fucking negative feelings of personal experiences I've had with the police. Not to mention, there is a shock level to it. While I, as a black man, am not unfamiliar with how police and other clear authorities have just been authorized and welcomed in and justified in doing what they've done specifically towards people of color, I am fascinated at the fact that even when you're doing literally nothing, when you're no threat to the officer whatsoever, when the officer puts himself in the imminent danger that they're alleging took place, you can get shot in the face and they will tell you that that person was in the wrong. I just don't. These conversations are more so for the people in the chat, not the people who come up. By all means, every now and then we'll get a decent individual, but for the most part, and I will give him credit, he was respectful, and he can come back. I'm just tired tonight. But these conversations are more so for people in the chat. The people aren't so stuck on stupid. To the individuals who aren't voting, to the people who are regretting their vote for Trump, who will never have the balls to request up, to the Democrats or leftists who are once again considering sitting out another key election. This is for y'all. The people that we've talked to tonight that have pissed you off, their vote counts as much as yours does. So I'm tired of the crying. Take your ass to the fucking polls and vote. Vote out every single person who defends Donald Trump's actions. Otherwise, what the fuck are we doing here? If you're not going to get involved, I can't say that. I can't say that. Who's live?
I can help with that. If you're not going to get involved, the blood is equally as on your hands as it is the people that actively voted for this. How about that?
Let's see. Ooh, Jessica Simona's live. Looks like we're going to do a Jessica raid. Give me a second. Last PSA. Final PSA. Guys, my name is Hector Talks. I'm a political commentator, self-described homeschool dropout, who is just very passionate about Americans utilizing the power that we've had in our hands for decades for good. If you appreciate what we've been doing here, if you like the conversations, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Upon hitting that follow button, you may send a heart me. TikTok likes it. The more you send, the better I look in the algorithm, the more people it feeds me. So send your heart me's. It costs a coin. Looks like we only have 8 more of these Let 'em Cooks to go. Can we just knock that out real quick before we go? 8 more. The links in the bio will have several different things in there. One of the top things is going to be the best ways to support the platform is through a donation. To do what I do takes quite a bit on my hardware, for my time, and definitely on my fucking mental health. So if you want to show your appreciation or send a message, you may do so with the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. There's also the Discord. I have an amazing community that I sometimes neglect because I'm busy. I apologize. And that is going to be that link to the Discord community with about 560 members in it is available in the link in my bio that you may join. When you get in there, go to the Get Access and Rules tab and follow all the prompts. You'll have access to the rest of the server. We'll be getting back to movie nights, subscriber giveaways, and all the good things very soon. I just have to take care of a couple things this month. There's also going to be the other social media platforms that I'm on. The gram that I'm trying to build, and it's doing fucking terribly. I have 41,000 followers here, less than 400 over there. It's wild. So go follow my gram. There's also going to be the Tube, which we're dual streaming from currently, where I have 1.6k subscribers. We're trying to get that up to, a bunch. But my next goal is 2k. 2k subscribers, and I would love to hit 2k subscribers by the end of March. That is my goal. If you'd like to do that, go subscribe over there. My Instagram and my YouTube both have the exact same username, Hector Talks with 2 R's. You're also going to find this shop, the Hector Talks shop, where I sell political merchandise. Because I'm a very loud lib, and I like to talk my shit even in the things that I wear. One of the collections is here. This is the Make 2 + 2 = 4 again tee. There's also hoodies, crop tops, tanks, pajamas. I have a ton of shit. There's a ton of shit. And then you see the pants are the Kamala Would Never line. This is the Kamala Would Never hat. This is not what I sell in the shop. That's a custom order, which I'm currently not doing. But I do have a different version available on the shop. And the final one for the Christians who want to protest against this administration and far-right Christian nationalism, the 10 Commandments. I will not read them to you. Go read them for yourself. I came up with it. I think it's fucking funny and accurate. What else is in there? Oh, yes. This is just to support another creator. I love boba. I identify as a boba bitch. A particular creator on this app made me a boba bitch cup. There is no liquid in this cup. This is the design of it, with these little balls in there to reflect boba. This is one of the cutest things I've ever owned. And I'm going to shout out this creator every single time I get the chance to. They have this and many other designs, such as comic characters, Dexter. They do all the things. So, check out their shop is also available in my link. Also available in my link. What else is in my link? Other shit that I probably haven't added yet. But yeah, those are all the things that you can do. Those are all the things that you can do if you want to support the platform. And to the individuals who can't do any of those things, watching this stream, listening in, helps just as much. Matteo, you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Saw you as a follower, so I thought you just wanted to give a last thanks, which I was going to entertain. I'm not entertaining fucking Trump supporters right now, as I'm literally doing a PSA to leave. We're going to go ahead and send a raid to another creator on this platform. I'm going to put them up here. But in the meantime, between time, Kit. Wait, fuck. Kit. Mel. I don't know if anyone would want to do it at this point. Did you still want to do the thing, Mel?
Sure. Maybe we can just do general ones for tonight, though, because it's really fucking late and I'm tired.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll do 3 if anyone comes up. We'll do 3. So what we typically do at the end of lives is we will have a little woosah, a little de-stress, where Mel comes up and reads people's horoscopes. And that's what we'll do to wind down from the nonsense that we hear. If you would like your horoscope read, you may request up in the box, and we will do that for you. I will only allow 3, because I'm tired. Request up in the box if you would like your horoscope read. If not, so be it. We'll go ahead with the raid. Tube, I'm going to go ahead and end on this side. I appreciate every last one of you for sticking in with me. This stream was too long. We're not doing this again. I'm going to set an alarm for 3 hours max, and then I'm cutting the shit off after. Thank you so much, Tube. Thank you to some of the most hardest working mods over there watching out for that stream when I'm not. W's to all the super chats that I got. Like the stream on your way out. Hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell, and I will catch y'all tomorrow for the Fun and Fact Show at 1:30 p.m. CST. Bye.